detail as to how the last Fed meeting went, but overall shouldn't be too much of a big deal. That being said, more Fed speakers to come throughout the day as well. Tesla on the move, downside this morning. We'll touch on that. Sales over in Europe a little bit weaker than expected for Tesla. Target with earnings today, downside in a big way here, 7+% already. PDD the other direction, huge blowout report for Pinduoduo. So lots to get into this morning ahead of, the big one to come. Nvidia coming up after the close tonight. I know you have your leather jacket warmed up and ready to go for
always, Brendo.
Nvidia earnings.
And I've been told by Neil and Sean that I have to wear it irrespective of whether they do better or worse.
It's officially a thing.
Yeah, so definitely going to get on that tomorrow. Yeah, big expectations tonight, guys. Lots of information leaking in about who's buying what. We know that the hyperscalers, one of the hyperscalers looked to scale down some of their purchases of the H100. Amazon coming out yesterday and saying they're postponing that. But more details came out on that. It's only one of their divisions, not the whole thing.
Yeah, and like you and I were saying yesterday, I mean, it's not like they're canceling orders. It's just a delayed effect for Nvidia. Nvidia kind of flat right now ahead of what is to come tonight. I just brought up this, Woof. Remember Woof? Petco, up big time, or it was up big time, gets all the way to 350 on better than expected results from Woof as well. Another one to look at. Decent volume behind this as well. Already 1 million plus shares for Petco, online pet retailer. Shopify as well with a nice look this morning. Shop up on a Goldman. Positive note, I saw a nice upgrade for Shop back to $59, essentially where it started yesterday. Pretty ugly day yesterday, though, for Shop, guys. Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
What up?
So yesterday, I'm surprised I even have my mic on.
Well, it was you yesterday.
No, we take turns doing it. I feel like
I'm pretty proud of.
I had 3 in a row.
Yeah,
I was like, I gotta give Sean a turn to go mute.
I'm all discombobulated. I will be leaving shortly. I have to go meet my parents, but then I'm coming right back. So I was just checking a text with them. That's not the excuse. But yesterday we talked about Shopify, and I said this is a name. I don't know if you guys remember me saying this, but I said this is a name that's been hit down, and it was just a random talk at about 9 o'clock. I said I'm waiting for an upgrade from Shopify because I thought that we looked at Starbucks off that 72, and I said Shopify right now seems like it's kind of baselining, and I liked this break of 60. So today, and I said we're just one upgrade away from this name coming right back. So there it is. It came through today. It's Goldman coming to save the day. But as Brendan said yesterday, it didn't catch a bid at all day. So would have been nice to take the bottom there. We still could fall down, but it's nice to see a nice little 3% move to the north side here for Shopify. So yeah, it's on radar for sure. And then Nvidia.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, we were looking at it yesterday, and the thing is that, yeah, that story got a little bit, I guess, misinterpreted, of course, and that's why you had this huge move down. And no, it wasn't even that huge, to be honest with you. Like 956 down to 934, that's just like a regular day, $20. That's not even the average true range of Nvidia, 20. So it drops down 20 and then makes it all back. Pretty much, and then closes at the highs and makes it all back, not pretty much, completely. So yeah, if that's the story for Nvidia, if these chips are going to continue to be bought, Neil, then I mean, the story continues for NVDA, and it's just going to make everybody selling it look stupid. So we'll see about it long.
Yeah, it's hard to say otherwise with Nvidia, but tonight the proof will be in the pudding, right? So all of these other names are going to matter as well. You know, whether you're trading Nvidia or you're into AMD or you're looking at ARM or I mean like Marvell probably is going to be moving around as well. Like just everything in that chip space is going to be huge. That said, it's good to get the clarification. Obviously, Nvidia has a chance to break out atop today, so we'll have eyes on that. I like to set up from Shopify at 59.50 looks really good, and we'll get to that chart in a little bit. But yeah, don't sleep on some of these other big cap names. On earnings day, sometimes you can be somewhat quiet. I mean, Amazon had a good bounce off the 50 period after a big downward trend. They're revamping Alexa with AI. So flat on that news. But this is one that was moving pretty decently yesterday and did a nice little V-shaped recovery. So don't sleep on them. Apple had a strong day. I like Apple again. today. So there's a lot to look at. Don't get me wrong. Nvidia, this is the Super Bowl of earnings, and it's Nvidia's day.
Yeah.
But there's a heck of a lot else looking good. Microsoft just made a new all-time high.
Oh, yeah.
Pinduoduo just made a 52-week high. Like, there's so many things out there. I know it's Nvidia's show, but we got a lot to watch today, and it should be a fun one.
All right, we were just talking about BuzzFeed here. BZFD, big move here in the pre-market. We're all the way up at $4, 402 in fact here. So 250 yesterday, gets up to $4. Vivek Ramaswamy revealing a stake in BZFD. You and I were just saying, I thought this thing was bankrupt. Apparently not, or on its way to becoming. There was a split that happened not too long ago, a reverse split, but yeah, all the way back to $4 on this.
Yeah, I know. It's up 90% this year, but well off the all-time highs of $40. You'll recall this name made a big AI move last year where a lot of the large language models were looking to use its data to train the models, kind of like how Reddit is trying to use their data right now to help train certain models. So we'll keep an eye on BZFD breaking through $4, 62% up on the day. Not a bad look.
More retail earnings to digest here this morning as well. This one's had quite the year, even year and a half, going back to the middle of last year. This is Williams-Sonoma. Huge gap to the upside here, 340. Going to open around 340 here for WSM. Better than expected results for them, and upping their forecast across the board here for Williams-Sonoma. They just closed the store in the Eaton Center down here.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that.
It's gone, yeah. So, I mean, maybe some cost cutting for them as well.
Well, I mean, whatever they're doing, it's working. That's the more important thing.
They have a big one on Bloor,
Yeah,
though.
they're still here. They closed one, but there's a bigger one open close. But it doesn't matter. You guys care whether we can go to Williams-Sonoma 10 minutes further away.
I can't afford no damn Williams-Sonoma.
But the point is, the number of stocks that are making 52 or all-time highs when the market's at highs is obviously going to be a little bit elevated right now. This feels like a difficult chase. I'm gonna get back to BuzzFeed in a second because I kind of wanted to say some things about BuzzFeed. Like, this will be a difficult chase on Williams-Sonoma because the volume is so incredibly light. And if you look at, the trend is fantastic, but if you look at the last time it put in a day like this, it was just shoot, and then calm down, and then make another move. So I think this is one of those, let it consolidate after earnings and then make the next play. Clearly the 50 period has been very kind to WSM. I don't know where my 200 period moving average is. I probably haven't gone back far enough there. Yeah, it's so extended. I wouldn't be trading this. The volume's way too low right off the open, but that BuzzFeed, sometimes it's more about that float getting tiny. It's a 15 million float after split, and you're just essentially getting it soaked up in the squeeze here because it's done 15 million shares, and I see the float as 15 million. So it's already run through the float once, and it's very, very choppy, this BuzzFeed chart.
How choppy?
Super choppy.
Super hot fire.
Super choppy.
Super,
Randy.
super. Hey, Tesla only went up 7% yesterday, by the way. Oh, what are you doing over there, by the way? You're keeping it half-half, or?
Well, we would fit. Wait a minute. I thought it was already 50.
Cheers. You got the red mug, so you got to deal.
I got ketchup.
You got to deal with shorts.
No, it's ketchup and mustard, man. These are like the McDonald's colors. I don't know. I think it's more ketchup and mustard. These
Mustard
mugs.
coffee. What stock you want to look at,
that's so
Randy?
much
Let me see if you're XOM. Okay. I was going to call Polestar,
XOM.
see if your order got filled there yesterday. 117. I mean, we were looking at this name sub 100, and then it had that nice run up, two highs again of 123. Now pulling back, still above the 50-period moving average. Oil's pulled back a little bit coming into the summer months, but I feel like travel's going to be pretty big this summer. I don't know about anywhere else in the Northeast or Eastern Seaboard, but we are hot around here right now. Yeah. People are going to be turning on the air conditioning, hopefully spending some money on energy with that. So maybe XOM gets going now, but I don't know. I wonder about the seasonality of this because, last summer, this was May right here. If you come to the chart, May last year, 117, and then it dipped down all summer before getting going, finally on that July bottom, back into August, up to the top again. And so maybe there's not too much seasonality in this name, but we'll see what happens with XOM. Did you ever wind up getting into that, or? I did once. You did, yeah. Okay.
Just the 100, right?
Okay.
The
Yeah,
golden
that's
cross
XOM.
on that chart, by the way.
Occidental golden cross, yeah. 63.
It's everywhere, Sharif.
Yeah, it's the best indicator of all time is the golden cross. 70 right there for, this might be a better name just because it's pulled back into the 200 period. Occidental is a name that's got Warren Buffett, Berkshire's in this name as well. Pull back in, obviously not the same operator as ExxonMobil, but $62 right there coming through for Oxy. But you liked Exxon for different reasons anyways, company specific,
I like
right?
their gas plays and their shale plays right now. So it's
He likes the gas and shale plays is what's happening.
gas and their shale plays, their rig counts are up. They've had some good moves in the last quarter, last 2 quarters really. I like their projection. Yes, the summer driving season is upon us. Gas and oil has pulled back, but people out in boats and you know, they're playing with the toys.
Of course.
So, you know, hopefully there's refined products there that are in use. I don't know. Inflation's still a thing. Some people can't afford to put, the gas in their toys as much as they could 5 years ago. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Especially when the administration released more reserves, specifically to keep summer driving costs down, which tells you that all that does is fuel the fire. That just tells you that oil's gonna be strong.
Hey, Randy. So I have to go because I got to take my mom to an appointment. So you want to sit here for a couple of seconds?
Sure.
All right.
Oh yeah.
So Randy, Sharif, Adair, we're doing something a little different. I will be back. By the way, my account is completely live. So do not push enter. All right, I'll be
As long as compliance isn't watching.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
It happens.
Nah, you make your own rules, Randy. That's what it's all about here. So
Is that good? You want to do that?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
good.
I'm out of here. See you guys.
Hey, say hi to Debs for me.
Yeah, I will. She'll be back.
And your mic.
Just use that. You can use that mic.
Use that mic.
Use
It's
this
up to you. No, it's entirely up to you. You can use that wired mic if you want to. We got Randy in the building. And by the way, the answer to whether Randy got filled on Polestar, if that was him, is a resounding yes. So if you remember exactly this time yesterday, there was a 6 million buy order at $1.03. $1.03, and for the entire day. Remember, this time yesterday, we pointed out this 6 million share order, and all day long it held. It printed at 145 and instantly down. I'm just gonna remind myself, the next time I see that and an order like that gets filled, I'm just going short. Like, that was ridiculous how easy that should have been, obviously, in that moment. It is what it is, but hindsight being 2020, that was a monster order. It's on radar for me today, if only because it's back underneath that dollar level. This, and then I know everyone in the chat's looking at that BNED. Barnes & Noble got over $1 this morning and is now back underneath. So this can get back over $1. This could be a day 2 rally type play for a Barnes & Noble. So get comfortable, mess around. You got the charts up top. You got the charts down there. I mean, you got the chat as well. Get Ramin on camera.
Getting adjustments here.
Okay, so first of all, Ramin is very, very professional in particular about making sure the mics are directionally in the right spot so that everything sounds good. And, Fabian and Ramin make us look and sound good all day long. So you just do exactly what they say, and then everything will be fine. But for now, while we're figuring that one out, let's head back to the desk.
All right, musical chairs is happening this morning, so Adair is joining me up here now. Sharif will be back at the desk here as well. So this will just be temporary. Sean will be back. So how are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. How are you?
It's on. Yeah, just double checking.
I'm good. How are you this morning?
Good, good. We were talking about this one over the past couple of days. MGOL, big move here in the pre-market so far, up to 275. It's come all the way back. But a little one that's had a lot of attention on social media. I mean, you've mentioned it the past couple of days. There really hasn't been much in the way of news on this otherwise, but a ton of volume here once again this morning.
That's going to be the case with a lot of these small caps. I know LIDR, that one got a little bit of a boost yesterday and some decent social media attention. Barnes & Noble, BNED, a lot of these names right now. Now the small caps are getting their time to shine in terms of these names running without a lot of catalyst, but with lots of volume.
Yeah, we've discussed these types of moves in the past with Luis over in Spain when he joins us every other Thursday, I think this week actually he's going to be on. So check that out coming up tomorrow morning. But anytime you get that initial move early on in the pre-market and then it fades the majority of that, as this has done, he's always in favor of not looking for a long on days like this, guys, for MGOL.
So, well, we'll talk some, and we're just mentioning BNED, which is a small cap runner. See, these aren't like GameStop, Randy, in terms of like having like that meme craze behind them and then getting Wall Street bets. But it's like a similar phenomenon with these smaller float names. So Mogul and Barnes & Noble, this is actually, MGOL is MGO Global. I'm just calling it Mogul because MGOL. And then BNED, which is Barnes & Noble, both were big runners in yesterday's trade, looking for continuation. I would submit that Barnes & Noble has the better looking pre-market. We were just showing you a bit choppy, but it was at least in an upward pattern. That said, Mogul here double tapped 150 once in the morning and then once again or late in the afternoon. They're right at the close. And you're holding on to that 150. So when you have like those resistance levels turn into support, that can be a big one. And then you throw in, like I think you almost look even back at like this 130 level. Like if it bounces 150 or 130, maybe lulls people to sleep when this downward pull and then can hold on for the opening range. One of those late day or late morning rallies would make sense in MGOL. But these are pure squeeze-ish type plays. As I said, Barnes & Noble maybe a little bit stronger, but not by much in the pre-market. A little bit of a chop fest there, but if it gets back above $1, you know what these stocks can do. Like I almost think Barnes & Noble off the open might be just worth a shot, breaking back above $1. If it holds on to 90 as the bottom, I mean a long one with a 90 stop. Like that's a trade I've had before. And then there's so much. It's not that it's free money. It's that you know where you're wrong. You're
Unless
risking
you see that pullback at the open, and then
Yeah, you just want to be able to get out. Don't get stopped out if it halts to the downside. Because on the daily chart, once you get past 120, there's literally nothing there on Barnes & Noble. It's a monster gap fill. And the dollar level also happens to somewhat correspond with the 200 period if you happen to like that. I think there's a little bit of juice for this one above $1. And I didn't say yesterday if Barnes & Noble got to $1 I was interested. But it's failed it already pre-market, which makes it a teensy bit tricky there.
a teensy.
What's wrong with teensy?
Teensy's good.
It's good?
Teensy's good.
It's not word of the day good, though.
Well, no, not yet.
No.
Not yet. Yeah, I was looking at Tesla again. I'm waiting for Tesla semi numbers. Now, the semis don't fly up on high in the radar for their production numbers and deliveries and whatnot, but Pepsi is supposed to be taking delivery of more semis, I think this week. So we'll find out. There's other semi news that's sort of waiting in the wings. I was on Reddit last night for a bit, just checking out to see what's going on. There's some interesting little plays going on. Whether it's going to move the needle on the stock, you can look at my chart today. We're down 2% pre-market here, but I don't see it going very far. It's not a huge part of the business. It's almost like the Tesla power side.
Right.
The power walls, their solar panels, you know, and that's blooming in California and a lot of the southern states. They're moving a lot of panels, but the market's weak. There's a lot of saturation. The Chinese panels are much cheaper. So it's a play there. Well, whether we see it, again, moves the needle or not yet. But the semis are a big promise from Elon. So he's promised lots.
He makes a lot of
He makes a lot of promises, and his payday might have a bit of an impact on the, was it 50?
Don't get me started there.
I know.
Because
He's got the coffee money.
you know what? No, don't get me started, but you know who actually rants the most about this? Not to call him out or anything, but it's Sharif. No, I'm just saying, Sharif, is it not true? Because from the legal aspect of things and how the pay package went, like,
Oh yeah.
Like it's kind of
Look, dude, I have my own personal opinions on this, but when you contract into something, there needs to be certainty of contract, right? And so if I end up, giving up my salary for 3 or 4 years to be compensated at the end after achieving certain results, I need that certainty. I need to be able to know that after X amount of time, I'm going to be able to recoup. So it's really frustrating for me, and I think a lot of investors as well felt as frustrated as, we're joking about it, but in reality, it's not a good look, Neil.
No, I think it is frustrating. I agree.
It's Elon.
Well, it's Elon being Elon. As far as the stock goes, like that, it was a rocket ship yesterday. I know it's on the watch list, and we're going to get to that when we run things down in a bit. But only because you happen to mention Reddit, I just don't want everybody to forget about this stock as the memes calm down a little bit. So when GameStop and AMC fall back and all of it eventually and everyone forgets about it, Reddit won't have gone anywhere. You just heard that news with BuzzFeed about monetizing user base, and Reddit's already doing that. That's a lot of the bump that they got. Now you're getting a consolidation off the top in Reddit. 56. I had a line in there, but whatever. I'm not going to bother redrawing it because I don't know if I'll trade this today. But that 56 is double bottomed. If that gets tested again today and makes another bounce off 56, I think that's looking like a great consolidation long for a bit of a run into the highs. So don't sleep on Reddit. I know it was part of that meme craze and calm down a little bit, but suddenly it might give you a bit of a trade. I'm talking about GameStop like it's over. They're still at like 20, 21 bucks or something like that. But if everything else winds down, they'll still be standing.
All right, Amazon continuing here to take out highs once again, back to 184 and change. We had a note just as we came on there at 8:30 on Alexa getting an AI-driven overhaul. Makes a lot of sense, obviously, for Amazon, but just keep that in mind. It is relatively strong, 0.5% to the upside into a pretty weak market here so far this morning. I want to mention this as well. This Hims stock, Hims and Hers, popped up 2 days ago on that GLP-1 headline. Faded off a little bit yesterday, downside again today to the tune of almost 4%. 1680 acting as support here. Citigroup with a downgrade this morning on this one.
And it's pretty interesting too because this Citigroup downgrade, from what I'm reading of this analyst note from Daniel Grosslight, seems basically entirely related to that GLP-1 story, saying that because they jumped 20% on Monday after that story, they're not sure how much upside the stock has. However, they did raise the price target from 16 to 20, saying that they do like the idea that this GLP-1 will give them an extra revenue stream. They just don't know how much farther the stock can go as of right now. So really interesting note here and downgrade from Citigroup.
An absolute monster, meanwhile. If you go back to, what is this, October of last year, this thing was $6. So, I mean, still, we're 10x from where it was October of last year on this. Monster volume came in, rightfully so, on that GLP-1 headline a couple days ago, guys.
Oh, 12.5% short float. That's part of the story. It's not a huge float in general. 185. I mean, yeah, 185 million is decent enough that it's not necessarily going to get soaked up. It means you're going to churn through that float really quickly. It's more about the short than anything else. However, one of my favorite things in trading in terms of setups is previous resistance turning into support. That's what needs to happen today. I don't know why the volume's so light on it. I thought there'd be a little bit more action in this pre-market, but you're pretty much at that level, that 17, 16 and a half, 17. So if it finds a base in there, I think it could have a second salvo. All you've done is sell off since that news, so there needs to be some kind of a consolidation bottom, or you got to move to something else, right? So if it consolidates down here, there's an opportunity in HIMS, but we've shown you guys, like BNED's moving, BuzzFeed pulled back a little bit, but that's also moving around. We still have GameStop still going to be in there, and then that Barnes & Noble's good. I heard Sharif mention something about BuzzFeed, and I looked over, and it was, I don't know if this candle's real. I want to say this one's not real, but it did just dip back into view up and bounce. And as I said, this is a very choppy stock, this pre-market. Like it's trending to the upside, but it's basically handing out 10% moves and retracements like candy. I need this one to open up and show me some consistency or levels before I get into BuzzFeed. But it's very much in play today, 16 million shares.
Interesting. I don't really know much about BuzzFeed, but that's crazy. That's a crazy move. That's yikes. I don't know.
It's a scary. I don't. Sharif, you trade these small cap gappers. I'm saying BuzzFeed. Crazy. Let's let this one open up. But what are your thoughts here with BuzzFeed?
How I feel about these small cap gappers definitely have to open up. above the pre-market high, or they have to not open up, but they have to actually, after the open, get above the pre-market high. So right now what we got is a 420 pre-market high that printed at 814, guys, screen. 814, 420 pre-market high just dips right now into the volume weighted average price and immediately got bought up. Prior to that, though, on the 1 minute chart, it had been doing that magnetic effect into the 50-period moving average, hugging the 50-period essentially from 6:40 a.m. until it broke it right here at 8:50. Lo and behold, the next support level after the 50 is volume weighted average price, and it does reclaim that quite quickly. So a couple of things I'll be looking for after the bell. Does this have a definable pre-market high? Yes, $4.20. Is it trading above the pre-market high at 420? We'll see. Is it above VWAP? Those are the three things I'll be looking for on BZFD after the bell.
Getting high at 420.
Yeah, get high at 420. And no Stephen Canoro in the chat. Stephen, Sean just had to run an errand. He'll be back. Randy's stepping in. Sharif's over the desk doing a bit of musical chairs. But now we're going over to the screen because Adara's got some upgrades and downgrades for us.
Shopify starting the day off really strong after this upgrade from Goldman Sachs. They also raised the price target from 67 to 74. It's not at all a bad look for SHOP to start the day. Chipotle getting this upgrade from Oppenheimer and a price target over $3,000, so not a bad look for them either. Urban Outfitters, pretty nice response to their earnings last night, and Telsey Advisory Group responding nicely as well, giving this one an upgrade. Piper Sandler as well, giving this upgrade to Kraft Heinz. The downgrade side, Li Auto, recent Chinese EV earning coming on Monday, getting this downgrade from CLSA. Albemarle getting downgraded by Scotiabank. Garmin with this B of A Securities downgrade, and Box, last but not least, down about 2% after getting this downgrade from Morgan Stanley, guys.
So you're in the seat, so I'm going to throw this one right to you because Li Auto with that downgrade, that chart looks putrid.
You know what? Again, Li Auto, they've had some good quarters, but competition is really stiff. Guys, there's so much production coming out of China right now. Factories opening up in Europe. We talked about Polestar the other day as well. Yes, they're owned 72% by Geely, another Chinese manufacturer. I don't see the demise of Polestar at all. I think they're going to reposition it as a sub-brand, which it is, of Geely. The Chinese are putting out huge production of cars. What does that mean? You saturate an already saturated possible market domestically, and then you move into Europe and Malaysia and South America and other markets where they haven't yet had the penetration. And it hurts their stock. Like, look at this. It's flat right now pre-market, but yikes. The competition is stiff. Their margins are down. Profits are down. There's a lot of inventory piling up in Asia. They've showed videos, of export yards with tens of thousands of vehicles sitting there. Buses, heavy trucks, all the electric things they make. So, it's a cutthroat industry. And while they're really good at building cars, somebody has to buy them.
Ain't that the truth?
Ain't that the truth,
And it's not getting that much better for them. Where are we at if you go all the way back, and I'm talking on a weekly chart, you gotta go back to like November of 2022 when it was like $13. Like that, look, if it fails underneath $20, there's not a lot standing in the way of it. And the clean resistance that it had up at like 50, just seems like that was an obvious sell. Whether it retests those lows, I don't know, but I can tell you that every single EV name that looks like this has retested the lows, pretty much. And I don't think that'll be any different. There was Shopify on that list, and I know we talked a little bit about that. On my note today, I got Shopify for a breakout. I also like a dip in this. It's a Goldman Sachs upgrade. That said, it's the whole post-plunge earnings and then a consolidation setup that I also like as well. Whether they get an upgrade or downgrade, I think if this can just take out 59.5, and you can see it's now made a double bottom. If you count yesterday, this is a triple bottom at $57. And then the setup after that is you calm down after earnings, make a double or triple bottom, and then break out the top. You can call the top 60. I'm looking at like 59.5 here on Shopify. So it's just a pure setup, happens to have the upgrade going for it as well, but Shop looks pretty strong. I cringe, Sharif, at Li Auto, but what? What? I mean, yeah, but you trade that stock.
You know, I held this one for a swing. I've actually never traded it intraday, Neil, but interesting look. Let's look at the chart. This is the daily. So Neil had a fantastic look at the weekly, but this is the daily. And I want to make a couple of observations here, with the exception of this outsized move, and that was an earnings beat, and that quickly retraced. We are in a very established and defined downward channel, essentially, since printing those highs in August of 2023. So that's the first thing here. To point out why I'm pointing out this channel is we're at the bottom end of the channel. So I could be looking here for a $20 bounce on Li Auto to coincide with that $10 level and the bottom end of the channel. In addition to that, look at the RSI. So the RSI is on the bottom, the zigzagging line, the bottom here. Every time we printed a 20 print on the RSI, we've seemed to be able to bounce back off that. So even though it's a bad look for Li Auto, I'm looking at the technicals here, and there's a lot pointing to possible support. So I'll be looking for the next few days to see whether or not it can catch a bid, guys.
Didn't hear.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. As per usual, Sharif's not in his normal spot, but I'm sure he can pull up a chart. All right, we're good. Let's get a look at the futures.
Yeah, I'm going to chart the NQ today because I got caught off a little bit by surprise there. 18.8, guys, on the NQ is the level that we've been dealing with for a little bit of time now. Yesterday's closing print right at that 18.8 area. It's 18.798, so just a smidge below that. So if we continue to move up here, and I see Nvidia and Meta are moving up these markets, let's use 18.8 as that level of support. If we give way at 18.8, let's go ahead and look at this level over here, 18.7 2/3. That was a top that we really couldn't break through yesterday until the afternoon on the NQ.
All right, let's do this. If you have not done so yet, make sure you grab that. Super easy. Go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for the pop-up, enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for absolutely nothing every single day. Comes right to your inbox. Nvidia is going right now, actually, just about to take out the highs ahead of earnings to come after the close tonight. 0.5% here already as the market starts to get going at 9 o'clock here. But yeah, no news now, but there's going to be a lot coming up after 4 o'clock tonight.
And I think the big thing, too, with Nvidia is we did have that move down yesterday with regards to that Amazon story that, oh, Amazon's halting their orders for these chips, waiting for the more advanced chips. However, then Amazon or AWS comes through and actually clarifies to Reuters, actually, it's just for that one joint project. Yep. Everything else is all good. So I think that clarification, well, certainly not the only thing propelling Nvidia. We did have earnings coming up tonight, of course. I don't think that hurt either. So nice little move to the upside here for Nvidia to kick off what should be a pretty interesting day and week for the stock.
Yeah, the market not really playing along here. We're back to positive on the NASDAQ, but it's basically flat. Same story for the ES. Still slightly negative, but here goes Nvidia, guys, already.
You had a feeling this might make a bit of a run. Whether or not yesterday some sellers that maybe were going to take profit before earnings, maybe they just took that opportunity on that headline, which of course ended up needing clarification. Maybe they did that, and that can pave the way for a bit of a rally today. Ideally, this would have waited until the open for a break of this top. So, best laid plans are irrelevant. Everyone knows that. I could throw some kind of euphemism out there or something like if you really wanted it. But back into 955, 950 is a level, 945. Essentially on dips, it's like every $5 into here I think is worth looking for it. At the open, you've had these big buy candles on Nvidia the last couple. I think it's like 3 of the last 4 days or something like that. You had these big buy candles, and essentially, if that doesn't happen today, I'd be looking for the dip. In chip space, I know it's a sympathy play, and I know everyone's going to look to see if AMD can follow Nvidia, but as long, and I've been trading this every single day that's been here, as long as this is just hugging the 50 period and consolidating this level, it's been a good short on AMD if you can catch the highs up at 68, 69. Yesterday it was the 65 level. That won't come into play. I think you got to look back into the actual top here at 67. So 67 and 69 I think can still be some fades for AMD. But as far as Nvidia goes, if it does that little dip at the open, just got to look for it to hold one of those even dollars. At the end of the day, they're expecting 8% in terms of movement after market. Like, that's the kind of number that can double, no problem.
Yep.
Like, forget about the range today. After market, it could easily double.
As long as that AI train keeps chugging, they're going to keep cranking out the volume. As long as they can keep their production issues down to, to a dull roar and make on, everybody's requesting cards and the chips. Can they keep up with demand? They're leading the parade. They have everybody else. If they can keep up, they should be okay. It's going to be a huge number, I think.
Oh, the numbers always impress. It's just a matter of do they impress enough? Because the expectations are always going to be sky high on this name. But a bit of a disappointment there with the next name in EU sales, despite the fact that Tesla was maybe, I don't want to call it the strongest name out there, but if you just look at the regular stocks that we trade, from a percentage basis, I mean, Tesla was an absolute beast. But what's the deal with them today, guys?
Yeah, a couple things to note here for Tesla. Monster Day yesterday, there's a couple of headlines that came out. One on the Pepsi side. Pepsi signing up for a whole bunch of semi-trucks from Tesla. That was about here when we got that secondary move. There's this note this morning coming out of, as you guys were mentioning there, Bloomberg reporting that European sales were down significantly to a 15-month low, 13,951 in April. So some discounts possibly in order to light a fire maybe under some buyers over in Europe again.
And one thing as well that was mentioned in the report specifically is the fact that Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, actually did highlight saying that he thought this quarter would be, quote, a lot better. So definitely not a great number to be getting so early in the quarter. Apparently also worth noting, sales in Germany specifically dropped in Tesla, but increased overall for EVs. So doing comparatively weaker than what we're seeing in some of these other EVs in Europe, guys. So that's certainly worth note.
Yeah, I mean, after the move yesterday as well, maybe a bit of a pullback needed here this morning for Tesla. There was also this note, the Model 3 exceeding range. I've actually seen a few reviews of this, or the performance version of the Model 3 exceeding expectations across the board. It's not even available yet, but 303-mile EPA range on the performance version of the Model 3, beating initial estimates for Tesla as well. Randy, I also just saw that 2,100 plus Lamborghinis getting recalled in the U.S.
Which is big because they don't really sell that many
That's
compared
a
to, say,
number.
That's a big number, but maybe they're taking a page out of
What's
Ford's
going
book.
on here?
Oh, how the tides have turned.
Coffee for you, fine sir?
I wasn't sure what you want. I got 2 milk. I wasn't sure what you're.
That's good.
All right.
Is it the almond milk?
So there we go. So how are things going over here?
Randy's killing it.
Wow, this looks like a really impressive operation here. What does it take to get on a show like this?
Well, you know what? This is an extensive vetting process
Okay.
that we have to do, which didn't exist for any of us here.
Why the hell am I long 5,000 shares of Tesla? What exactly is happening
You
here?
might have to open some windows back up. By the way.
Yeah, I see that.
It's all good.
All right.
It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm out of here.
back to Brendan's comments about that. I mean, again, the semi usually flies under the radar. Deliveries down in Europe. The extended range of the Model 3 is good news. Overall, don't forget we had a fire, or no, an electrical substation fire in Berlin and sabotage, and I mean, there's been issues there. I mean, I expect deliveries in Europe to actually level out. Are they going to be depressed a little bit? Yes, there's a bit of market saturation going on, but as long as they're still producing and delivering, again, no Model 2 in sight. But the semi deliveries to Pepsi, it's again, it flies under the radar. I was reading on Reddit last night. It's a bigger piece of the pie ongoing. We don't always talk about commercial electric vehicles, but they have a huge impact on a lot of companies' bottom lines, including Pepsi, Anheuser-Busch, Costco. There was other manufacturers or companies that were buying these semis. So it really long-term projects some profit margin to them. Tesla, again, down just 2% here pre-market, but I do see a bounce back, but not right away. I think we're going to have to wait a little bit more for some good news and see what the delivery numbers are globally. Again, no word on the Model 2, but I think there's good things coming. It's just, the typical Elon noise.
Elon noise. So speaking of Elon noise, the stock is in the middle of it's not really Elon noise, but it's like right in the middle of yesterday's the range is just diddling. I don't even know what to tell you. I would have expected we'd be tighter to the 187 after the strength that we saw in yesterday's trade. 187 is the level on the daily. I got 180 still marked off, and I feel like if we're sitting in here in the middle of nowhere, 180 is the buy zone for me. It broke out from that level. You've now held the 50-period moving average after a bounce off the 200. I mean, all systems go. I think if you get to $200, there's resistance up at that price. 187 on the daily, it's already turned there yesterday.
You think it'll bounce around 180?
Yeah, I'm looking for the 180 dip buy. I don't have a bid out on it. I mean, it's 9:10, so there's still some time, but I'll be on that bid looking for a 180 bounce this morning.
Yeah.
I just don't like diddling in the middle. Oh, BNED just broke above $1, and there's a buyer above $1, so I'm long at 101. Very creatively there. That's Barnes & Noble, by the way. I know. I say BNED because BNED, but it's Barnes & Noble for everybody that actually cares about the actual name of the company there. Sean is absolutely chilling on that fantastic couch that we have, but he'll get back to his station to set a few things back up because I don't think those charts, you open that back up, I don't think that's linked properly. Let's go back and talk about, Target, that was bad. Yeah, Target's not good.
Ugh.
That sucked.
Yeah, downside in a pretty big way here. It's still falling right now, actually. Day lows coming into play here, coming off miss across the board for TGT, and also the forecast not meeting expectations. There's, I'm just going through a couple of negative notes from analysts on this one as well. But yeah, just actually going red here on this for the month as well. It wasn't actually positive.
Tough look for them. I'll talk about some of the things they did well before I list all the things they did poorly. Digital ad sales grew year over year. They're trying to grow e-commerce, so that's good. Improvement in apparel sales, which has higher margins on clothing, so that's good as well. Limited edition collection in unique items drove traffic and spending. What they did bad, Brendo, they missed earnings expectations for the first time since November of 2022. Definitely lower spending on discretionary items, which has higher margins, as we know, and more competition from like Walmart and Aldi, as well as a bit of a drop in cosmetics, which is another higher margin item.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, I think, across the board, regardless of what you're selling, to compete with online at this point. You know, even the exchanges are getting better if you want to, swap something out for a different size or whatever. I found one. There's one. Telsey Advisors maintaining outperform on target. So a positive note here on the back of a bit of a disaster of an earnings report here, guys.
Yeah, we'll let Sean fix his layout. Randy wasn't here that long, but
What kind of websites is this guy checking out?
he made.
I left for 10
made
minutes.
himself at home. You know, Randy.
see
Randy's
that.
gonna get comfortable. Let's be real. That's
see
just
that.
how he rolls.
He subscribed to Blue Chew? What was this guy doing over here?
Well, it's free. There was the free.
Oh yeah, okay.
Deal,
Well,
so-
you better have used his email.
Might get
Damn,
with $5
Brody.
shipping you have to spend. Target maybe SSR. That's a bit, I mean, it's down 10%, and that's the only thing that would be on my mind for Target in the 140 level. So it's 155.78 is where it closed. So 140 and change, it'll be short sell restricted. It's not a good looking daily chart. I don't know why that's missing data, but it doesn't really matter. That could be a bounce spot just because it could go short sell restricted at the open, a couple of ticks lower, and there could be like a 140 bounce play. And again, when you take that setup, or at least an SSR setup, it's acknowledging the stock is trend down. I'd like to see it false break the level and then come back above, put a tight stop, forget about a VWAP retrace. I'm throwing that out the window. That VWAP's all skewed by these dark pools. I think you'd look for something into 42, if that's even the case with Target. That's the only play I'm looking for on this stock. If it wasn't down 10%, or potentially down 10% at the open, I don't think I'd even have it on the radar.
I mean, this stock just keeps getting hit. It seems like all the time they can't get out of their way. I mean, they did have a good quarter here, obviously, but that gap has just been filled. It was filled basically yesterday, and then now today, me and Adair and I talked. See, well,
You actually can say it either way.
it is
In
Adair.
that case, it's Adair and I. Because you would say I talked about it.
Right.
And so you're saying Adair and I talked
Adair's-
about it. It's like, oh, you guys hung out with me, then you guys hung out with Adair and me. Because it was
Right. So no mic on, so we will stop. But she's right. So she was just explaining to me that I can say Adara and I. But we talked about this yesterday here, about this gap fill. There's a theory that all gaps get filled. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, I guess we can look that up. But right here, I mean, that was their big day back in March. Boom. and then now next report, right back down to the downside. So you filled that gap at 155, and then now it's all the way down. So you have to look for the next support level. Maybe we stop in and around this 130 wouldn't be bad. I mean, this looks like a bunch of garbage down here. So they fought through it, came back, 105 up to 180. That's an 80% move. 80% move. So now that I look at this, I don't feel that bad for Target anymore. That was an awesome opportunity. Look at this, double touch, triple touch the tops, 1, 2, 3, back in, boom. This is actually, just on the daily chart, I mean, Target looks pretty sweet to me for technically trading. So let's wait to see if we can get something in around 130. That makes sense for this trade. Retail's not dead. Walmart proved that. So Target just needs to get their act together, and I think they will. I like Target, but let it breathe a little bit. Into 130, I think, is a better buy.
All right, PDD on the other hand, going the opposite direction here. A nice beat for them right across the board. We are off the highs, however. 160 was a bit of a problem for PDD. It was 7%, now 5.7%. The initial move was wild here in the pre-market this morning. It was down. This actually happened way down here. It's like a wick now, but this actually happened this morning, the initial move going downside.
That's the first thing Neil told me. He's like, this thing can't make up its mind. So I asked him, I'm like, did the call come on? Did something change fundamentally? What really changed here? Guys, this was a monster beat. Their revenue grew 131% year over year on the corner. They absolutely killed on earnings. The street was looking for 10 yuan and 7 EPS. They printed 20.72 yuan, so doubling that. The only real, kind of concern here was the cost of revenue grew substantially year over year, about 200%. So it's costing them a lot more money to keep the fulfillment, to keep the shipping. It's free shipping, do you know?
Yeah.
Even from China into North America. It's crazy on the Temu app. So great look for them here.
I see those ads all over the place now for Temu. Absolutely everywhere. You're not wrong. It was 7:30 this morning was the earnings call. So
That makes sense.
Yeah, lots and lots of comments, guys, for PDD.
Yeah, the reversal was swift, and we talk about why, if you're not paying attention to an earnings call, you have no idea what's going on. Especially in the pre-market, it's not the worst idea to sit out the stock, because anybody that went short on the initial move, you could have made a lot of money if you immediately got out. But that reversal was swift, and it was nasty if you were caught in it. I can only imagine. Obviously, I'm not trading that. It's at a 52-week high. It's not an all-time high. This was at $200 a few years ago, but 153 was the previous top. 150 was kind of like a consolidation level. I think that's the go zone. A lot of times we will see the big gaps up on Chinese ADRs at the U.S. Open tend to get sold for potential gap fills. I think that puts you right into that pocket right off the bat. If it can hold 150, great. That's where I'd be looking for a dip. Alibaba on sympathy is not what I would have hoped for. It's actually trending down pre-market. It got a slight move to the downside when PDD opened up or sort of had their earnings release, and then just did not participate at all in the bounce. So BABA's looking relatively weak today. All of that said, it's still in a decent upward trend for Alibaba. I don't have a defined level for a dip buy, but because I'm looking for a trend up on Alibaba, if it can maybe hold a 144, then establish, I should go to a 3-minute chart for this, and then establish back above VWAP at some point in the morning, then I can look for that VWAP bounce play on Alibaba. But this is the first day in a while that I don't have a level that I like to dip buy BABA, especially with its relative weakness today. It's just going to have to set up some kind of a long, holding the pre-market lows, bouncing off VWAP in the late morning, and then work for that. Otherwise, we're just going to wait for the 150 bid on PDD.
I never thought, I was watching Saturday Night Live and I actually just thought of something.
SNL.
The thing about the Temu app is it's actually quite genius, because you buy something like a piece of clothing and then you wear it twice and then it's wrecked and then you got to buy it again. So it's like a really genius business model there. So I really like that. But I was just going to look at Ethereum right now, not doing much ETHE in the pre-market here, but we do have that noted that it's at 3,700. Nice move up into 35. We don't have crypto on the board, so let's just do it quickly right here. That high, $36, that's that 41 or so. We've had a huge move up. Now, we had Brian Shannon on the show yesterday. Any kind of a reversal in ETHE will create this thing to move more than Ethereum, the coin itself, just because of the premium that's baked into this. So it's goes both ways. When you have a huge move up, you can also have a move back in. So we have to watch that. So I'm going to be looking at ETHE, and I'm just paying for shorts right now because we have to do that. It's not even a cent a share. It's so super cheap right now. Well, it's about a little bit more than a cent a share, actually. But anyways, that's what we're going to be looking at here with ETHE dancing around. Bitcoin 69.37 for Ethereum. So let's keep our eye on some of that trading as well.
And woof, back downside here. I just saw another volume spike coming in here on this Petco, so just heads up. Shopify, we were talking about earlier, if you were with us, to start things off, back to $59 here in the pre-market. Yeah, Goldman Sachs with a really nice note on Shopify, the upgrade coming through this morning to buy from neutral going to $74.
Yeah, Goldman analyst Gabriela Borges liking this one, saying that the recent decline in the price is a really attractive entry point. 23% year-to-date drop in the stock, so she's upping her price target by 10% to $74, which is about a 30% upside from where it's currently trading. She likes it, and she says they have a good moat, and she's buying.
Yeah, staring this 59.60 area in the face here to start things off today, guys.
Very quickly, because I want to just mention BNED here. It's back above $1 just quickly on the chart. If it breaks this consolidation before the open, because before the open, I'm going to take out half and hold the other half for the 90 stop level, and then do a little scalping out into the high of the day, just to give you an idea there. I want to see this one open up above $1, and I'll feel a little bit better about its prospects. Shop, whether or not it actually takes out this consolidation level, that's what it's all about for me today. Post earnings, obviously it's been in a bit of a downtrend, but we said triple bottom if you include yesterday's low, which technically you didn't really bounce off of. And then if it takes out 59.5, I think it's a go zone for Shopify. So nice consolidation breakout at 59.5. Upgrade just happens to be the catalyst that can get this going. So you let something calm down after earnings, and here it is, up 3%. It's got a monster gap to be filled, and even the smaller one is $3 if you can get to that like 63-ish level.
Okay, so now we know that Kathy Wood watches the show. Obviously, we get Powell and Warren calling in all the time. And now we can confirm that whoever that was, no, stop it. See, they can't.
Warren.
This is the thing. They want all the smoke, but they can't get it. Because now we got to add one for Goldman Sachs. Because I don't know whoever that lady was there, but she's obviously listening. Yesterday, Katina Capital was waiting for that upgrade, and then now today it came. So we already had Shopify in our mind yesterday. It's pretty much the number one idea. It's up here. But at this level, not really moving around in the pre-market, we love Shopify long. So it's 59.50. It is a big time zone. We're going long through 59.50. I really, really like that move. I mean, we might even just have to take 59 straight off the open. But either way, good move so far for Shopify, up that 3% and holding forward. I mean, the market's going up. I would have liked to see Shopify move a little bit more than it is right now. But still, love the name, and we'll probably buy more, during lunch, or probably be too late at that point, but whatever, we'll get it. I like it 360 anyways, so yeah, Peter Lynch, yeah, I mean, there's lots of people that we talk to on a regular basis, so that was another one. All right, let's go back over to the desk to Sharif.
We're talking about the measured move all week, guys, and today we're going to get a bit more nuance, spotting higher probability breakouts with the measured move. Catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Thank you very much there, Sharif. Still, I mean, it's pretty early for the
Yeah, what happened? You guys just ran through things.
Well, we're bursting through, because we actually talked about a few of the things on the watch list before we even got to 9 o'clock. It's unavoidable with Tesla was moving around, and there is some news on Amazon, and I know some people are looking at that. The imbalances, there's nothing just yet. When it gets closer to the open, we can go back to that. But right now, BNED's like 700,000, and nothing on the imbalances is over 3. It's still early. Very quickly, I'd mentioned Apple's strength, but we didn't actually go over the chart. Yesterday was a good dip buy into previous support levels, so we'll look for the same thing. Now, obviously, 190.75 is where it held onto yesterday, so I like that level right in around that 91. If we don't get that, and we're simply right back into 191.5, let's make it easier for you guys to see there. Like 191.5 was this level right off of the open where it dipped after breaking out. So I like a couple of dip buys over there on Apple. And then Amazon, refreshing Alexa. Obviously, look, they're going to be doing, that's not anything that is unexpected. If you're gonna do a revamp of Alexa to use AI, then that's how everyone expected it. But what's more important about Amazon is the bounce off the 50 period, and I think it can make a nice little rally back into those highs. Holding that line, it made a nice wipeout bottom above 183. I'm gonna like the long. The news came before or after I put my note out, but I do like this 183 hold on Amazon for the open. So I'm going to get a bid out in front of that for 9:30.
Yeah, so we actually had Amazon all over our sticky note today as well. So I was just going to look at that because I know you guys didn't talk too much about it. It's on here right now. We can actually review it quickly just to see what else is here. So we'll go the plays that I like so far for today, just real quick. I mean, we have on the sticky note here, we've got Nvidia long 950 or a pre-market high break. So I was just looking at that with the imbalances out now. It looks like we'll have to break through 960, unfortunately. It just keeps on going up. I like the Tesla short, but that's a dangerous play. We love the Amazon long down here, so we'll see if we can grab that. Shopify 59.50, that's already in. So as soon as that breaks, your boy is going long Shopify. That's not even a question. GameStop long 20, we missed that yesterday. But again, what are you supposed to do? We tried it, and then Apple, we didn't try it, is the problem. We had it written down there, but then we were gone during lunchtime, and that broke. 193 short there on Apple. So that's what's here. You go find it, and then by the way, happy Nvidia Wednesday, as I think it's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster. Not in the market. I don't think the market's going to be too crazy. Yeah, so I don't mind a little bit of a dip by opportunity here in Amazon. So with just a couple minutes to go, let's check out on those imbalances as they just came through for NASDAQ. So a whole bunch of nothing. FFIE's on here for 300,000, but other than that, I'm not really seeing any big-time names that is going to affect anything here off the open. So we'll say a pass on the imbalances. Look to Amazon. I wrote down 182. That's yesterday, but you know, whether or not that comes in, I think we could start the bidding in and around 182.50. I don't know where my... Oh, I think what happened was he completely changed all of everything on here. So now I'll have to figure out. For sure. Yeah, this is the 1 minute chart. So it's I got to fix the timing on this. But anyways, Amazon, yesterday's close, 182.50-ish. I'll just figure that out in a minute.
And okay, bit of a move there. When I say a bit of a move, it's a couple, a dollar and a half there on AMD. So Nvidia just pulled back a dollar or so, and AMD showing all kinds of strength going into the open. 169 is still going to be that resistance zone for AMD. It was just asked if we were looking at ARM again today. Yeah, ARM just does not do pre-market volume, and when there's not a catalyst, it doesn't really grab your attention in the pre-market unless it's like earnings or something. But the 50 period has been hugged. It could break this out today. Super strong mover. If it gets above 170, it's like 117.5, 118. I think this one has a chance to really run. Just remember what happened at $122 when the stock failed at that level. It was just absolutely nasty for a couple of days in a row. And I think that could go into trouble for sure. As mentioned on BNED, scalped some out, and then I said I was going to get a bunch out in front of the 98 level because it's a pre-market, and then hold the rest for the 90 level we had mentioned earlier. So if 90 holds the open, then I'll look to jump back in to add AMC APE stock conversion accord upheld by Delaware High Court. Yeah.
Ha-ha.
I mean, AMC actually, there was a slight move to the downside off of that, but
kaboom!
Really, down about 5 cents.
Down
there.
On that?
4 or 5 cents. On that. Not really much movement there. I'd rather be, GameStop's got a little better movement on it, and then of course, there's those other lower float names like BuzzFeed's moving around today. I think that's a little bit better to be trading. So if this does maybe make another attempt at the $5 break, I'd be on it, but not a lot of reaction out of AMC based on that headline. We'll keep an eye on it. Just feels as if in the last couple of days, GameStop has made these late day rallies. Those were really good, so look back to those levels. It broke out from 2050 and then dipped off 2050 at the close. You guys saw that in the late day show. So we'll look for that level to try and hold on again today. Yeah, not much going on with that AMC off the news, but it is worth a watch. If it starts squeezing again, that 5 break can always be good. Nvidia's
it's coming in, so that
Nvidia's really starting to come in here.
Really?
Well, considering AMD was going higher, Nvidia down 5 when AMD just went up a couple bucks. A little bit interesting. If it gets to that 950, I think it's the first bounce zone I would look for. If it breaks 945, I think you go gap filling.
Yeah, so again, we have it on the sticky note here, 950. So we are already bidding there. So we're bidding 950 right now on Amazon or pre-market high, and I'm going long 959. So I already have these orders in. So either this comes into 950, it fills me, or I go long at 959. So one or the other is going to happen here. Immediately on Nvidia, I expect to get this one first. With only 30 seconds to go right now, I mean, unless something showed up on the imbalance for Nvidia, which it didn't. I just saw Uber on there. Oh, there's Shopify with a small buy as well. All right, we got to go back over to Nvidia. What am I even doing? All right, with only 15 seconds to go, I will be getting into Nvidia pretty much immediately, I would assume, now. So here we go, Adara.
A countdown is on. It is your hump day Wednesday, but more importantly, it's NVIDIA earnings day. Let's ring that bell in 2 and 1. Let's go.
All righty then. 946 maybe a bottom for Nvidia if we do wind up getting in trouble on this play, which we're not in yet. So we're chilling out for now on this play. We may take a small break of Shopify if it does break 59 early. Nvidia not doing much. So let's go over to another name that we're looking at. So we have the Shopify break through 59.50. That's a while away. We may have to play dip buys on Shopify because it's not really doing anything. Nvidia's trying to go now, so here we go. We will get punched into Nvidia as soon as it takes 59, which should be momentarily. So watch out for an Nvidia pump up. Just hit 57 again, pulling back dollars here on Nvidia. Shopify maybe 58.50 for a buy. We'll put it a little bit lower.
Yeah, Tesla, a little move down, but not a heck of a lot yet for Tesla. Still holding 182s pretty nicely. AMD was the story going into the open, not on an imbalance,
Tesla
just sort of out of nowhere, running higher. Didn't get to 69, but it did make a tag at that 168 level. BNED still holding the 90. Pinduoduo was the other one. Whoa, what is going on with my drop down? I typed PDD and a bunch of other stocks just came up there. Pinduoduo just tanked $8, $9.
Hello.
What the heck is going on, PDD? So big
It's what I
gap
said.
fill
Everyone's
on
taking
PDD.
back. Everyone's
Where's
taking their clothes
Alibaba? So Baba's making a dip. I said there might not be a big dip in Alibaba to buy into, but that certainly can be the case. So big move in PDD. Watch out, everybody.
Yeah, 25 cents right now in Shopify. Nice move upside right here. So we got first position of the day for either right now. Nice move to the upside here for Shopify. We'll see if it fades back. We take out 20% there at 20s or 25s or whatever it was, 20s. All right, so there it is. So early position, Shopify, quick out, still could fade. We're waiting. Tesla, by the way, for anybody looking at TSLA, I don't know. I thought this name would be a little bit more of a mover than what we've had, but we just gapped right there, actually. We were just looking at it at 182. It just pumped to 183.50. Maybe Tesla on this move back up in the market, starting to go. I'm going to be into Nvidia, just a matter of time, I would imagine. Now, 957 with the market starting to go upside. What's up, Adara?
SunPower continuing to push to the upside here. SPWR getting this nice volume wick here right off the open in this 3-minute chart, announcing that it's adding the Tesla Powerwall 3 to its residential solar and storage product portfolio. So nice Tesla-related story here for SPWR with strong volume off the open, guys.
All right, so Tesla
950 doesn't happen, but...
Yep, Tesla fills right there. We are at 9. We've got a nice one on right here. We talked about what we're going to do. We take a little piece off there at 960 flat, just because that's where we offered. Now let's see what happens here. We are in Nvidia, so it does break that 959. We're long at 959 quarters right there. We did take a fill at 60. We were waiting right there at 60. So now let's see what fades out back into the downside. 954 and change. I mean, we don't want to hold it that low, but hey, if it gets down into there, that is the 200 period moving average. So nice little retracement back in now, breaking lower. So a temporary false break there at the high, but it's all good. We're still, well, it's not all good, but we're going to hold it. And then Shopify still hanging around 59. So it's Nvidia that's on my mind right now.
Yeah, Nvidia made that break, but I just got wicked out. I mean, obviously, I would have been wicked out regardless on that AMD short, but that was intense. And big move back on Nvidia there. But I was short in AMD, and it just went fleshy on me. But here comes that 950 on Nvidia as well. So I'm going to be long out in front of that as well. We did grab it. What an unbelievable. That's like, it's going to look nasty if this ends up being the worst possible out in AMD. I got the 169 short. And I lost on it. It looks like it's coming back in there. I am long Nvidia. Just one more thing. This Pinduoduo move
Oh, I had to get some.
You know what? Forget it. We missed the chance on Pinduoduo. Let's get out of there. Pinduoduo, that drop, it just pulled back $5. I was going to say I'm going to look for a buy zone on PDD, but that looks like it's already back, a $5 move. I'm not chasing it on PDD. That was a weird candle off the open. Here comes that 950 level. I should still be short on advanced micro devices, but we're now into AMD. Nvidia long. I just want to see if I can get back into this off the 170 high. I'm going to throw a stop. Maybe 169.50 if we come back up. I do.
Oh, no.
But here comes the 50 level on Nvidia. It's about to get taken out. Adara.
We have a small cap runner to watch out for here, SYTA, Seattle Mobile. They have news. They did announce the expansion of its relationship with its luxury resort property, Bahamar Resorts in Bahamas. So nice little catalyst for it. It's up about 85%. Some things to keep in mind, though, as well. We have a $1.74 million market cap, so very small market cap, float of about 723,000 shares, and 11.5% of those shares are sold short. So high short float and small float on watch here for SYTA, guys.
Siata. All right, nice move back up now for Nvidia. We don't have the best prices here by far.
Well, my
We're not Walmart or anything like that. Watch out for a 948 break, basically into disaster striking right now for Nvidia. I mean, this has been a bad trade as it just keeps going downside. So we punched the top there. We get a little bit out at 960, and then the rest is history. Bad trade right now for Nvidia.
Yeah, I mean, I got myself a bad price, but I'm 49's my out. The 48, I'm not holding it into 48. I think after that, the 45 level can come into play. Stick a fork in that AMD. That's frustrating, but it is still tracking. Like, it is still tracking underneath. Like, maybe we'll get something back into a short. But, you know, I'm going to slap the L on the dip buy on Nvidia, but it should have been tempered by the short that we still liked in AMD, and we didn't actually grab that. If 950 reestablishes, I don't mind getting back into that trade, but I stopped out the 49 on Nvidia. Going to have to find my way back into the shorts somehow on AMD because that level held almost perfectly.
All right. Well, yeah, we're still in it, but I mean, we're not necessarily in it to win it. It doesn't look like right now. All right. So we'll wait to see if we do get a little bit of a move back. I just tried to get some out there at 51 as we saw it reject. We're still in the game. I mean, it's not. It's a bad trade for. I mean, here it goes. Now it's going to be worse if it goes down. We're still in the game. It's not the end of the world here, but yeah, punching that top, we got a little excited there about Nvidia. Needless to say, with earnings, thought it was going to go, and here it comes. Going to crank right through 48 right now, and there it is. That's that bottom. So, okay, a little bit of a hit, obviously a big hit there, but that's okay. We're going to let it try to settle down. I still like the long, but there's the break. We tried to fight it. Remember, I was like, oh, $20? Well, it just moved $12 on us to the downside. So, hey, we take the shot there. Tough one on Nvidia for sure. Shopify, we're still in that. I still want to stay. I'm still in Nvidia. I want to stay with it a little bit. But again, to be too stubborn, I mean, this name, like I was saying, could just keep on going to the downside. So let's wait to see. We'll buy a little bit here against 945, and then that break is it. We will get out of that. So let's set up the stop orders. We just bought a little bit more now, but it's going to the downside here.
Yeah, it's stopped me out. Like I said, I'm slapping the fail, but I should still be in that AMD short. But what you have to do in a moment like that is, I was just double checking ARM to see if that was available for short, but it's already pulled back in. You just have to look for the next trade, right? Like, you can't get that back. You can't go back in time unless you've got the flux capacitor, then you're all good.
Yeah, which thank God we do.
So maybe VWAP, maybe we'll get something off 168. Shop still hasn't broken out, so you got to watch out for that. BuzzFeed, I want to get to BuzzFeed in a second because that actually blew out the top. So there could be a nice little move off of VWAP for BuzzFeed. I was in, once that level broke on BNED, the 90, we were out, and I haven't looked back. It's probably down to like $80, but BuzzFeed is the one that looks like it wants to go.
Oh my
so
God.
BuzzFeed over 4, I'd go for dip buys on this. We just wanted it to open up. It was way too choppy off of the open. 380 is the support level on BuzzFeed off the opening range. So if it dipped back into 4, it's a small capper. We said there's 2 or 3 of them that we like. We'll see what happens there. Pinduoduo was the other big, ridiculous move. By the time I was like, oh, this is too crazy, let's try to find a bottom on it, it was already back up $5. I think that kind of a liquidity grab has me wanting to go long. But the 150 level is what I needed to hold originally, so I want to see it hold off that 150. Then we can jump back over to it. GameStop is trying to make a bit of a bounce as well. Still nothing on Shopify. and I keep looking for AMD to make some kind of a move that we can play. But I'll be looking at that chart for quite some time. Right. Thank you, AMD. Thank you, Nvidia. Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, I knew those could be the two that I'm going to be trading. Shopify still hasn't broken out that top, but we'll just have to be patient waiting for the next setup. Amazon did break out. We didn't catch that one off the 183. It didn't get anywhere close. VWAP sits just above 184. I'm buying dips on Amazon. Strong name relative to the market, which is flat. Amazon up 1%.
All right, so we're just going to try to breathe and see if Nvidia wants to go back up. Like, I don't know. Well, we went through all that. We just got a little bit of an exhaustion candle, maybe to the downside, 942. I was bidding 940 for a little bit more, but once we saw sort of that wick to the downside there, we did buy some more back there in Nvidia, but it was just a 944 buyback. So we're only $2 in the money now, back up to the upside rate now. I'm really thinking, like, if we're lucky enough to get like a 948 or something like that back to the upside here, okay, well, it's getting close. Maybe we should take it. We're making a little bit back here. So again, to be wrong that way is bad for sure. It's not a great sign, but you know, we don't want it. There it comes, coming right back in there. Maybe the buyers just don't exist in this name and everybody's taking profit before that report. We were talking about this yesterday, that there was a good chance that many traders, okay, well, many traders. We just smoked through 940 there almost. A lot of traders are looking at what happened to Amazon, with Amazon yesterday, and possibly thinking, okay, you know, is this the story to look moving forward on possible Blackwell and issues with, you know, maybe some projects holding back. I don't know, but Nvidia today started the day up. And it was right there that we went long. And that's really where it started, buying some 950s and getting out of that. That was okay. But it was really just that take right there and then getting some out. And anyways, back and forth. I don't have to talk about it. You can clearly see what's happening right there. ADRs.
Tesla. Oh.
Quite the morning for PDD so far here. So initially going down a little bit in earnings. So their earnings were really strong. They did beat for Q1 adjusted earnings per share and also for their sales, but initially market reacts a little negatively. Then they spring up. Then we fall right heading into the open. Now PDD making a nice recovery, up about 5.5% again. So PDD absolutely on the move here, guys.
If you had Chinese ADR dropping $7 off of the open, rebounding and going back higher, and then all of the chips getting absolutely destroyed off the open, then kudos to you. I did not have that look. That said, Amazon just bounced off VWAP, so that's the next trade. Here, pre-market breakout was pretty much this level. If it holds on to 184, great. It is relatively strong. I just wanted to get back over to, like, ARM. 2 seconds ago, ARM was breaking out the top. Okay, a few minutes ago. I'm being overly dramatic. But it just broke out the lows. And this is, again, it just wicked and failed the 50 period. So when it's failing the 50 period, I'm looking short. Back into previous close would be $115, essentially like 114.77. So I'm going to look for the fade play on ARM. This is obviously one that we've traded before, but I want to get back on over to it. It is what it is. Like, the chips have made a pretty big reversal, and it's a nasty one here. Amazon does not hold 184. Okay, I just got into ARM. Amazon doesn't hold 184 initially, but I'm going to give it a chance to consolidate in there. I'm risking about like 25, 30 cents initially, but I want to see a higher low get held. This is still, in my mind, a strong stock. If it stabilizes, we'll take a couple more swings at it. Then BuzzFeed just pulled back into 4. Oddly enough, I thought I bid 401, but apparently I bid exactly 4. Don't usually do that. Usually we'll bid 401 or 2, just out of pure habit. But it holds on to VWAP, heading back into the highs. 420 is always a thing on these stocks, so scalping some out into the 420 level because that's what we do.
All right. Yeah, we need Nvidia to get going here a little bit. If this is going to work for it, right there. Okay, here we go. Nice little pop, 949.60. We're back to flat on this again as we continue to sort of bounce around a little bit. 946.71. I'm at 947.80s. Right here, which is where that top is. Let's see if we can get going just a little bit more. Take it back up to the upside here. Someone saying PayPal's going down. We can have a quick look at that. I just put a bid. I'll look at PayPal quickly. I just put a bid on Amazon at 183.50 for some more, or not for some more, but to get some right there. Yeah, nice move down for PayPal right there, down 2.3%.
Oh,
not sure if we might have missed a story on that. We could check in on Block quickly. Yeah, Block's down too, right? Block was $72. Yeah, so there goes Block, Square to the downside as well. down 4.3%. Is crypto okay? Yeah, crypto 69.536, so we didn't really look too much at crypto. Okay, here we go. Nice little move back for Nvidia. So, I mean, now we're $3 in the money, but the damage has already been done. So we need this thing to really retrace its, you know what, back upside. The worst part about it is that we're about 50 cents away from getting more at 940. But we're holding out, man. VWAP's up here at 951, 950. We're getting close to that. We'll put an out all the way up if we can get something in and around 9. What is that price exactly? 952. We'll see if we can get something around there. What's up, A?
Not seeing any news with regards to PayPal, but Bloom Energy, BE on the move here, making this nice pop up above 10% to the upside on the day with strong volume. No news. They do have a short float of about 17.8%. So BE definitely on watch, guys.
A couple of things. Shopify just broke out. BNet is in fact halted. For anyone watching that stock, it is halted at $1.19. The tap is $1.19 on BNet, so it's indicating a flat open, which it's a New York stock. Sometimes it'll update a little bit closer to the 5 minutes. Volatility halt on BNet. BuzzFeed got to 420 and then pulled back in. I'm going to reload this one, but maybe tighter to that 380 level where we're stopping out. So we'll look for a dip buy. Shopify did make the break, 59.50. If you look at it on the higher time frame, that's where we got this breakout from. I'm going to give it back into 59. I think the gap, if it takes out 60, there's room to 63 on the stock. The market did pull back, but is leveling off a little bit here, so you're catching a bit of a bid overall in the market. With any luck, that'll take. I mean, I'm hoping Nvidia goes up higher as well, even though I'm out of it. That said, with that little bounce, I want to respect that ARM leveling off at 114. I'm short 114.33 on ARM. It's not VWAP. It's kind of more off the pre-market lows in here. If it can hold on to these bottoms, I got to respect that. So if it breaks 114 down, I'm going to get some out the first 50 cents of that move. So we're short ARM. I'm not in that BNED, but if it does dip BNED at the open, on the reopen, I want to see if it holds $1. I want to play off that dollar level as many times as I can.
Look, I told you, when we write down a stock that we like and that we put it on the sticky note, we're actually taking shares. So we have a position here in Shopify. And honestly, the way Nvidia's been working today, I don't know, man. Let's just see if this goes. We have it right now. I have an offer at 58 because why? Well, we first started getting long at 59. All right, we got a bunch of outs right there. If it can, we just got a 58. If we could 63s, okay, here we freaking go. This is what we're talking about. Like, honestly, obviously, when you have confidence in a trade and this happens, you can lose a lot of money. But if you're not here to make money, then I've already told you, exit door left immediately. So the idea would be is that if Shopify can go, we also have risk on Shopify. You know, that this is what trading's about. So let's see if we can get a move up on Shopify. Although we just stopped at 65, I will put an offer here in the 60s again to see if we can get some. We're just long here at 50, as you guys can see. Let's see if we can get Shopify going back up to the upside on a Katina Capital upgrade, along with someone like Goldman Sachs jumping on the back of that. So we'll wait. Here it goes. Upgrade on Shopify. We have the position now, and it's on our radar, obviously. And then we just stopped at 950. I'm thinking we just got to put in 950. We were at there it goes. Let's go Shopify. We were at 951.85. I mean, we've done okay getting some money back here, but this name could definitely drop in an instant, obviously, Nvidia. So let's put something up there and just get out if we can get back up here. We'll put like a 950 clean. Hopefully we get that. And Neil, here we damn go. This is, hit that Seanfident sign again if you have that, because here we go. Now we're going back up to the upside on Shopify. So good job so far. Anybody that has that, I know you do as well, Neil. So let's go. Nice move to the upside there on Shopify. That was a good one.
Yeah, it's still going to be good. And if it gets to 60, it could get even better. As we said, there's a $3 gap.
Please.
If you look at that initial earnings move that it had, I just zoomed in so you can see that, but this is what I mean. The $3 gap goes right into here to that $63 level. BNED's going to be open in about 1 minute. I'll get to that one when it has a chance. I thought we'd get into an AMD short. But AMD at VWAP looking for that curl. I'm keeping my eyes on Nvidia, still underneath that 950. So I want to put the short on here, failing underneath VWAP. Yes, we missed it. It is what it is. I got top wick, but there's almost no chance if I'm shorting 69 that I'm holding it to 170. That would be insane. My next offer on Shopify is in front of 60, and if 60 breaks, we'll play it every 50 cents to $1. Interesting. Thank you, Bao. Battery stocks are flying. We'll have a look at some of those a little bit later. On my mind is VWAP here on AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, up 1.5%. Can it fail VWAP? I want to see it start to sell off, and then we can jump into a short. BNED just opened up, but it's ways away from $1. I'm looking for dip buys, not breakouts on that stock.
Oh, man. We are really riding high off this Shopify. I mean, we really needed that, thankfully, because that Nvidia was not good, but we will just sit back and relax because there it is, man. This is, for me, guys, honestly, you know, we talk about trading with share size. It hurts you when this happens, but at least when this happens, you know, you got it. So this has been a good morning for some of these trades, needless to say, and not for others. We're 1 for 1, but the Nvidia one's going to hurt because of that top tick there. Like when I only got out of like 20% up there at 60, and that was just because it was 60. Like I thought it was going. I was like, man, am I doing the right thing? But okay, here it comes, 949. All right, you know what? Forget about it. Let's just get some out right here at 20s. So we'll face slap a little bit for Nvidia, now $5 in the money. It's Shopify, and it is the confident play of the day right there for Shopify. So let's get some claps going. No brankles, you can make some noise, don't worry. So here it goes, Shopify, nice move back up to the upside, $60.10. Now starting to get going right now. So there it is, 60.09, 60.10, starting to go, man. That's it. Wow, good trade there. Thank you to everybody in the chat for that Shopify, and I hope that my confidence gave some to you guys as well with Shopify. So good trade there, as we'll get some out there above 60. Ooh, making my day a lot better there.
Yeah, it was definitely sorely needed, and Shopify delivering the goods, no questions asked. That pun was 100% intended. I'll use that one at least 2 more times today and get some leverage out of Shopify's big move to the upside. It's the strongest thing I'm seeing, but the market's about to take out the high of the day, which brings me right back over to Amazon, which is also delivering the goods, and with it, ideally at VWAP. I got it on the way down, not the ideal way to get into position when it's flushing at the open, but now you're starting to hold a higher low. If this breakout continues on the futures, then I think Amazon can be one to go. I still want to give it to this local bottom. That's 183.90. So I'm going to wet the proverbial beak at VWAP, and then we're going to look for shares a little tighter to the 184. It's established a level here, and if it can hold up, I do still want to be long this stock in any market strength. ARM just double checking. I mean, ARM is still chilling out underneath pre-market lows. That was another. Look, you saw the dump that happened in the chip names. It wasn't just Nvidia. Like ARM dropped $4 at the open as well. So consolidation off the bottom. It's about the 50 period on the daily for me. That's why we're short ARM. Oh yeah, BNED halted. It's halted to the downside. So 110 it's halted at. I just want to see if it holds $1 on that reopen. That actual first up halt was at 98 cents, and we missed that one, but that was right at the open. So 98 cents I think would be the support level if I get a long off the dollar. It just has to reopen in a couple of minutes. I thought we'd be trading some Apple this morning. But we're not getting a dip at 191 into Apple. We're not getting much movement out of Apple. Seems like a little bit of a nothing burger. And then I'll throw under the bus Tesla as well. I thought we'd dip by 180s. Tesla just dipped to 181. It's back to VWAP. So might have to find another place to get the long on Tesla. If it's not going to be the 180 like we had prepared for, we can look trend up, maybe a VWAP hold. This 181 looks pretty good as well. Adara?
Any news on this, but Moderna here up over 5%. The one thing I am seeing is they announced they're going to be presenting some neoantigen treatment data at some conferences coming into the next week. So that could be a mover. They also do have a short float of about 5.5%, so not insignificant. But either way, mRNA, one to watch, guys.
All right, come on, let's go. So we're getting some more out of Shopify here at $60 again. All right, so here comes Nvidia. It just stopped basically again at where we got out at 949. So yeah, we are staring a little bit of a good position in the face. But the thing is like, I'm still thinking we can get back north side. But if the futures are doing this, and Nvidia tried to go during this, Yeah, slippery slope, needless to say here, as we could slip way back in. And I mean, this is why your boy trades and talks like the way he does. Because, I mean, Shopify, we just got a piece out there at 60s, you know, multiple, not one piece, multiple pieces out there. You know, when you're trading with bigger share sizes, you want to make sure that you're definitely capturing profit when levels are hit. You know, so like I was just taking them all the way out, 70, that's 75s, a couple fills, that's 85s, this is 93s, that's the break above, that's a 60, there's more 60s, and then a 75. So this is like what trading's all about, making sure that you're able to take profit when profit lies, understand your share size, and trade accordingly. You know, so that's it. And then again, once you have the plan, then you can start upping your shares and so on and so forth, right? There's a lot of traders around here that obviously will trade with lower share size because not as confident or whatever about the plays, right? And so that's the step you need to make to become, you know, a graduated trader right here, like we have behind us. You know, you want to be able to have confidence in your plays and put them on. And when they don't work, they don't work. But then if you don't ever put on size, you're never going to make any money. So I've already said this story back and forth again. If you're not here to make money, then you should probably not be here. And I think that's true of anybody that is a day trader. And by the way, the Freedom and Wealth podcast will be kicking off very, very soon. So get ready for that. That should be a heck of a lot of fun with Brendo and I. But that is true, Rainmaker. In many situations, and according to this, as well as this, size does matter.
I was waiting for that one to come in there. It's been a couple of times. I'm like, I'm not going to say it. I'll let somebody else get to it to be sure. Just very quickly, BNED just opened back up. Held exactly at that halt price of 98 cents. I got threes on the way back up, which is, I had two orders in there. I'm still on the bid at 101. I never got filled at 101 on the way back up, but I did get filled at 3. So a little bit of a miss trying to catch it on the way back through that 98 level to 101. Let's see if it halts up, I'm going to take about half out and then try to hold on for the dream on Barnes & Noble. I keep saying BNED, but for anyone that doesn't know, it's Barnes & Noble. 120 was the original halt up price, so it needs to take that out. I'm going to get off the bid now. We're not going to get those shares, and if we get them, we probably don't want them. So now I'm going to put on the hold. At the end of the day, like anything can happen in this stock. It's going from halt to halt at this point, but there's not a heck of a lot going on past 130 on the daily. So I want to be in the long if it gets back up to that 130, not punching the top. I do not want to punch any tops on Barnes & Noble today, just only looking for dip buys. ARM, I did not get filled on the bid, which is a bit strange, because I'm like right here. I guess I got missed by a couple of cents there on ARM, trying to get 113.8 out. But it is starting to calm down a little bit on ARM. With the market leveling off and trying to go higher, I need to get something out here on ARM. I want to be reloading this if it gets to the 115 level, and I haven't yet taken anything out on ARM. Still a weak stock, and if Nvidia's underneath 950, I'll still like the fade play, but I'm a ways away from VWAP there. BNED, if it does continue to go higher, it's a New York stock. It kind of trips me up every single time. If it breaks out the high, I got to move my trail because I don't want to get caught in a down halt. So every 10% or so, I'm just going to move my trail up on Barnes and Noble.
All right. So we just got some more out of Shopify, like I said here, and waiting for Nvidia. The spot I put for Nvidia is a breakthrough VWAP up into 952. I mean, if we can get something out at 952 there, I think that would be fantastic on the way back up. But I mean, for right now, the fact that it's not moving while the market's trying to go higher is not a sign for success. Like, we could even punch some out here if it breaks back below. Right here, 946. I'm not going to do that, but I don't think that's there it goes. I don't think that's a horrible plan as it's starting to come back in. I'm not looking at AMD or anything. I'm just looking at this name. So hopefully it can hold. This is obviously a beast of its own right now, and we just got to fail underneath VWAP. So I mean, it's trading exactly the way we thought it would now. I mean, we said that would be a little more calm today. We just liked the long early, and it was wrong. So we, stamp our trade on it and our reputation, and that's what it is, right? And so, you guys can just judge us by, we're going to be 1-1. You know, you could judge us by that, and I told you we'll be red because we did have that huge break there on Nvidia. So we'll wait for it. Coming back in, will be one trade winner, one trade loser. Hopefully, if you took them, you're in the same situation. But again, the Shopify one, you had to. We were so confident in Shopify, we actually bought the 59 break early. So we actually had basically a quarter of our position there. Then we added 3 times that position on the break. That's why I said a quarter. So we had 3 times that position right there. So when that got going, yeah, it did matter and it made a difference. So that was a good one, thankfully for that. Let's just check in on GME right now, 2120s. So we're still here. We were waiting for 20 to break, waiting to get long near 20. So that could be something there if we want that. And then Advanced Micro Computers, AMC, that's what it is, right? Making the move down to 450 right now.
Oh, fake.
Okay, fake halt on BNED?
Yeah, so, well, I'm calling it a fake halt, but you guys know what I mean. BNED got to the halt band, looked like it was about to, it looks like it was a halt band, looked like it was about to halt. I took a little bit out there. As it tagged it, it did not end up halting. You're still going higher. At this point, you know, I guess I'm not going to take anything else. Unless it halts, and I'll look at the reopen. Otherwise, that halt 110 level, if it's underneath that price, then we'll get out. Barnes & Noble's not the only small cap runner that's going. Shout out to anybody that has this one. Ka-ching. And I'm really hoping, there was a couple of boys in the back. We were talking about this on the subway afternoon on Novavax. The squeeze play with a fundamental reason why it is up. And Novavax up another 12%. They got the Sanofi deal. Okay, BNED's going into another potential fake halt. This time it actually, you know, it's going to halt this time, so I'm not going to get anything. I spoke too soon. But Novavax, they got the deal with Sanofi. It's broken out the top yet again. I feel like this is too late to chase it, so there will be no chase for me. I'm going to move my trail on BNED up to $1.20. It looks like it could be resisting halts every single time. Now powering up, it just got to 135. But congratulations anyone long this NVAX. I think it's a good one. They staved off going bankrupt, essentially, with that deal. Let's go to happening now with ADRs.
We had a couple of minor numbers coming through at 10 a.m. here. Existing home sales coming in slightly lower than expected, 4.14 million versus consensus and forecast of 4.21 million. Existing home sales month over month also lower than expected here, so negative 1.9%, higher than the previous of negative 3.7%, but below the forecast of positive 0.5%. And kind of hard to see with these wicks, but we're still running into a little bit of reduction around that 531 and change area. So it was a bit of a high yesterday, continuing to curl down at this level. S&P 500 slightly down, but basically flat here on the day. Lots of things to look at today. Of course, we have tons of earnings from a lot of different companies. We also have Nvidia reporting after the close tonight, so definitely something to watch out for as well. And at 2 p.m., we'll get the FOMC minutes. In terms of some names to watch out for, Tesla had a great day yesterday, now down about 2.5%. Bloomberg reporting that they had a 15-month low in their Europe sales for April. And we have PDD as well here. Kind of a lot of chop and churn right now, but currently trading still up on the day, but falling a little bit, up about 3.5%. Earnings beat across the board for PDD.
You know, like the earnings, despite that initial drop on PDD, like there was a pretty sizable beat on the top and the bottom lines for PDD. Just a ridiculous price action is the only way to put it. Okay, so still no halts on BNED, but it just did it like 2 or 3 more times. It looks like it got to the band and pulled back in. I'm just going to give it to I said 120, but this halt was actually 119, so it's underneath that. Like if it prints 117, I'm getting out. I'm out of half of Shopify, but it looks like, and that's a New York stock as well. There we go. I'm out of half of Shopify. It just bounced off that reload price. I thought maybe VWAP in there. 59.25, but if it continues to hold 59.50, it might be a reload off of that price. If it gets to that 60 level, we'll take one leg out and then jump back over to it. One last one, well, maybe not one last one for you, but I do want to go back over to ARM. We got a fill when it did another wick lower high, but I'm going to scalp this 113.80, stay on the bid, look for the low of the day. Mostly why I'm short ARM. I know it's a strong stock. Relatively speaking, yesterday it was the strongest chip name, but it just rejected the 50 period on the daily. And then plus with that move down in the chips, I want to short this back into the pre-market lows on ARM. So that's the reason we're shorting this, despite the fact that some of the chips look strong. Apple, still nothing doing for dip buys on Apple. At this point, altering strategy is probably the only way to go. I've canceled my 191. I don't think that's going to come into play here. Maybe we get something along the lines of VWAP. Oh, there goes that BNED.
I'm trying to short Apple. What
Just got out there on BNED last at, I think I got filled at 118 there. On BNED, it's going to go into a downward halt, but that's why you move stops up. It's a dollar stock, so every time it moved another 10, 15 cents, I kept moving my stop up higher so that I wouldn't get trapped in a down halt. So that last break, 101, 130 was the best we got. We just got the last out at 117. Might be able to make the same play one more time. Thank you, Randy.
Look, it's going to be Lulu smoked again.
It's a $300.
Jesus.
That next level, it was like 290 or
Is this
something.
an averaging in level for you? You've talked about that.
No. I'm not. It's not price for me. It is.
Time.
It's like time. It's like one time, maybe end of year or
Yeah.
sometime in the last quarter after their
Surprised at how
earnings.
I'm
and then
looking at
next
Nike
year.
too.
Like I'm thinking like long term. It's still really pricey on a PE basis. So like it's got to reprice itself, and I don't know where the bottom's going to be. So I'm buying every couple of quarters, I think, as long as I don't see something crazy happen. I mean, obviously, if they have some ridiculously bad.
I mean, something crazy's already happened. Here's your, because what are we down, 40%? Here we go, $300 right now. I don't know why Randy, he's interested in this company. Like I said, anybody that shorts this is dead to me. But 520, the high right there, looked like a decent spot right there, right? That's that sort of bottom on earnings. And then, wow, down another 7. What was the story here with this one? Yucky, man. Okay, let's go. Right now, we back in the building, baby. Come on, Nvidia. We're right here. Where are we? We're at 951. Just a little bit of a bumper. And there it is. Yes, sir. Let's fire off the hot dog cannon. It's an Nvidia kind of day. I still hate the stock, but we like the stock a little bit better with a $7 winner. Thank you for trusting in that. I saw a lot of people in the chat say they're not selling. They're buying those dips as well. So we did sell, but hey, a bad day becomes a bad day, but a lot better with this move up right now on Nvidia. So hallelujah, that's all the way back into 951, 952. Now, stink face. Let's see where we can go on Nvidia. That was a good one right there. Yeah, I'll take some Nvidia with some extra mustard. What's up right now, Adara?
Here's the Lululemon story. This came out this morning, but there wasn't really a lot of volume on the move. Right now, that we did, of course, get that volume after opening, we're down about 7%. The company announced that it did have the resignation of its chief product officer, Sun Cho, and the company isn't looking to replace the role. So chief product officer resigned, no replacement in the works for LU, guys.
So just real quickly here, obviously, we've already talked about it. You've already said it, obviously. Nvidia is going to be my worst stock.
Easily.
It is, well, easily, yeah. It's not even.
Well, for me, it's
well, yeah, for you too. I mean, the thing is that this is what it is. So I'm not celebrating that we're green. There's no way we're green. But we just made back a shit ton. So that's the difference, right? So it's like you punch out, you get out, you take the L's. You know, we held that back into the 50 period. So whether or not that's stupid or not, I don't know. But of course, we're going to take that and see what happens. So that was a good trade for me there on Nvidia, holding it all the way back. So no way and you know what am I going to be green on that name. So, but we do have a brand new position. So let's face slap this one out as we'll get going now with Amazon. Another name that we like. We talked about dip buying this name. We wrote down 182. So obviously we're going to be a bit early with it. We're long at 183.69 or 183.61, getting some out right now.
Freudian slip there. Amazon making a move then into that. BNED's going to open up in just 1 minute. Here we go. So I got that loaded. I did just finally get that 113. I just left my order there at 113.80. I'm like, I missed it last time. I'm like, whatever. I'm not moving at 2 cents. It just filled me. So we'll ring the register. If we continue to fail these futures highs, then at least this one short, I haven't gotten into AMD, at least this one short's going to make some sense. I just heard a note on GameStop. I'm going to double check that in a quick little second.
Oh, really?
As I said, BNED's going to open up any second now. But Tesla, before we get out of here, Tesla making higher lows. I'm still bidding 180. I don't want to give up on the 180 dip buy. I like that level, but it's starting to hold view up and looking good. And then Rivian, can't ignore Rivian. It wicked underneath 10 and then off to the races on Rivian. I don't know if there's anything going on story-wise. It could just be a bounce off of $10, which it did yesterday. So as long as this is above 10, I think it's got a chance. Bit of a new one. If we never get into Tesla, Rivian could be an absolute runner. It's still a decent enough short float. Yesterday's afternoon high, 10.15. It's held 1020. If it can start to consolidate there, I would look for like a stair step up. But the chip name we got on short, I thought it would be AMD. We had AMD and that one stunk. And when I say it stunk, my execution on it stunk. The obvious short was really good at 69, but we jumped into ARM when we were able to find a level off that pre-market low. So we're going to hang on to that one to the low of the day on ARM and just see where it goes. If it breaks 113, 112's a level. 111's, every even dollar is a level from yesterday. So we'll just play it by ear if it breaks 113. Let's go to Adara.
There is a bit of a story here in Rivian, so up about 1.5% here, announcing this partnership with Pivot Energy in Illinois to invest in solar locally in the community in Illinois. It is worth noting as well, they do have a 14.7% short float. So RIVN definitely on the move there, guys.
All right, so the best we ever got out here on Amazon was 74s. Again, there's the 200 period. We buy it all the time. We actually put our order down there. We talked about that. But if it loses it and this market, I don't want to get out because we still have some shares on here, but I'm going to get out of half if we break that. 183, I just don't want to, what is that? That's 34s. I don't know, because the 50 period is all the way down here on the 20-minute. That's 182.80. So I feel like if we come into this, then we're going to have to dance with 183. So that's a problem. So I don't want to, if we can break that, then I do think we go down a little bit further. So maybe we'll get out on a 40 break or something to the downside. So if I'm going to do that, what are we long at? 61, out at 40. So let's try to get 20 cents on this last piece. Maybe we can, not last piece, we're still in more than half, but if we can get up here into 183.80, that gives us at least 1-to-1 on what we have left. We've already taken profit here of a dime or more, some more than that. So we'll wait to see if it gets back up, take it out in and around 79. Yeah, man, we did celebrate Nvidia obviously, but then now it just pulled back. That was, thankfully, we went to the 50 period and we were actually on the stock and watching it, because remember we were at 952. Well, that 50 period came right in, and that was a perfect spot to get out of that. So we only have now, compared to what we had up here and throughout here, we only have 15% or something left of Nvidia. But we've made back a decent portion there. So, GME is
it's
it at
VWAP and starting to go. No. It went
to 21.20. Okay.
No. It's
I saw people yelling about GME. I'm like, you guys know where I like this name. By the way, there goes Amazon. Bang.
It's bouncing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say GME is actually bouncing rather nicely. Higher lows into a potential flat top break. I still wager that this top in here from the last couple of days where it had that late day ramp, 23.5, that's the squeeze breakout. But if it does anything similar to the last few days, it makes a bottom early, sometimes a little bit later into the morning, and then you just want to look for the longs. Yesterday was at 20, 2 days ago was at 18. Maybe it is this 21 level. But I want to be long going into the afternoon on the stock. It's just, there's been a buyer in the afternoon, whether it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3:50, and I just want to be into the long trade no matter what on that stock. So if it breaks 23.5, that's a different story. I think I'll find myself on the bid at some point before then. BNED just broke the highs and came right back. I thought this was going to make a halt. It seems to be resisting the halt bands to the upside, but the last couple of halts have been down on the stock. So it just got another halt band at the top at 135, starting to dip back in. I'm not going to get the dollar level, it looks like. So this 112 halt level and 110 could be the next area to dip by. As I said, I don't want to buy any breakouts on this stock. I only want to buy dips. That's something that we learned. Well, we were trading FFIE the other day, and if you looked at the win ratio for buying sort of the obvious dip levels versus trying to take breakouts of highs of the days, it spoke for itself. So I'm thinking the same thing here on BNED.
All right, let's have a quick look at a few other things. Right now, Palantir kind of doing nothing. This is Palantir 21. There's a level that we like, but without much juice to it right now, Palantir kind of just hovers around here. Why we like this is it's in this range on the daily chart, but doesn't have the catalysts right now or anything going with it. Well, Snowflake is tonight. So this is the most recent name of this elk that we've bought, Snowflake. It's doing an Nvidia as well, where it got going early. It's Good thing we weren't looking at this one because I might have been like, I'm punching long on Snowflake, but I guess we didn't really get there to Snowflake 166. But anyways, there it is, the move in, move back, a little bit of a retracement. That was nice. At least it took out the highs. But there it is, back down to the downside. You see what this market's doing right now? So we're long Amazon, which is okay. We just got some out in the 80s a couple times there. 279s actually, right there on that one. Market's going upside, and our poor Nvidia is not. So this is something to watch out for. Coming up at 10:30, we have oil coming out. So although Randy, I don't know if Randy predicted something here with XOM, but XOM off the open is like bleed city down here to 115 and change. And again, another sort of shelf that's about to get broken right now to the downside. So
Seriously?
115.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're giving it, not giving it all back. I mean, it was an epic run. But you had basically like 15 of 20 days straight up. Now XOM starting to hit back downside. We did trim some XLE. We talked about that on the XLE is still pretty high. We got out at like 93, 94, I'm thinking it was. We don't have some 98s. Might have been even higher than that. Well, anyways, we talked about it on the recap show. But into here, we got some out. We've been buying XLE. And we had that same fate all the way to the upside. So now I'm getting a little nervous because this is a decent move down in this name as well. Amazon hovering, those are my ideas right now. We'll go 2 for 3. So we'll win on Amazon here and win really nicely on Shopify and lose really nicely on Nvidia and be red for the day. So again, like for right now, it is a red day. I still like Nvidia, and I'm going to try to buy some at 940, but that's it. Like that bottom is what we'll wait for, and then the trigger stop that I have is 938. So that would be $2 on that last piece. Plus, we'll have an average price. We'll probably lose about $3 if that does come through. So let's wait to see what happens there for Nvidia. Just to let you know, I'm putting on about 6 times the shares that I have now if it comes back into 940.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, Nvidia's coming back, but overall, the market's actually breaking the highs. That's what I see. The NASDAQ's going to take out these highs any second. If you were trading target at the open, that SSR bounce off of 140, well, it's not always exactly like this. This bounced pretty much precisely off the 140 level at 930 and is now at 144. So that's the kind of trade you've got to be at. You've got to be on that level. It happens super fast and you got to catch that bid right away. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. I didn't get it because Nvidia, we knew we were going to be there at the open. There was no questions asked. It was going to be on Nvidia and AMD at the open on a day like today. I still like the long in Apple. And I said I would try to get involved at VWAP. I did not catch it the first time. The market dips back in again. I'm just going to get on the bid. I think the last time it came down here, I waited for it to bounce and try to catch on the way up and didn't get it. Now I'm just going to sit on the bid of Apple. That could be the next. AMD still can be in play. That's underneath VWAP. I'm already in ARM, but I do like AMD underneath VWAP for the short. Like ARM, it failed the 50 period on the daily. And then we'd mentioned Rivian with that $10 break. Now a hold of VWAP, which is also around yesterday afternoon's resistance, which was $10 and like 17 cents or so. So looking for a long bounce here on Rivian, just needs to hold VWAP. If you're watching Tesla, I'm not getting rid of this bid yet. But at some point, we give up on any push down into the 180 level where it broke out yesterday, and we start looking for higher lows and some potential breakout in Tesla. We're looking for the Tesla long. But at some point, I'll get away from the plan. I just don't feel like it's strong enough yet to abandon hope of getting a long closer to the 180 level. It's still trending down as far as I'm concerned until it starts holding VWAP. Where's BTC 70,000? I just heard yeah, oh my goodness, Mara breaking out. Yeah, Mara's breaking out a little bit here. Bitcoin's about to take out the 70,000 level. I might look for a long there, but I'm more interested. And we got Shopify still. ARM, looking for some AMD. I don't know if I want to add Mara to the list, especially wanting to trade Rivian.
All right, we can't celebrate the wins without talking about the losses, right? So I'm about to tweet out this Nvidia trade as well because I don't want there to be some confusion about it. But White?
I can't hear this guy.
Okay. Is it there? So there's some sort of a vote happening today. Adara will get this. I don't want to pause too much, but I tried to punch Ethereum as soon as it started to go back up there. But they're voting on some sort of a reform bill. So I don't know exactly what that is. It doesn't look like it's moving that much, as this is kind of just chilling. So we'll stay tuned for that, but there is some news in cryptoverse right now. But look what's happening right here. This is what trading's about again. Remember, it's about having the ability to bounce back. It's about having that confidence. It's about making new trades, moving on your trade. So I don't know how it's been. Obviously, Neil's been trading over there. A couple different names I haven't looked at today, but we lost on our very first trade with Nvidia, and we lost badly on it, and we talked about that. But look what we did when we battled back. We hit Shopify long. That was $1 off 59. We got out at $60.10. Then we hit the long Shopify, same trade, but we hit the long that we liked there at 59.50. Able to make a lot back there. And then obviously you just see what's happening with Amazon. So again, you take a bath like crazy on this one, which is not good. You never want to take a hit. But Nvidia, we get smoked. That's an idea that we had. It didn't work. I mean, flushy, right? And then all of a sudden, we just sit in our chair, you know, take the medicine, and just get right back in that saddle. I mean, if you don't do that, then you don't, you know, you got to have that sort of intestinal fortitude to believe in yourself and get back at it. So that's exactly what we did there right now. And so I'm so happy with being able to hold that, but we're still going to go on and on and on. So Ethereum now just moving around, not much happening there. Maybe this is the story with A.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what the story is going to be. Today, there are some votes. Again, nothing's really happening in terms of crypto in response to this right now, but they're currently voting today on this 21st Century Act, which is apparently viewed as like the biggest crypto-related bill right now. It's about crypto market structural overhaul, and the White House apparently set not to issue a veto threat against part of this 21st Century Act, which is actually apparently a win, from what I'm seeing, quote, a huge win for people who are backing crypto on Capitol Hill. So they're saying that they're still view this as concern, but there's not going to be a veto threat. So again, we're going to have to see how this goes. But today they are voting on what is viewed as the biggest crypto bill right now, the 21st Century Act, guys.
Okay, thank you very much there, Adair. I mean, you did see a challenge of the 70,000 level on Bitcoin, Ether, ETH holding at about 37 and change. Just going back to like a couple of things that were in here. ARM holding on to what would be like red to green. It closed at 114.77. So that pre-market bottom coincides with that. So I'm shorting off of that level. If it breaks that out, I would wait to see what happens at VWAP. We've only taken one out underneath 114. We got a bid in front of the 113 we have for quite some time. Rivian, for the first time, we're going to be in it. It was a failed break of the $10 level and then a higher low off of VWAP and the afternoon highs. We're going to play the long off 120, stop under VWAP. Underneath 115. First outs will be in front of 130, and then we'll see how far that one can go. Shop still bouncing on 59. BNED, whoa, there's BNED. It actually just filled. We go quickly to BNED. Just right back into that last halt down, which was $1.12 here. So it just made another bounce, and happens to be 110 in VWAP as well. If we hold on to 110, great. If it can't hold this level, I'm jumping out and then seeing what happens at $1. So the last trades we've had have only been dip buys on BNED. If it gets back up to the high of the day, I'd like to hold something for a break at the top. But the last time it trailed me out, and I didn't want to get caught in a down hold. So my stop is actually very, very tight in here. If it breaks 109, we will get it out of that one. Josh, what would I do without VWAP? It's just a tool in the toolbox. I actually prefer support into resistance. In this particular case, it's just confluence. The real reason I like that long, and I'll have a tight stop out, is because of the halt levels. Like the first time it get halted here at 98, I'm long at ones with a stop at 98. It had actually more to do with the halt level and the $1 than anything else. In this case, it just so happened that VWAP is going to coincide with that level in there. So again, I think this is not done on BNED, but I'm going to let it calm back down. I'm only looking for dip buys. I want the trend to stay up, which right now, unless it gets back over 110, it's not. So rid of a tight stop there for 3 cents, but I think I explained why I had a tight stop, because it was the halt level I was playing. Let's go to Adair. It's 10:20. Let's talk about the small caps. BNED is halting.
Not too much happening in the IWM this morning. A little bit down on the day, finding a bit of support here. As you can see, these candles looking to the downside, but again, pretty flat for the Russell 2000 so far. Quite a few small caps to talk about, including Frey Battery, F-R-E-Y. This one up over 20%. Now they've completed their first production trial, in addition to some other operational related updates. When I look for F-R-E-Y, we have a 6.1% short float. Also, Barnes & Noble here, BNED, this one Neil just mentioned, moving around a lot here, lots of social media interest, and a day two move for BNED. And last but not least here, Seattle Mobile, this one falling off a little bit here, but still up about 20%. Initially trading higher after announcing that it's expanding its SD7 rollout at this Baha Mar resort. Bigger thing to note here, though, is going to be some of the facts on this one. We do have a market cap of under $2 million. About 723,000 share floats, a very small float, and 11.5% of that is going to be sold short, guys.
Okay, so I just noticed you're out of Shopify. Shopify does make a move back in, and now all of a sudden it's coming back up again. So I don't really know what to think about this. I have an offer at 65 to get more out, but Shopify is going to be P&L number one on the show today, thankfully, for that. P&L number one on the downside is going to be Nvidia, obviously. But there we go, Shopify. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside. And here comes Amazon right back up again. So we are so confident in what we're doing now. It's crazy. Like, I mean, this coming up to the 50 period and us getting out and then dropping off of that, like, I just need to get out of more shares when I see this kind of stuff happening. So again, really good trade there for Amazon, and probably, I mean, not probably, P&L wise, Shopify is a much better one because we made a lot more money. So that's how I sort of judge the trades. But for right now, Shopify, nice move back up here. We just took some out because it dipped back in, kind of hovered around 59, and then back to the upside. We were going to buy more 59s, but we were literally bidding 59.02. It got down to 59.08. So right there, 59.50 is where we're stuck. Let's see what happens here with Shopify.
Yeah, I did get out, but it was a bad stop. I just jumped right back in on Shopify just very quick. I was tweeting out the AMD Nvidia thing because I wanted to show everybody. Like, sometimes you can have a short in one chip name and a long in another. They can both fail. And mostly they could just diverge or whatever, like they could go in opposite directions. But the other thing that could happen is it's about the execution. And one of the things that happened to me is I was in a little bit early, and I didn't get a shot at the second level. So my stop, I'm never going to hold a 169 off the open to, if I think there's two levels, I'm going to make two trades. But there was no chance to get that trade up there at 170. I was just not fast enough after that initial stop out, and I was into Nvidia as well. So if you're trading one, if I was only trading AMD, there's a decent chance that I could have gotten back into that short. But if you're trading both, it's going to be tricky to do. BNED's going to open in a couple of minutes, but I am more interested in what's going to happen next in ARM. That's because it's consolidating off the bottom. I'm going to go for another reload because we scalped some out, but the market has now gone back underneath that high. Nvidia is still kind of trending to the downside, down that 1%, so I feel like this should be failing into 113. If it does not, the aforementioned AMD is retesting above VWAP. And I think if that doesn't happen on ARM and we do test these highs again, the 169 and the 170 levels, I'm just going to go right back to the well with the original plan, which was to be short at those two levels on AMD. It's a strong one, so because of that, you got to let it get to your price. If a stock is trending and super strong, then be patient with your shorts, and the vice versa for any longs. And then one quick update, Rivian bouncing off VWAP in here. We got 120s, it just got to 128. Take another out in front of the high of the day. This wasn't on the plan. However, $10 was just a fail break on Rivian at through $10, so we put the higher low in on RIVN. If it breaks 1035, hold another piece until we get up into the 1050 to 1055 range. Again, about 5 or 6 cents worth of risk, take some out at 1-to-1, take some out when it gets to the high, then hold the rest for the next level up, which is 1055 on Rivian.
All right, just looking, just want to congratulate everyone behind us that are actually green today. So shout out to those guys. Good job. They must have stayed away from Nvidia. Let me see what exactly was going on there. Yeah, PDD, the big one today. So, all right. So let's watch out here. That's Nvidia. I just decided to take some more long, just right here, right now, only because we've come into this level a couple times and bounced. So we're still waiting for 940. Like, that's going to be the last fill. And then I was just thinking like a break back down. And then like, we're not averaging into this because, again, we don't want to make, we've already done well making money back on Nvidia. To throw it all away, again, doesn't make much sense. That bottom right there is 940 and change, 940.40 right there. We do have some kind of levels here at 937. I was going to wait for a 938 break. So if that breaks lower is when I was going to get out. So again, I was trying to give this about $2 on that. Okay, there it is. Look at that reload. I mean, hit the sirens for now. We're at $2. I mean, $2 in the money on a reload. Like, so we're making some money back. I mean, there's no doubt about that with Nvidia. We got to get out if we're going to make any money back. But why not? Why not take this out if we can get up to 947 again? So we'll put a 946 fill. Maybe we get that. Maybe we don't. If we can silently make $3, I mean, it's now $2 in the money, $1 more up, and we'll take that, right? So not bad. Let's see what happens here if Nvidia goes back up to the upside. It's not a bad spot here. The futures obviously have to go, and if we can do that, then there it is again. You know, we're trying to cook it up for you. I mean, look, if you're just, like I said, forget about that first trade. We've already talked about it. We just put on a $2 winner. So there it is, back in there, $2. I mean, I hope you guys got that. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is the problem with Nvidia. It is against the trend 100%. I just think like, hey, how much is this going to go down before ultimately I think it gets bought up into the close? Now we're way away from the close. It's only 10:30, so this may not be proper. But we do have an oil number coming in 5 seconds, which will drastically not affect Nvidia.
I wouldn't think so.
Just waiting for that oil number to come in here. We just got it. EIA crude oil stocks change, so we're getting 1.825 million. The consensus was negative 2.55 million, so that's going to be higher than expected. Gasoline stock changes here. The other important number coming in through, because we have quite a slew of these EIA numbers, negative 0.945 million versus consensus negative 1.2 million. So again, slightly higher than what we were expecting here. In terms of crypto, a lot of stuff to look at here. The biggest thing right now, in addition to the ongoing questions of whether or not the Ethereum ETFs will get approved, because we have those deadlines coming up on Thursday and Friday. We also have voting on the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, or FIT21. Basically what this act would do, a couple different things, basically just regulating crypto, specifically offering protections for blockchains, giving the pathway to safely and effectively launch these blockchains in the US, and also do some oversight of these crypto exchanges. SEC Chair Gary Gensler, though, not a fan, saying that he believes it will leave investors more vulnerable, and that also people who run quote-unquote pump and dump or penny stock related schemes could actually hide behind crypto regulations. So interesting look there, but we're certainly going to have to see how this goes and keep an eye on this vote. We do have as well, of course, the Bitcoin chart. We're still seeing some resistance. We're on that 71,000 level. This is going to be the second time now that we've tried to get above it and failed a little bit on the daily chart. And our second day kind of to the downside right now, just below that 70,000 level. Ethereum also coming back after a lot of strength over the past few days. Still pretty strong, though, right above that 3,700 area. And a lot of other weakness in these names, with the exception of Solana up about 1% and a bit, Ripple down about 3%, Dogecoin down 3.5%, Cardano down 5.5%, Shiba Inu down about 3% as well. So lots of weakness in this crypto space, as we have quite a few catalysts to keep an eye on heading into the rest of the week, guys.
All right, so some questions about, thanks Adara for that one, as yeah, oil dancing around, we'll look at that in just a minute. There's the updated move there. So PDD's expected move, I mean, look, let's not get too excited about this. The expected move was 9%, it's only moving 3%. And some of these other names, you know, you got to watch out for compared versus what's actually happening. So right now for Nvidia, tonight's expected move is 8. So 8%, its last move was 16% on its last earnings. So an 8% implied move for Nvidia. So let's just say, I mean, for easy math, it's $80, you know, one way or the other here on Nvidia. So yeah, I don't know. We're not expecting sort of I would say under. I don't think it's going to be as volatile as 10, but I mean, with this move here today.
Here's a question for you though, like, when we do the over-under, there's the initial move after the earnings, but then there's where it is at the open.
Yeah, the initial move doesn't count.
Yeah, because I always feel like, look,
Of course not.
Tomorrow morning, I could easily see it the under, but I do expect the actual range at the earnings release up down. If you take top to bottom of whatever the move is after market, that to me will be more than 8%. But from close to open, I don't think will be more than 8%. If that makes any sense. To everybody. I think the movement is easily going to be more than 8%.
Close to open? No. I'm talking about from close today.
Yeah, to open.
To close tomorrow. To open tomorrow.
Open tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's less than 8%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the wick that we see, that top to bottom of the wick is going to be more than 8%. That's one of the reasons why trading during earnings is insane, because you can get topped. Just look at PDD. It was exactly the same phenomenon. Sure, like it's only 2% up, but if you got yourself trapped, that was $28 top to bottom. Like that was 20% top to bottom on PDD, and the stock is essentially flat. You can easily get rents. And I'm not sitting here saying, whatever, everyone do your own thing. I don't trade earnings. I think I did once, like a few years ago or something like that. Maybe took a few shares, but I don't trade them for that reason. Like unless you have a really, really good plan that's worked for you and you've proven it, it can get pretty dangerous on those wicks. BNED's halting down. Rivian just took out the high of the day, so we'll ring the register on that one. Thank you to everyone that pointed out that Rivian held the $10 level for the third time in the last 4 days, and now bouncing higher. I think 1050 can be in play for this name. I did want to double check Li Auto in a second, but just to go over, I know people are trading this name. Halted downside 90 cents. It did not hold on to that $1 halt level. Now back underneath it. I wasn't really looking shorts, but if it's under $1, I'm gonna pay for locates just so that I'm ready in case this thing continues to flush. I don't think they're gonna be free.
All right, we're cooking it. I mean, this is what it is, man. We've talked about this a few times over and over again. We are not stopping, okay? So we just took another $2 and change there, $2.50 on Nvidia. It went up to 946, we got out. 91s, we got the 91 fill there. So we got 9.
They're free.
Oh, did I get out of too many shares? No, I didn't. Okay, that's funny. Okay, we got out because we got double filled there. We got out at 945.91 right there. And that dip buy is 943.50. I just want you guys to notice the way I talk, how I talk about the position sizing, how I talk about what I'm doing, and things like that, the confidence, so on and so forth. I think that that's a lot different of attitude that you need to have. All right, so just want everyone to understand that. Everybody has their different style, but we're two for three. You can ask me at any time if I'm red on the day, what my record looks like. No BS here. Straight telling you the straight facts. Not I did this, I wish I did that. I'm doing this right here. And we're red today. So, all right, do I know why tan? Yeah, what's up, Wolf? Thank you for having faith. I mean, it's not about having faith. It's about having a strategy. And I have confidence in what we're doing. And I think that that's, to me, the most important. And once you get that, then you can start going. We talk about that with share size, and everybody trades differently. It's severely different. So you have to understand your situation. So CompuCare, I mean, the initial sizing strategy, it's honestly, where's that note? There's something I've been working on now for about 4 years. It's just called the sticky note, and these are my #1 trades. So if something's hitting on there, I don't really, so like Nvidia, I was not expecting this to drop $10, obviously, but we got in there, we averaged in, and then we got out when it broke 950. So that was bad. Like that's a $9 hit, $10 hit, And then we bought some more there at 946. Thankfully, this was okay. We got out at 944.50. That was another $1.50. So, we understand that we have our specific outs. We wanted 950 to hold. So the amount of shares that we take is appropriate with an expected loss if that goes down. Now, obviously, like I said, we will be red on that stock. But if you don't take shots and then you don't stick with sort of what you're doing, like look what we've made back. So we'll lose 12 there, let's just say. There's a dip by 944. So there's an out there, right? Remember, we didn't lose 12 in total. This is just top to bottom. We have outs here. But that's 943.50. That's 948. So that's 450. That's 550. That's, it's all the same trade, so it's fine. That's what I'm saying. That's why when you add this up, it's hard to do this. 951, that's $8. There's another $2 back, and we're in the money $2.50 right now. So instead of just taking lumps on the hit, which is fine, you could do that. You know, that's what we did. We still see opportunity to get back in. So when we see that opportunity, we stay with it, and that's sort of what we're doing. And it also led me to Shopify, which is, again, another stock that we were hella confident in and destroyed that one. So you got to have those plays, man. And if that's what it is, then that's what it is. And that's trading, and we talk about that all the time. I'd hope to be green by the end of the day. We'll see what winds up happening. But for right now, it is a red day. And I just want to thank everybody for the nice words on all this talk. And real traders can see what happens around here. So hopefully you guys see this. We're here for you every single day, except for Monday because Memorial Day. So,
Memorial Day.
We won't be here for that. And we've got a lot of busy weekend, man. A lot of baseball this weekend. Tryouts for the rep team.
Oh my God,
we had a practice last night. I ran that practice. 14 kids. It was a lot. It was warm, but it was a lot, heck of a lot of fun, man.
Balls hot yesterday.
I threw a bunch of pitches, and it was a lot of fun. There goes Nvidia. Let's go. See if we can get up to 950. No more offers. Thank you, 1320 Wolf. 954. If we get something up here, then potentially we'll think about getting out. But let's effing go right now with Nvidia. A nice move back up to the upside. And diamond hands or not, we had them both ways, right? All the way down to the downside, which hits us, and then all the way back up to the upside. The best traders in history make mistakes, and we made one definitely there. But we've got it. We've made back almost half, of what we lost on that Nvidia trade. So we happy.
That's sort of the thing. Like for myself, I like the dip buy, and then it turned into a trend down. So once I see that, I just want a stock to trend back up if it loses for the long for me. So if it doesn't hold a support level, if it goes and holds VWAP, just come to the chart. Here we go. If we come back to the chart, if it holds higher lows, then I don't mind getting back in long. We've done that with Alibaba and some of those other ones. I just didn't see it because I didn't have a support level I like down here. I thought underneath the 945, this could be absolutely gonzo. Just very quickly, because I know I've mentioned this, and I have a couple of short plays on my long-term account. One of them happens to be Moderna. I actually just checked. I just got out of, on my personal account. I didn't even realize, but I did get the notification. I got filled between I think it's like 150, I'll double check, 152.5 or something like that on mRNA. The 100 level is held. Now I'm going to be playing it's a shot play on my personal account. I know sometimes people consider the stock expensive. But I'm going to hold on to the second half for the dream. We've talked about this all the time. Sometimes you pay yourself out in these things. It was never meant to be, I'm just going to hold Moderna like it's Nvidia or something forever. But the bounce off the 50 and the 200, almost too good to be true. Moderna up 8%. It is absolutely screaming. BNED's open back up, but it is failing. Rivian will hold on to this as long as it can continue the upward trend. So VWAP could come back into play for a dip buy. That one looking so far so good, up 2% into a flat market. Overall, completely flat market. Tesla was the other play we thought we'd be doing. It just bounced 180.5. I did miss it. I was bidding 180.22. We've missed out on that. We'll have to look for a higher low, maybe a VWAP trade in there for Tesla. So with that, let's go to Adara. It is past 1040, which means we got to get to Sector Watch.
Pretty mixed picture like we've seen over the last few days. Some of these sectors pretty strong, others pretty weak. We have producer manufacturing pretty much across the board to the downside here. Consumer services, Starbucks and Booking holdings to the upside, but a lot of these other names are going to be red. Energy minerals right across the board, pretty weak on the day. Consumer durables led to the downside by Tesla here on that 15-month low for European sales for April, but generally pretty weak as a whole in this sector. Industrial services and non-energy minerals also looking pretty weak along with utilities. Some strength, a little bit of strength in communications. Finance, not bad here either. Some health technology names continue continue to be really strong. Moderna on watch here. They were at one point up about 5%, so mRNA, keep an eye on that one. And of course, our tech sectors. Technology services, with the exception of Google, Netflix, pretty strong here across the board. CRM looking nice. And of course, we do have to talk about our chips, particularly Nvidia heading into those earnings tonight. Nvidia pretty weak right now, but AMD, Qualcomm all pretty strong, and Apple a little bit flat in the day, but lots of sectors to keep an eye on. A lot of them are actually going to be weaker, guys.
Thank you in the chat there. I see like Mrs. Harrington, Tesla's trying. It's absolutely trying. And Luis, SPWR, short float massive, you say. I can't even make this up. Sharif just turned to me and said, Neil, have you seen SPWR? I answered, absolutely not. I had not looked at SunPower. 29% to the upside. It's got a decent enough short float. I can double check it very, very quickly. That can't be. Is it really 95% short, this thing? All right, so trade ideas, just to prove that I didn't just throw that number out of nowhere. I have 95% short on SPWR, SunPower. Whether or not that's actually true, those are just estimates and they get updated all the time, every single month usually. That feels a little bit high to me, but whatever. It's highly shorted. It's absolutely running, no questions about it. This was a runner last week that participated in some of that squeeze play. So I'm not saying it gets back to those levels, but after it got pulled back, after that massive squeeze, the high was about 370. So if it takes out, let's just check that, 380. So if it gets through 380 and even the $4 level, this could really start to go. That said, it's not the top of my radar. I would have to break those levels for me to get excited. I think you're either in early or you're waiting for it to squeeze past another level. What we have pivoted to is the second I was out of Nvidia, we started shorting ARM off the 114.75 level. That's a previous close. It just got another reload, got some out when it tagged the 114, looking for the low of the day and then a hold through there. The NASDAQ is starting to come back in. This is the only short I have on, is ARM. I thought maybe we'd get into some AMD. That hasn't happened. I just noticed that I could be looking at Intel off of VWAP. That could be another play. But yeah, ARM's the one short we have. And then we're still in Rivian and Shop. They haven't cared about the market so far. But that SPWR, good looking squeeze name, through 380, that could really start to go. Just remember, check out those levels. It got to like $7 last week when all that meme craze was going on. So it's got some bigger levels up there.
All right. Okay. Just quickly here. So I actually just realized, I just heard Sharif talk about Apple quickly there. And I was just like, I'm still waiting to short this thing actually at 192.85. That order's been pending since, well, it would have been earlier, but I was out. Since pre-market there on this fill, and we just didn't get it yet. I can't, that high is 83. I didn't even realize we were up there, to be honest with you, because I haven't looked at Apple at all. We should be short. Like if I put in 80, we'd be short. So we'll wait on this right now. I'm actually going to cancel it for now. Although we did write down Apple 183 short as a good idea for us. You know, we still have Tesla 186. Let's have a look. I know it's down, but we knew that Tesla would be a downside mover today, and it has. We just wrote down 186. And unfortunately, you know, in the pre-market, we're up here at 184, 183, but it's just been down for then. So we'll have to look at 200 period moves for that one. As come on, Nvidia. Look, guys, we're $4 now back in the money on this. And that's starting to go. So this is a good battle back right there on that one. And then again, to get out of Shopify on the way up, we now have less than 5% left of Shopify, just holding on to see what happens down there at 59. I mean, we're going to be out of here very soon, so I don't know if this is going to be winning or not into the afternoon. But I just want everybody to notice that, like, the 200 period used to be at 954. Now it's at 952. Everything is starting to slope down. Nvidia's been hella weak. I think it can get back to green, obviously, or I wouldn't be holding this. A market that goes back up to the upside would help, but you're under the 50 period and having a decision at 18.8. 18.8 has been a key level, as we've talked about that over and over again. So wouldn't be surprised if Nvidia does come through and look at 940 again. That's $7 from now. So I don't want to panic. We're long right now at a decent level. Look, Hamster, I wish I had the lunch. We don't have it yet. So as soon as we get whatever it is for lunch today, I will be dropping that. So for right now, nothing apparently is for lunch.
There will be.
We'll be having a salad. Yeah, I got the egg salad yesterday.
You're the only one that got it.
Yeah, I know. That's how I roll. And then
Chicken strips for us.
Yeah, exactly. When I saw that, I was like, yes, dub. All right, so yeah, you're welcome, hamster. I'm going to say that today, let me predict what today might be. I'm going to say today would be chicken teriyaki with Chinese greens and some kind of rice.
Yesterday I thought pasta, so I'm just going to go with pasta again. Maybe meatballs. We haven't had the meatballs in a while, so let's go with whatever. I don't know what kind of pasta. Just some kind of pasta with meatballs is my guess. I didn't even realize this, but a couple of people put it in the chat, and then Fabian mentioned that AMC was breaking lows, GameStop also breaking lower. So remember those levels from the afternoon on GameStop where it bounced? It's getting down there, and the pattern has been dip all morning, at least the last 3 days. Dip all morning, or most of the morning, or a good portion of the morning, catch a bid, and then absolutely ramp it for the rest of the day. So it's starting to get into that those lows from yesterday, whether it's 20.5 or 20. I don't know if it gets down to 18 today. That seems a little bit unlikely. I am looking to be long in the afternoon on GameStop. So I don't think I'll get on the bid now. The bounces have usually been at noon or later, but I am looking at that one for some potential upside. The only other thing that we haven't gotten into that I feel like should be part of the plan, this Mara is up 4%, dipping right into 21, which if you haven't noticed the last 3 days, well, 21's kind of a thing for Mara. Late afternoon on Monday, then yesterday, the actual bottom yesterday, and then again today bouncing off 21. That's a triple bottom and a breakout. So I like this one for a trend up today. We'll look at 22 even, maybe even VWAP to try and participate. I keep checking to see if we're breaking 70,000. That's the other thing. Bitcoin could break 70,000 today. So I think it bears watching over there in MRA. On Mara, MARA. BNED's still underneath $1. I actually went to pay for shorts and then double checked. They're free. I just assumed that we had to pay.
Right.
But before I hit enter, I'm like, wait a minute, Neil. Actually put an offer out to try to go short, which I've only been long the stock, and it turns out that we have free locates here at Real Trading on BNED. It's battling to get above $1, but I see a bit of a trend down here after failing that dollar level at the open. I've only been long. If it does one more fail, like fail to get above VWAP and back under $1, I'd look for short underneath that dollar. But not until it makes one more push into VWAP here. Let's go to the desk. It's time for Money Talks with ADRs.
DXY continuing to move to the upside from what we saw for the last couple of days, but we could be potentially running into resistance at this previous 105 area that's kind of acted alternatively as resistance and support. So this could be something to watch out for. If you're looking at the DXY on a daily chart, not a huge economic data day today like we've had for the rest of this week up to this point. We did have existing home sales coming in a little bit lower than expected for the month of April, 4.14 million versus 4.21 million as the estimate. We did have Feds Goolsbee talking earlier today, not seeing any comments from that. But tomorrow we're going to be getting some more economic data here. Initial jobless claims coming in at 8:30, then at 9:45 we're going to be getting S&P services PMI flash, manufacturing PMI flash, and composite PMI flash. Also stay tuned for 2 p.m. today. We're going to be getting the FOMC meeting minutes, so the minutes from the last FOMC meeting coming in at 2 p.m. today, guys.
Yeah, well, Moderna's at 160.
If I had more Moderna in my personal account, I would have sold covered calls instead of covering. But it is what it is. Like this stock is like it's ridiculous, up 10%. The other thing too is Pfizer caught a bid, relatively speaking, so it's making a bounce. That said, without even looking at the daily chart, it bounces off 26 and it goes to 30 on the daily. Okay, well it's more like 29 and change. There it is, bounces off every single time. It bounces off 26, it goes to 30. It bounces off 26, it goes to 29.10. It bounces off 26, it goes to now 29.10 once again. So wake me up when Pfizer holds a bid above $30, and I'll think that this one is going. Just full disclosure, I also have Pfizer at $26 in my account, and it has done absolutely nothing for me. You can see for yourself. Pfizer versus Moderna. Moderna's been winning that battle. Probably surprising to some, but if you've been paying attention, not to many.
Yeah, Pfizer's been hot garbage for a while. Nice to see it getting back upside. So that's
2
good.
years.
200 period is 30, so I think it takes that out. So that would be nice. We've been buying some Pfizer at the bottom as well. Let's check in on Eli Lilly. That was a name that we just bought a couple weeks ago, right there, 800. So we saw that news yesterday from China. That is a good story for sure for Eli Lilly right now. All right, so that's what's happening there. Shopify doing a whole heck of a nothing, and so is Amazon. So let's go back over and have a look at GameStop. Is anything happening with GameStop? With less than 8 minutes to go before we go over to the flagship with the midday show. So here we go. GME trying to come in into 20. So we know the story there. If that happens, I may or may not be here again in and around lunchtime, but that's a good level. I definitely like that to come through. Possibly looking, so we do have our out still set for, I mean, look, you know where my out is for Amazon, so we already have this stop in there. We talked about that. Hold on a second, cancel. Our stop was at 50 again, because we had talked about that sort of wick down, and now it was 38 or something like that, so 40s. So right there was going to be our stop. That's 50, give it a little bit of room. So in what's already been 11 cents worth of risk, we've taken 40s and 50 cents, and now we only have, unfortunately, 10% left, looking to get a little bit more, and possibly right here, right now. I mean, Amazon's stronger than the market. I don't want to layer into anything right now, but if Amazon can dip in, because we have such a small amount of this shares, I think that there's a good opportunity for a good little reload in and around 183 for Amazon if that dips. But my biggest, I guess, position monetarily wise, I guess, would be Nvidia. So we're still going to wait for that one to do something. It's really gone to sleep. I actually don't mind that it's not doing anything. I still think the trajectory is higher into the close. So the closer we get to the close, the more I like the long. And then Apple as well. I mean, we just talked about it. We have the short, and it was at 192.85, and we missed that by 3 pennies. So good call on the short, retracing all the way back now down into 192.30 here for Apple. So let's wait to see what's going on. But, oh man, Randy, when you came that first time, we were in a heck of a lot of trouble, but we've done some damage back on Nvidia here. Bought those dips, bought this dip, and got a little bit out. Now we see if Nvidia can continue its move higher. And then we're looking for Tesla short, but that's kind of been short all day. So maybe bump up into 180, 183, something like that. Yo, hello. That's looking pretty good, 183. But right now we're $3 in the money on Nvidia, and we're just kind of chilling here, waiting for lunch. I don't know. We are trying to guess what's for lunch. Neil said some kind of a pasta. I said
meatballs.
Teriyaki.
I like meatballs.
Brisket. Oh, you want to go for brisket?
Oh, well.
My parents might be around here, so I don't know what my story is going to be for lunch. But for right now, there goes Nvidia.
Take
up
them to get
almost
brisket.
$3 now to the upside.
Take some Nvidia profit. Get George.
I have no Nvidia profit.
Okay, well I'm talking about I'm talking about the last trade. Look, at the end of the day, you go from trade to trade. So like last trade, good. But George and Death probably like the brisket.
They like everything.
Well, I mean, everybody likes brisket.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep saying brisket until we go for, I wasn't there the one time you and Randy went for brisket. I'm just going to keep saying it until eventually I get it. But I specifically meatballs. Pasta is not a fair guess because...
Yeah, it's okay. It's a good
Because
guess.
like the pasta, you could have pasta 2 or 3 times a week, but it's like the main we care about. Like, is it chicken? Is it salmon? I have no idea.
We just got more Shopify.
I like meatballs. Just one more thing. Only because Randy came by, Polestar just rejected $1 again. This is now 2 days in a row. This has rejected the dollar level. You already saw what happened with that big 103. It's not really moving, but if this continues trend down, it could get relatively nasty on Polestar. We got about 3 minutes to go here. No, I'm not saying it. Chef Joe, why do I have to say pasta or pasta? I'll say it how I want to say it. Pasta. It's pasta. Say it. Pasta. That's how I like to say it. It is what it is. To each their own. I'm a Canadian. I feel like Canadian. But some concern with ARM here. The market keeps bouncing off 18.8. I just scalped some out again, but you're making some higher lows. Going back into the overnight, like you're still making higher lows in the overall market. And this is now consolidating off of the bottom. So there hasn't been that run of the low. Nvidia hasn't really broken any lower. It's holding a bit of a flag. I don't know that I want to take a third swing at this is what I'm getting at here. Like either it starts failing now or we just got to walk away from it. There was one other thing I wanted to get to. Tesla, the 180 bounce. I've canceled the bid. It's now 11 o'clock. So I've canceled the bid where I was just sitting in front of the 180 level. If it gets down there, I probably still play it, but I'm not just going to sit there at 22s. During lunchtime, if it tests 180, I'm probably going to get 180.01 or 02 or something like that. It's a different move at the open. We were expecting that wick down and then back up, as opposed to like a consolidation at lunchtime where you want to be tight to that level at the 180 on Tesla. It's trend down, so we can afford to be patient with it the way it is going. In here, Moderna, Pfizer should be on watch. I don't have any trades for either, but I will tell you, like if Pfizer does break $30 and close above, I'm going to start looking for longs on that one on almost a daily basis. Yes, it's up 2%. That looks like a great looking chart, but when you pull up the daily chart, I think until it gets above 30, I'm not a huge fan of the long in this stock until it does that.
Now $4 on Nvidia back to the upside on the reloaded trade. So we're starting to go right here again. Thing is, we'll have P&L 1 to the downside Nvidia, but then we'll have the top two names on the upside as well with both Shopify and Amazon. So we'll go 2 for 3. We have the 2 big winners and the 1 big loser. Net red on the day. So that's, again, we talk about proper share sizing. You got to get that all figured out. But look at this. You want to have confidence. ADRs coming here soon. She's talked about that. She made up a nice little fun word. But there it is. We just bought more Shopify down there at 59. So stay with what you're doing, man. We talked about this. We've already hit Shopify once down here. We put that in the pocket, put on more shares again, and bring it back to the upside with another bid there at 59 long, out now in the 20s. We actually got long. We're just long at 11. So all we're doing right now is just putting more money in our pocket and licking the wounds from this $5 winner right now. Spin it for Nvidia. I just hope that you guys bought this dip right there. I mean, if anything, the first 10 minutes, nightmare action on Nvidia for me. So what? All right, we're still in there. You know, I went back there, and you know who I saw? I saw Big Patty Ice. You know what Big Patty Ice goes? He goes, there's still time on the clock, my guy. And then that's exactly what it's all about. So shout out to the next one, Big Patty Ice back there coming through. So we're, you know, and again, that's what it's all about. Share the love with other traders because, honestly, you got to have those good vibes filling up. We talked about Ethereum as well. We should have bought that when we first heard that news, by the way, which was right here. I was getting long. I was trying to get long down here. Then this move happened, and then this move happened. So bye-bye to ETH moving upside right now. Huge move. And by the way, here comes Amazon. Here comes Amazon. Here comes Amazon. Right to PL1. So we'll see what happens right now with Amazon. No, Shopify's PL1's number 2. But there's Amazon. We'll take an out here if we can in and around the 90s. And let's just get Nvidia going. Now Nvidia's $5 in the money and trying to get back upside. So here we go. Shout out to my guy Dak as we are getting ready to get upside plays here on Nvidia. Where's my order, you may ask, or you may not? My order is at 957. That's where we're going to get out of this. And we'll have a $13 winner on board if and when that happens. Or I could change my mind and get out of VWAP. Stay tuned.
And stay tuned, you shall. But, how to trade. No, I was going to transition for you.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we already have a couple of OGs in the chat. We got Daryl Finch, who, by the way, letting everybody know that he's first today. Shout out to him. What's up, Daryl? We got Market Sniper. We got Mateus Lane. Yo, what's up to you as well? We got the world's best moderator, Bears versus Bulls. We also have Mr. Long Shorts, Annual Reina, Stupid Bitcoin Draco, and Jay Vandaway. Jason Walcott as well. I hope I didn't butcher your name, by the way. Big Michael Lloyd. We got Saul G. We got Cairo, Jay Lee. What's up, Jay? Hey, Davis, Zach Griffith, Chef Joe, we got Naps, we got Gorev, Bbot 5000, and Cristiano Ronaldo, and 1320 Wolf, Top VOIP, Maz Ahmed, Havana Woody, we got Esu Redmond, Derek B, Chandler, what's up, Chandler? Dad Trader, Futures Trader Extraordinaire. We got the gauntlet. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm not too bad. You know, a couple of trades here, a couple of trades there, just warming up for the midday. Anything you are looking at? Oh, I see smiles and I see triangles.
Yeah, I'm going to probably shock maybe nobody by saying I got involved in Nvidia around 9:48, not quite 9:48.50. We didn't even really get there, but I was watching this book from the second I sat down, and I said, "Hey, Nvidia, look what you're doing again. You're struggling at 9:48. We ran from 9:46 up to 9:47 like a charm. We get to 9:47, and it's like." That slower churn. Since I've gotten involved, we've touched 948.50 once, then we come back to the downside. I do not want to sit here and bet against, CEO of Katina Capital, Sean Katina, but my very small Nvidia short position is something I like. I'm going to be getting out here around 946.50s. Why, you may ask? Maybe you didn't, but if you did, I do like how we have all kind of these wicks around here, and I think that could be an area at which to take risk. Also, 946 is one of the levels written on my version of a sticky note, which is just some comments to myself and some levels I like. So we're going to see how that goes. I'm just trying new things every day. I find writing down the price levels helps me, not do things like, for example, disrespect the price levels. But again, too, my thing with Nvidia 948.50 is if we bounce, I'll take it long, whatever. But right now, I do feel like the short could potentially be in. If we break above 949, bye, and congrats to Sean and his long. But we're going to have to wait and see what happens.
All right. Brad Oldman, you asked for it, you got it, Mr. Oldman. Here it is. Nvidia, he wants to know what the expected move is. So previous move, Brad, as you can see, a very healthy 16.4% to the high side was the move last time around with Nvidia earnings. This time expected to be a bit more subdued, 8.3%. That's plus or minus, right? But I want to give you a bit of a tidbit. This is not mine. This is shout out to Danielle Shea. Danielle Shea, options trader extraordinaire, gave me a bit of a tidbit last time when Tesla reported, or I believe it was some sort of company. So the expected move is obviously based on options, right? And the options volume, that's why you have the corresponding column there with the options volume right next to it to show you the interest. You can also look at open interest as well at the different levels. The point of this whole thing is to tell you if the move stays within the expected move, so goes, say, maybe plus 8.3 or minus 8.3 or thereabouts, right? You can mean revert off that. But once that breaks, so say you go minus 12 or plus 12, the mean reversion becomes less likely. So just keep that tidbit in mind, but I do like how you're thinking, looking for the expected move there. Just want to digress quickly to shout out Brad for that because he was asking for it. All right, I want to get to some of the trades that I had real quick here, and then we'll start the lesson du jour. So Amazon has a love affair today with the 50 period on the 5. Don't know why, don't care. Took the trade off that 183 and 2/3 dip and then wet my beak just in front of 184. And so this is the look that I'm looking at over here, AMZ. And I looked at this originally and I'm like, whoa, this is looking like maybe a head and shoulders setup on the 5. But I'm like, okay, I'm seeing what I want to see. Is there anything else that I can discern from this chart? Well, there is. 1 hold, 2 hold, 3 hold, 4, 5, 6, 7, all at the 50 period on the 5-minute. Amazon in love with the 50 period today. Keep your eye on that. It's good until it's not. So, you got to take it while it lasts. The other one, there is another 50 period love affair here with the soft one coming right into that level and then curling back up, but I didn't have that trade. I did, though, have the trade on AAPL, and I want to show that one super quick. I've been dancing with Apple, some winners, some losers. This was the original dip into the volume-weighted average price at 192.5, and I was able to wet my beak into the high 60s there. Then it dipped into the 200 on the 5, and this is where I got caught up a little bit good, a little bit not so good. It's now curling back off the 200, holding that 192, a bit of a doji candle there, and another candle to make a new high on the 5-minute look. So AAPL, I took both those trades. I was very close to getting triggered into Meta. That would have been the best trade of all. Alas, I missed it by 1 penny. He probably wouldn't have got triggered, though, because Meta is a little bit spready there. So those are the trades that I've had today. Guys, we are at day's high as I speak about the future over here. Is this an all-time high? Let me just look at what we did yesterday. Yes, new all-time high on said NQ futures contract. And every moment I speak, it looks as if there's a new all-time high. 18,838 and a quarter. We are at day's highs and all-time highs. Great look today for the future. We'll keep an eye, Adara, on these Mag 7 names. Meta at day's high.
Wow, yeah, Meta, that's not a Meta move for Meta.
Oh.
It's a big old move for M to the E, to the T, to the A. Yeah, Zuck, goose, I guess, over there. I got out of Nvidia, and I am all smiles. I'm not, I mean, it happened, it sucked. But I do want to say one thing I wrote that Sean put on his Twitter or X with regards to Nvidia was, in order to make money, you must attempt ideas. So that's a quote from Sean Katina, and I think it's something I really relate to as well. I like this Nvidia idea. It looked like it might work for half a minute. It didn't work. I left. So I am not going to be crying over spilt shares. I am really quickly as well here. Also, if we bounce off 948.50, you guys know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go long. If we reject off 948.50, yeah, going to go short. Good times. I'm short IWM, and I have to say, right now, I'm pretty IW mellow about it, but that's just because I overslept last night. But I am happy with this trade. Look, we're going to get half our position out at that 207.90. I got short because this is one level I literally wrote down on my ADRs ticker document, and I did like it because, look.
I love that. You're going to have to post that.
I'm going to have to post this or do something, but I do like this. I still have half the position, and I know I said I'm trying to do less of like the whole take half out, leave piece for dream, but right now, that was not even English, but I wanted to do it today because I do think there's other levels this could go to, namely 207.80 and the big whale level that I wrote down on my off-brand sticky note. It's going to be that 207.5. So let's see what happens. Right now, please, this punch, but also, we're always trying to get long on learning. So let's get long
no question
on
about
lesson
it.
of the day.
Absolutely. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
Just looking at IWM.
So we are talking about the measured move all week long. Today, we're going to narrow it down a little bit, talking about spotting those higher probability breakouts using the measured move. So let's get right to it. Breakouts can be exciting opportunities in intraday trading, but pinpointing higher probability ones can be a bit tricky, right? So this lesson explores how the measured move can help you identify these breakouts with greater confidence. No, confidence, I'm kidding. So the measured move explained, as we typically do, in case you missed lesson on Monday when we kind of surmised the basics of the measured move. If you don't want this two-line explanation I'm about to give you, go back, have a listen to the lesson that Adair and I dropped on Monday. We go through all the fundamentals of the measured move. But in a nutshell, the measured move is a concept that relates to price movement, to volume. Where have we heard that before? Like everywhere. It suggests that the size of a breakout, so the price move, is often proportional to the preceding trading volume. So what we're going to be looking at today is the volume that precedes a possible breakout. That's it. We're going to be looking at the volume in the days, hours, minutes, whatever context or time frame in which we're trading. We're going to look at the volume before the breakout. That is going to be the focus today, so just have that context in mind. So identifying breakout levels, how do we do that? So first and foremost, we need to identify key areas of both support and resistance, okay, on the chart. These are areas where the price has historically bounced off or rejected off, creating temporary barriers or supports. And we also have to have a focus on volume analysis. Observe the volume activity around these levels, around the key areas of both support or resistance, depending on whether we're going long or short. You're looking for a surge in volume preceding a price move towards support or resistance. So we want to see that level, that 200 level on Apple, that 165 level on Apple as support, 200 as resistance. What's the volume like when we break that, say, 195, that 197, as we inch closer to that 200, or as we inch closer to that 165? What's the volume doing in the days or hours prior to that? That's really the focus here that we're trying to look at. So the measured move in action, baby. So how do we do this? So breakout with high volume. If a price decisively breaks through a support or resistance level accompanied by high volume, this could be a breakout signal. Sounds easy enough, right? But projecting the measured move is where it gets a bit more nuanced. Here's where the measured move comes in. Take the distance between the support and resistance level and the breakout point, for example, $2, okay? Project this distance in the breakout direction. So if it's a short, you're projecting it down. If it's a long, you're projecting it up. So project this distance in the breakout direction to estimate the potential price target. For example, if the breakout is upwards, add $2 to that breakout price. And I just want to put that for you there. I know it gets a little convoluted, but if you've got the screen there and you can go back and have a look at that. So this is where it gets more nuanced. So once we see the breakout coming out with volume, then becomes incumbent upon us to actually do this math and make the projections. But these are only guidelines, guys, right? These are good for profit taking or for stop losses, and not to really bet the farm on. So why does this all matter? Right? Well, there's confirmation with volume. And if you've ever been watching any of our lessons, you know how important confirmation is in technical analysis. So high volume preceding a breakout suggests increasing buying or selling pressure, potentially pushing the price further in the breakout direction. But there's also the measured target. The projected price target based on the measured move gives you a realistic estimate, essentially, of where the price might reach, helping you set the profit targets. And that's what I want to kind of advocate these for. Have them as potential beak-wetting identifiers as where you want to take your profits, especially when the move is a breakout move, not, a retracement or a dip trade. These are specific to breakout moves. And here's a great example. Thank you, Adara, for showing this. This is a breakout with volume confirmation using the measured move, and it's obviously an up move there. You'll see as we are coming into those key areas of resistance, the volume surges a little bit. So we get the idea that the bulls or interested parties are accumulating, and we've talked about this before when we talked accumulation distribution in front of key areas of support and resistance. If you didn't watch that lesson, just do a quick YouTube search on our homepage, type in accumulation distribution. You should get that lesson, no problemo. All right, so important considerations to consider when using this strategy. There is the ever-present danger of false breakouts. Hate these. Not all breakouts with volume are successful. Price can sometimes fake a breakout and then the reverse. Use additional confirmation signals like moving averages or price patterns to strengthen your conviction. And the market context also needs to be analyzed and considered before entering and using this strategy. Consider the overall market sentiment. A strong breakout during a bullish trend is more likely to have follow-through than a breakout during a consolidation phase or even a bear market if it was a breakout long, right? So keep market context in mind, especially like with the Mag 7 names and the futures pumping to all-time highs. Chances are that if you get a breakout trade on a Mag 7 name with the future at all-time highs, you'll probably get some follow-through. It's not a hard and fast rule, but something to consider. So putting it all together, how are you using this? Step one, you're going to identify key areas of support and resistance and high volume activity around those levels. That's step one. Step two, you're going to look for a decisive break with volume confirmation. Step three, you're going to project the measured move distance to estimate a potential price target. Go back and go back to the formula I just showed you to make that projection. And then step four, lastly, combine this with other technicals, obviously, and the market context for a more robust trading strategy, guys. And remember, I really want to emphasize this. The measured move is a tool. It is not a guarantee by any means. There's probably like no guarantees in this business. Backtest your strategies and refine them based on real market data. By incorporating the measured move in your analysis, you can become a more adept trader.
Yeah, we love adept trading over here at How to Trade. And also what I want to actually kind of touch on is, because I appreciate what you said about if you're in, like, for example, Mag 7, see what the future's doing. If it's like pushing to all-time highs, you're pushing to all-time highs, some nice confirmation. Yes. One example too is if you have something where we have a Mag 7 name, for example, moving in the opposite direction of the future, that can also tell you something. So Tesla yesterday, before it had that big push up, it was kind of moving down as the futures would get those pops into highs. So I think that's something you can kind of look at as well sometimes. When do you have divergence? Also, if I may, I kind of want to talk about this Nvidia trade because I'm really happy with it. So this was scalpulation. I have waxed poetic about this made-up term called scalpulation, and what it means is you have your profit. When I say you, I mean me. I have my profit targets, I have my areas I like, but I also am prepared to leave if I see stuff on the book that changes my idea. A lot of people in the chat have told me, I know Neil says this a lot as well, if you're not comfortable in the trade, get out. And so that was what happened here. I got involved at 948s. I saw that we kind of came down a little bit, then we recovered at 948s. Goal here, big gold star goal was going to be 949. Then I realized we were probably not going to get there, or at least at a pace that I was comfortable with, that I knew I could handle, because I am a kind of a risk-averse person, which I realize is really idiosyncratic with day trading. So, you have to kind of adjust that. And for me, it was like, I noticed we were struggling here. I was like, I don't know if we're going to get this 949s. Get out at 948.50, cut the cord. I get out, we drop a little bit. I was like, cool. I was risking to like about 947.50. Lowest I got while we were in the trade was 947.85. So I don't feel like I risk too much, if that makes sense. If we keep popping up at this VWAP and this delicious level I love, which is 948.50, then, we're going to have to sing Mamma Mia. Here we go again, one more time here, about at that 948.50 level, because I love that. And I find a way for me to avoid FOMO is just by getting out of the trade. Like, it could be better, but I'd rather just get out of the trade while I have profit, or otherwise I might do something a little silly. So that's my plan there with Nvidia. Still slightly down in the day, but I do have my IWM trade, which I'm really proud of as well. And yes, it did obviously go lower. I got out of this a bit early, but I'm happy. I'm still happy with it. You know what I mean? 207.80 was one of the areas I was targeting. Sure, could we have gotten that 207.60? Would it have been delicious? Yes and yes. But did we take some profits? Yeah, so I can't be too disappointed. I am pleased as punch. And if we bounce, this range is still intact. Someone's going long. I see you are involved in CVAC. Are you CVACing any profits?
I'm HVACing these profits. Oh, all right. No. Seriously, here's the look. CVAC, one of the 6 small cap gappers du jour to make it up on the trusty side charts, and let's cover these bad boys. Here they are, the trusty 6. These 2 over here, they don't count. That's the NQ and the S. Do not look on the right. No, I'm kidding. I don't know why I feel like this today. But anyway, CVAC coming in to the volume weighted average price of Darrow, which also happens to a little bit coincide with this $4 area. You don't have to convince me twice on a strong name to look at VWAP. So I'm already long at 04s. We'll see what we get here, come what may. Stops in place, beak weather is in place. And this monster, CVAC, let me give you the deets. So, $910 million market cap. So almost $1 billion, so kind of not a small cap gapper. 4.5 million shares. The float, 122 million share float. And the short float, let's find out if there's anything afoot here with said short float. Decent, 4.8% of the 122 million shares is shorted, so not negligible by any means. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm looking to wet my beak at 10s. We'll see what we get with CVAC. We're going to let that one do its thing, 21. The other one, MAXN. These are not like triple-digit winners, but you'll be able to see here by the chart that they're good-looking charts on the day. MAXN is absolutely hugging that 10-period EMA on the 5, curling back a little bit right now off 340. MAXN, MAXN. The deets are as follows: $178 million market cap, 4.42 million shares traded today, and the float, 32.3 million. What is the short float on this monster? MAXN. Wow, this is a big boy short float on MAXN. 45.06% of the 32.3 million shares are shorted. This one reports May 30th. Interesting here on Maxon, did not know it had such a high short float. Maybe that's why it's being targeted. I don't actually see a headline. Oh, here it is. This Maxon Solar receives NASDAQ notification to delayed filing of annual report. Okay, that shouldn't send it super high, but in any event, that is the look on MAXN. Just wanted to point that one out because it's a good small cap gapper. And it looks like I'm printing here on, am I? Yes, we did wet our beak there, Adair, so we're gonna let that go. FREY, sorry to hold up here, but I just want to go through this small cap.
FREY,
right? They're all really good looking today.
With that. That's a nice look.
Because you like to talk on that, don't you? I knew it, yep. Hey, I'm starting to know a little bit how you think. Look at this one, though. This is very bull flaggish. So bull flaggish that, you know, it can't even break the 10 period on the 5 over here. So let me give you the deets quickly on FREY. It's as follows. It's a $362 million market cap, 6 2/3 million shares traded on the day, and the float is 117.5 million. And I'm just going to look super quick here on trade ideas. The short float, good, 7.1% of the float is short. So good look there. That could get a little bit parabolic-ish. And then the best of them, I guess, IGMS. It's highest in terms of percentage. Its print and days high. It's also got a love affair with the 10 period on the 5. It's really going here. So let me give you the deets on this. This is the #1 scanner. Number one name on my scanner, $714 million market cap. The volume, though, is a little bit suspicious. Less than 1.5 million shares done on the day. That's a little 22 million share float. And last but not least, the short float on this is 30%. Okay, so you have another heavily shorted name, IGMS, MAXN, very highly shorted names. They could absolutely get parabolic if they catch a bid today. Keep your eye out on that. And go CVAC, go, baby. We printed on this one, and that's the end of the trade there, Dara.
Congrats to you. In the words of you, wet that beak, get the beak wet. So congrats, shout out, do that dance. Microsoft, I want to take short. I like that 431.80. I was like, ooh, we're rejecting. And Microsoft was like, yeah, but like not with you. And it dropped. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to chase. You don't want to go chasing waterfalls. Yeah, so we're going to have to see what happens there. I was also trying to play something that was just, I realized was going to be kind of futile, so I got out of it. This Apple keeps rejecting at the 90 MA. And I was like, hey, we're going to take this short in tandem with the Qs dropping. I thought this was a really cool plan. And then Apple dropped 4 cents before I could get involved, and again, no chasing. I think the issue is need to be more on the ball, seeing these things before they happen or as they happen. But you know, one thing I am looking at that I actually think I might be able to get filled on, and I want to explain my thinking here on PDD. I think we could be reversing to the upside. You may be like, Adara, what on earth would possess you to think that?
Nice call.
But
I see that.
I like, yeah, we're actually going to try to get long this because why not?
Why not?
Thank you, Sharif. We're going to be getting out if we break below. Yeah, we're going to risk 50 pennies. I can live with that. I want minimum. Yeah, apparently $2 is the area I like. I do love that 150. Will we get 150? Highly debatable. But, you know, again, to quote something Sean put on his Twitter that I really liked was, in order to make money, you must attempt ideas.
Bang.
And if I'm not attempting ideas, what am I doing sitting in this here chair? I never thought it was going to be trading, but here we are trading. So you gotta take things as they come. And I love being involved in these markets, and I love when I see stuff like this. Let me explain. Initially, I wrote that 153 level, 153.75, 154, because that was an area that was support, flipped to resistance. I liked it. Then I noticed we kind of were continuing to see this move to the downside every time we got to the 90 and maybe we rejected. I said, now it's a short. Then I noticed we kind of pop back up here. And I said, if we bounce at 148, it's a long. I realize I've switched my opinions on this 3 times already, but PDD just gave me reason to. So hopefully we're going to get paid them dollars in this trade. That acronym worked better in my head. But yeah, so really I think we're going to take some out maybe at this 149 base, but of course I'm saving for that 150 area. I love that 150 area. We have that A, VWAP projection, B, support resistance flip-flop, C, I like that it's a whole dollar level. And D, the spread is tightening, which has nothing to do with my reasoning, but it's just always fun as someone who does not enjoy really spready stocks. And I'm sure Eli Lilly is like, Adara, what are you talking about? You traded me for months. But it's all good. I do like PDD, I like that we're holding this 148. And now, what is Sharif looking at over here?
I just suggested by top voice over internet protocol to look at ENVX, and I happen to like the chart a little bit.
Is that Novix and Novovix? Is that what that is?
I haven't even looked.
Oh, okay.
So, let's find out. It is actually. Did you know about this one already?
Well, it ran in the past. I just remember some of
I
these
see
small
that.
cap
Actually,
tickers,
yeah, you have that memory, man. I'm jealous. I'm not gonna lie. ENVX, guys, she is absolutely right on that. If we can show the chart there, Ram. Big move up on May 1st. So the first of the month. Hi, Neil. This was absolutely pumping up through 6.5. By the end of day, it found its way into 8 3/4. But that wasn't the end of the matter. The following days, subsequent, it ended up pamping into about 10 3/4. That's before it came down and basically held the 200 on the hourly. Now it's right back above that high that we put in on May 6th. So these are definitely local highs, $11.16. This one has been looking decent. Almost $2 billion market cap, $1.89 billion. Today's done 3.1 million shares on the day, $143 million market cap, float, excuse me, 143 million share float, ENVX, and the short float is big as well. Wowzers, that's 3 in a row now that we've got. 31.11% of the 143 million shares is shorted. So this one, another one that could go parabolic here if it does catch a bid. Heavily shorted name. Let's go into the daily and figure out where to expect key areas of technical resistance. So this one has a very definable top here that we put in early to mid-February at 12.5. So we're not that far away from it now, and we could absolutely get there within the next couple of days. So I'm going to put an alert out, and this alert's going to stay in place. I'm going to put it near 12.25 so I can be alerted to that 12.5 if it makes its way up there either today or tomorrow or whatever. So interesting look here. I think you have kind of a clear sky setup from where we're at right now into that 12.5, and then I think you encounter a little bit of resistance there. Let's see what ENVX brings. Let's go to the minute now and have a look at this on the daily. Okay, so I don't like to trade these on the 1 minute for analysis, just for the entry. So, okay, this one is absolutely hugging the 10 period as well, getting a little extended now away from the 10 period. And look what happened last time it got extended from the 10 period on the 5, right over here. You don't have to look far. 10:30, we got away from the 10 period, and look what happened. Right back down, that magnetic effect that the OB, the one, the Canob always talks about. So I'll be looking for something in and around 11, maybe high 1090s or so. This is an interesting area. Good luck. Thank you for shouting that out top. Voice over Internet Protocol.
Oh, that's what that means.
Yeah.
I didn't know what that meant.
Oh, yeah. It's like such old technology.
Wait.
Yeah, it's not old technology. It's just a really old way of saying internet telephony.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ew, I see.
Good times.
Good times. Also good times in PDD. I did get out part earlier than expected. I know I said I'm waiting for 149, and then PDD ran into this weird resistance at 148.50, and I was like, you don't have to tell me twice. Took out 2/3 of the profit. Is that a specific level? Yeah, but I had a random share size number. I think I'm gonna have to get the rest out maybe here though, because we keep getting up to this 50 area, and then PDD's like running away scared. So you might be like, Adara, why 50s? The book, I did not like what we were doing around 50s. Case in point, we're doing it again. We're just getting out here. Please just punch if we get filled. But also, look at that chop and churn on the 5 minute at this level. So a couple different factors of confluence. Shout out to Obi behind us there. The Amazonian, as Sharif sometimes call it. In case you're like, who's the Amazonian? Sometimes it's Amazon, the stock. Other times it's Obi. It does depend. But either way, shout out. I'm just going to I've got out here at 40s. There's too much chop and churn here for me. Could I have stayed longer? Oh, sure. Might I get back in? Possibly. Still on my side chart. But am I happy with the trade? That's going to be a resounding yes. Right now, this is my top name so far. I've been trying to trade less names, just hone in on names and levels I like. But what's everyone else looking at here? ENVX, some people liking. Yeah, Sharif brought that one up. Let's look at FSLR, because I saw lots of solar-related. Oh, that's FLSR, which is not correct. FLSR. Let's look at this one. Okay, this is really spicy. I like that we have this 9 EMA bounce here. We have very few red candles all day. I don't want to say nary a red candle, but because there are some lately, but that's what I mean. So we get up here to this 238, and then we see this glorious chop and churn. Look at this, bounce, reject, like literally a yo-yo, but still going slightly higher. Then we get even more interesting. We have this topping tail candle up here, 242. I'm like, okay, I see you. Then we come back down, we get that red candle, and we come back up. This is the type of name that honestly you could probably, and when I say you, I mean me, because no advice, there could even maybe be some scalps here. And I would have to play this like, this would be kind of a ridiculous trade, but you're getting like, the range for candle, as Sharif sometimes says, is at least $1 now. This is getting really spicy. I really like this look, and I think if we, this range for candle, you could short this, go long, go short, but I just think it could be really dicey as well. We're at like 13% right now,
yeah,
so
it's a monster. Wow.
I don't really know if I trust myself, but I think either way, I would like to see if we could eclipse that 242. I know that's like a Adara classic, wait for new high of day, but I say that because that topping tail candle is quite a look, and I think we're getting even more consolidative. Nice look here in FSLR. Let's see how much more time we have left. Yeah, Tampanda, my initial look was shorting PDD, but I would only, and I'm really happy I got out where I did because we just fell 20 pennies, but I want to see what we do with the 9 EMA. If we keep getting those 9 EMA rejections, that's when I'm going to get in. I do not want to hop in all willy-nilly. Also, let's look at Tesla, because I know some people mentioning Tesla, and I have not even looked at, I've been, a little bit neglect left for Tesla. But look at this 181. Was this one of the levels I wrote down today? No, 181.75, so no. But look at this 181 base here. We get in the 5-minute. Then we come back. We look like we're trying to reject it, and we're rejecting the 90 MA. I don't mind that, but I also don't like that we're pushing higher on the Qs, though honestly, Tesla and the Qs are kind of like a funhouse mirror situation. They're a little bit opposing each other here. Qs squirreling higher, Tesla squirreling lower. I should have said curling, realize I didn't write this down. But it's all good. They're making those squirrely moves to the downside for the Tesla and squirrely moves to the upside for TQQs or just the Qs. But yeah, Tesla, if you keep following this 181, this could be an interesting short. How are you doing?
Good, good. Softies right back at the 50 period on the 5. Here's the look. Let me show you guys exactly what I'm looking at. I might be persuaded to get long on the soft one here. Look, you're not going to be able to just put an order at the 50 and have a 10-penny spread between your entry and your out, because look what it did last time. It pushed you out. So the actual 50 period was hanging out at 430.75. It pushed you all the way down just a smidge above that $0.50. So here we go again, soft one coming in to that 50 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. I do like it here. I just don't want to have a resting order there in case it does continue through and break down. So I'm going to wait for some sort of confirmation. Yeah, yes, the buyers are stepping up here, and we're gonna pop up. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set a little bit of a dip trade. I'm going to sit at 88s. Okay, we're going to sit at 88s and see what we get there. I think that I have a decent idea of where I want to get out. Here we're at 88s right now, so if I print, the area I want to get out is the making of a newer low. So anything below 65s and the trade is gonzino. It's printing 88s on the bid. I'm not getting filled because the spread is about 3 pennies at the moment. There we go. Now I'm filled at 88s. So I'm going to go ahead and put my out at 59s, whatever, 430. We're going to put, we'll put 58s, and then we'll give this one all the way down into 50. We'll give it to 49 just in case, right? So we'll see if it holds up at this level. Long 88s, already 10 pennies out of the money. So we'll have to wait and see if this is a quick dip below the 50 period and then we pop back up like we did last time on that 5-minute candle right in 11, or this is going to be the breaking of the low. My stop's already in place. Also, the other trade I want to tell you about, Meta coming into the 10 period. Originally, like, it hasn't really respected the 10 period that much. It looks like the respect has been for the yellow line, which is the 20 period EMA on the 5. So I'm interested in getting something here, 471.50 or thereabouts on META as it comes down a little bit as well. All right, so let's put a beak wetter on the soft one here. I'll sit at 98s because what's life without whimsy? We'll look for a bit of a profit taker if it's able to make its way back into that whole dollar area. The future is at day's highs right now. So we just got printed on the soft one. Happy about that, but I'm greedy. I want more. Let's see if we can make it back into the WAP. The VWAP is at 431.25. If we can make it there, I'll wet my beak.
If you can make it there, we can make it everywhere. It's up to you, Mr. Softy. Mr. Softy. Shout out to Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra. That worked better in my head.
Are you a Frank fan?
I am a Frank fan.
Sinatra fan.
Yeah, Frank Sinatra.
Okay.
Frank Ocean too.
Yeah. Okay.
But Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Sam Cooke.
Wow.
Yeah, I grew up with all this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Yeah, I mean technically I guess shout out to my dad because he got me into that. But
He's
yeah.
the one, eh?
Oh yeah. The whole Rat Pack. Also Rivian. Some people were tagging Rivian Millionaire, who was in our chat, saying, "Hope you're having a good day." And I'm sure if you weren't a Rivian Millionaire already, you could be one today. No, I'm joking. But there's this great opportunity on Rivian. Shout out to Neil, who I think got long 1020s on this. So great look there, 30 pennies in the money. Great look on RIVN. This one just revving to the upside. There was a catalyst on this. Don't know if that's what moved it. It also does have like almost a 15% short float, I think. But RIVN here was moving to the upside on that news with, it's having some solar partnership in the community with Illinois. We know it has its factory in Normal, Illinois. So nice community stuff there for RIVN. And also, you know what's interesting here? This 1025. Little resistance, little support. That's all we need. Running to the upside. Great look there. Yeah, also, you know what's kind of coming into areas that I kind of like. Nvidia. I said I'm not getting involved in this unless I see stuff I love. So far that's worked okay. I'm slightly down in the name, but both trades I took, I felt good about and I managed okay. So that's kind of, I think to me, sometimes what matters. But if we have that 948.50 or at this point, maybe we're even moving to 949 and then you risk into 948.50. Either way, though, I think we're kind of continuing to churn to the upside. Shout out to Katina Capital CEO Sean Katina, who is killing it on this trade. Right now, I'm up on the day and I'm pretty happy with it so far. I don't want to, jinx anything, but I think it's just about conviction. Also, Tesla's being like, yeah, you sure should have stayed here longer, huh? Yeah, I should have. I got out around I think low, high 70s because we kind of had that move down. Then we came right back up to my point of entry. I said, Adara, you don't like this. Tesla doesn't like this. Just get out at one. Just get out a little bit earlier here. I was risking to 181.20s, took about 20 pennies. So mixed risk to reward. But as you can see here, that's the reason I got out. We'll get to a level and then we'll come right back up with a viciousness. A little bit harder to be a part of unless you are in super scalp mode. And because I slept for 10 hours last night, my brain is just not in super scalp mode yet. But that doesn't mean it won't be. With some more caffeine.
Ooh, she loaded up today too. So she puts 1 shot of espresso in her tea. That's a Ram thing, by the way.
Yeah, shut up.
Today there were 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so.
And then I went to sit down and I was very tired. And Sean's like, maybe you should have done a triple. And maybe I should have.
Wow.
But all good there. How is your Microsoft with the beat?
We're break even right now on the remaining little piece. I've already put my out for the $0.25. Well, hopefully a $0.25 retracement. It's definitely dancing with the 50 right now. A couple of wicking tails into 70. Both have bought up. I'm not 100% convinced by this, but I'm not going to get out of it either. The stop is in place. The profit taker's in place. There's really nothing for me to do other than to wait to see if I get stopped out on the remaining ballast or print. That's as simple as that. So we're going to let that one do its thing. The other thing that I keep looking at here is META, because this one is coming down into 472. And, well, not just the whole dollar level, that's not really what interests me. What interests me is this top-end consolidation. It's also conflating, confluence, with 472 at the whole dollar level. So we had these wick shimmies into the whole dollar level. We retraced, came back to the 20, and then we broke it. Now, do we have a shallower retracement this time because we have a clearer top here, 472, and the 10 period, or are we still going to do the dance with the 20 period and come down into 471.50? So that's what I'm watching here on META. Good day for it, up 1 2/3 after a rough couple of days for Meta. It's been ever since that earnings report. Really, look, they didn't do anything bad. All they did was just say that they're going to spend a little bit more on Meta Reality Labs for their metaverse, this, that, and the other, including AI, than the market really wanted to hear. So, the market has a way of making Zuck pay when they don't like what he has to say. If you don't know, go back and look at Meta's chart at 2022. Then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It went from $350 to $88. That quick. So they've made him pay before. They're not making him pay this time, obviously, the same way. We'll keep an eye on that. Brad Aldman, question. I closed out of my CVAC and the selling price spanned 6 cents for 1,000 shares. Any way to avoid this large spread? Look, dude, it's one of the age-old issues, the spread on the name. Typically, when something's doing a lot of volume, the spread's a little bit tighter. When something's a bit cheaper, the spread's also a little bit tighter. That's not a hard and fast rule, so you can find these names that do get spready. It's a tough look, dude. All I can say is maybe have resting orders so that you're first in line for the trigger. Because if you're going to put it super quick, once the price gets into your level, you're going to be, you're going to be lower in priority for the fill. So have your order out there, I guess, to try to get higher in priority. The negative side of that is a lot of people don't like to have resting orders because the market makers see your orders. And then there's that whole theory about the market makers taking down. And I'm not going to get into that whole thing. But those are... That's what I'd say with respect to that. Tam Panda, Meta breaking through daily 9 SMA. Shout out to you. Big Kyle Burdett. This one's for you, $4.99 super chat.
Adara, I got 4 kids to send your way if that oversleeping is getting you down. Come on, man. See, I saw some stuff in the chat about this as well, drink more water. So I mentioned this in the market recap, but I am medically sleepy. So no matter how much sleep I get, I will unfortunately be tired. And the more sleep I get too, the more my body like feeds on it like a leech. It's like, give me more, give me more. So yeah, it was an accidental, fell asleep at 8 p.m. with the contacts in type of night. All good. But I'm just very eager to crush these markets. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess the 4 kids would keep me awake there. So no complaints. But thank you so much to big Kyle Burdett for that $4.99 super chat. Also, that reminds me, I know you trade the SPY sometimes. I actually had a level on the SPY that I like that I haven't really looked at yet today. So I liked that 531.20 because look at all that top and turn we had at 531.20. It was also a level, if you zoom out a little bit, it was a level, I thought it was a level I liked, maybe it wasn't. But I thought it was kind of an interesting area to play around with, that 531.20, and the SPY was like, what do you mean? I was like, okay. But look at that bounce around 531. There could be something here. Shout out there. I really do like this look on the SPY. I think there could be something there. Also, I got long Meta, which I know, and I've said this before, that's a trade I'll only take if I really, really like what I'm seeing, and I do. But first, I want to talk about IBIX. Lots of people talking about these crypto. Oh my gosh. Woo. Look at that. Look at that break above here.
Dang, girl.
Higher highs, higher lows. Are you saying that to IBIT? IBIT's like, oh, thank you, Sharif. I appreciate it. I earned that. But yeah, nice pop up here. A little bit of chop and churn. Then we burst to the upside, especially when the Q is slouching a little bit. I think that's a really nice look for META. Also, sorry, not META, IBIT. I got into Meta, and I appreciate what Sharif had to say about this one as well, trying to continue to climb to the upside. Look at this 90 MA bounce. I know I said because of the spread, I literally only trade this name if I find the levels to die for. In this case, I do. And I'm not, like, I could wait for a higher high or a high of daybreak on Meta. I'm not going to. I'm going to have to get out, though, because we just dropped with the viciousness. And that's the one thing about our Meta is that it can get a little nasty there. So, yeah, did lose a little bit on that name. But you know what that means? Just got to find more trades you like.
Nice.
And make more gains.
All right, D. Westermeyer, Sharif, Adara. First of all, what's up, D? It's been a minute since we've seen you. We miss you around here, obviously. D. Westermeyer, one of the OGs there. Nice recovery on Zim today. I'm in and I'm out. Money, money, money. Shout out to you. I know they reported. Did they report yesterday?
Zim? They reported yesterday.
Yesterday, thank you.
They were on the watch list.
They're that Chinese shipping company, right?
I think they're Israeli.
Or they're Israeli, my bad. Okay, let's find out here. They are an Israeli-based company. What do they do? Shipping. Yeah, because I always see them on the back of trucks. I don't know why I thought they were Chinese. Anyway, great look for them today. It's a red to green move. So here's what Adara was talking about yesterday in the pre. They report in the pre. We go all the way down to 16, let's say 16 3/4. And we retrace that entire move. So we're basically back into the area that we were at before the earnings miss. I'm assuming that they missed here because they sold off. 1906 HOD right now. Keep your eye out for that 1950. That was the high that we got to before that earnings miss, the day before the earnings miss. So yesterday we reported in the morning. So good luck. RSI on the 5-minute oversold at the moment. Keep your eye out on that. But I'm not really putting too much stock into that. Great recovery for you, D. Westermeyer, baby. Hope you print on that. Well, you already printed on it, so shout out to you. Gorev, if you were to go long shop holding on VWAP right now, what kind of confirmation would you wait for? Interesting. Great question, Gorev. Let's have a look at...
I like that.
Yeah, it is, because it figures with what we've been saying in the lesson for like umpteen zillion days right now. Confirmation, confirmation, confirmation. All right, here is VWAP. Well, the thing about this, Gorev, is you're kind of straddling. It's not really a VWAP trade here, it looks like. Shopify is very range bound at these levels. So I'm going to go ahead and say, let me have a look at this. Yeah, it's really between, it's really like 59 and a fifth. Or thereabouts. I know the wicks go lower to test 59.10 or so. But the high side over here, you have 59 and a half, 59 and a third. Look, this to me is not a VWAP hold trade because what you do is you're just straddling it here for basically for the last 2 hours. So Gorev, I'm going to have to say, this is not the VWAP trade that I'd be looking for. A VWAP retracement, something that was trading higher, comes off, starts bouncing back up. Nah, this is very consolidative and the volume is really dropping off, Gorev. not what I want to see subsequent to earnings. I want to see some participation. Keep your eye out on the name, though, in the next coming days because hedge funds can start piling into this, right? Big money, they have buying committees, and so once the earnings report is out, those committees meet to, I guess, discuss whether they're going to add, remove, or close the position, and so, you know, there's always the move in the days subsequent to the earnings report. So I'm out of the soft one right now for the remaining balance, and there's a reason for that. It made a new low. And so the trade, in my estimation, is no longer valid. So we got in for the 50-period hold because it was dancing with the 50, and it was dancing with the 50 for a while. But we had this low over here off which to base my stop. I said to myself, look, this is a 50-period move. If it makes a newer low over here for the break of 60, I'm gonzino. And last it did, it dipped into 55s. That triggered my out. And so I'm still positive on the name because the amount that I had was quite small remaining there. So decent trade on the soft one, but alas, we do not get that continuation with Softy. Okay, other trades now. So I know that you got pushed out of that META trade because Meta's a monster. Yeah, and it's doing the wick shimmy. It's doing the wick shimmy, showing you that someone very interested is buying at those levels at around 472 or so. So keep your eye on Meta. I don't think the trade is done 1 2/3 in the good now. Here is the other one that I want to talk about, Softy. So this one, for whatever reason, made its way right back into that level that we closed. This was the IB high on the wicking basis, 185.22. But look at the closing prints, all south of 185, 185.80-ish. That's where the close was. Surprise, surprise. Look where we started retracing off, 184.85, coming back into the VWAP here. I'm unsure how to trade this. It's not respecting VWAP. It's not respecting the 10 or the 20. So I'm going to go back to what works. It's respected the 50 here, 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 here. You get the idea. So I'm going long on Amazon at the 50, 183.92. I'm sending it to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to let a Meta get the better of me. But actually now, you know, when we said that, I was like, oh yeah, Meta's going to continue without me.
183.90.
And then I actually was like, I think Meta might be a short. You might be like, Adara, pourquoi? Like, what do you see it? Okay, I'll tell you. That 90 EMA rejection. We bounced around. We did the wick shimmy dance, as Sharif says, around that 472 area. And now I actually think we're rejecting it. And the only reason I'm not hopping into that short with both feet first is it's Meta. I just don't have that feel-good energy about it. But you know what I did do is I thought Nvidia could have been a long, so I went long Nvidia because I was like, oh, Adara, that way you can take more shares and you're risking less. Yeah, no. I forgot, the second I got in, I remembered why I don't like NVDL, and it's because I find it to be really spready, but not in the way Nvidia is spready, where it's like moving a lot. It's just kind of not a lot of liquidity, and I feel like I can't manage myself in NVDL, especially because I scalp. You can't really do that there. So Nvidia holding this 949 okay-ish. I'm not getting involved. Right now, I'm waiting for my 948.50. If I get the short that I want there, I'm going short. If we bounce off 948.50, I'm going long. But there's something with that level. There is something so odd about that level. It's some weird kind of karma, and I want in. So I will be getting in because I have the conviction. Michael Moore shorted Amazon, apparently 184.81. So, I mean, shout out to you. You are a cool 70 cents in the money. So nice look there. And, I mean, look at a double top. That's a fantastic look there for Michael Moore. Meta might also be rejecting the daily 9 SMA, says Tampana. Yeah, I think Meta is rejecting something. I just don't want to get involved in it right this second. WSM has been weak, very weak there. William Sonoma, I guess market participants saying William Sonoma. They're saying putting the
market's
no
dumping.
Sonoma.
Market's dumping.
Oh,
market's dumping.
Oh.
Something happened there.
My Benzing has not been like.
Okay, so big move down on the future, right down into 18.8, 11.50. What is happening? Okay, I'm looking. Apple, let me have a look. Big move down on the market, guys. I still don't have a read on what's happening. Let me just check the economic calendar, make sure we're good on that front. Well, we just got bought up aggressively there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. No, I still don't have anything. Also, it is worth noting, the Qs drop, everything drops, and Tesla doesn't. So like I said, I think it is still worth noting that Tesla is moving in the opposite direction of the market. We had that big move down, Nvidia, Meta, every other name in the Mag 7, but Google not reacting as much and Tesla reacting not at all. So just worth noting, not everything here is moving together. I was talking about that Williams-Sonoma because that one initially had a nice move up on earnings and then gave up all of it and then some. Right now, we are down 6.5%. But ironically, as the rest of the market moves up, we get a really interesting hammer candle here at WSM around that 294. So the things could get interesting here. FN Lover, I believe was the name in the chat, was asking about Moderna. So yeah, I know Moderna was a great look. Oh yeah, okay, Moderna's up like double since the last time I looked at it. It's a great, okay. I have thoughts on Moderna. Okay, let's get into it. So yeah, Sharif always loves, because when I pull the chair back, that means you know I like a chart or I like something on a chart. And you guys know what I'm gonna like on this chart. This 157.30 to 158.40 range. I don't know if I want to take this range because my issue with stuff like this, it can resolve either direction. We're already at 10%. You could be like, how much higher could we go? But we don't know. Moderna could get another shot in the arm and have another, jump up 10%, right? But also look at these bullish candles here. We're bouncing. We're sitting pretty in the 90 EMA, having that wick down into 156.90 and pushing to the upside. Part of me almost kind of, I think if you go long, and when I say you, I mean me, like I almost said hypothermically. That's how you know I'm tired. Hypothetically, if you go long here, 157, where is this? You risk into that 157 area. I don't think that's a bad look, but I don't know. I want to see what this range does. That being said, I do think there is a range. I think this is a great look. FN, thank you for reminding us about this because I was looking at this one. I think I brought it up on the big desk. So this could be nice. Also, Meta was like, what short? I'm going to be right back to that ADR that I was level I was stressing ADR out at. So, I mean, good for you, Meta. The spread's getting bigger on this, though. We're talking 20, 30 pennies, so not anything I have any more moves on. FSLR also decided to break out. First Solar was like, I want to be the first name in solar. And I mean, maybe you are. A nice look. SunPower also had that Tesla catalyst with regards to that power wall. This one also up about 30%. So these, okay, I like this chop and turn as well, but I don't really have. This is not a name I feel really comfortable trading given the wildness with which it moves. A little bit down in the day after that L and NVDL and then that Meta move. But you know what? Always looking for more opportunities, always staying positive. Tesla could be interesting to me, and Nvidia's getting back near that level I like.
I like it.
You're in the zone.
I am in the zone, and I was just break even. So here's what happened. We got that big market move down, so Amazon came down. I have my stop already in place. It's going to break. If we break 69s, that's the end of the trade. But we were just above the 50. So I was like, okay, look, this candle is going to close hammer candle-ish. It's going to close above the 50. We're going to start curling, and I'm going to retire, right? But that didn't happen. It continued to move down. So my stop is in place. I'm 13 pennies out of the money on AMZN, but we did get bought up off these levels, so I'm leaving my stop at 69s, come what may. I'm looking to wet my beak at 184.10. We'll see what we get. I'm long 95, so I'm, about 5 pennies out of the money at the moment on it, as it just did move back up. I'm going to leave it to be, because Amazon was having a decent day and respecting the 50 until that big boy Hwadunk came in on the future. Still don't have an idea why the future did what it just did. I'm looking quick up here at my blotter to make sure that no Fed speakers were dropping hot lines. And you know how much these Fed speakers love to move these markets. Oh, give them a platform. They will absolutely take it in a second. It's probably the hardest time for them emotionally when the blackout period comes. They can't affect the market.
Who will I talk to? My spouse? My kids? Like, who am I going to rant to the markets about?
Right? You got to love these Fed speakers. No, we're kidding. Tongue in cheek, obviously, right? But I'm looking. I still don't see anything here for that. So if we get anything, we'll shout it out. Now, before that whole thing happened, Michael Lloyd was telling me about a new small cap gapper. Not one that I keep my eye typically on, because this one is trading at 7.5 pennies. But who cares? The chart pattern looks awesome. Shout out to Michael Lloyd for this. So this one closed out yesterday just a smidge below 6 pennies over here. So 5.89. It's at day's highs. This thing is moving. It's a good move here. GWAV. I don't really see a headline on it today. What did it do yesterday? So it's been selling off a little bit today, or selling off a little bit lately. So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's at day's highs right now. It's up 32.5%. Just printed another high there at 7.88 pennies. It's about to hit 8 pennies right now. As you can see, it's moving. It's moving decent. It's done 494 million shares on the day as well. It should. It's 7 pennies. So we're gonna have to, you're gonna have to size into this one in order to print anything. RSI at 80 here on the 5. So keep your eye out on that. I'm still out of the money on the Amazon trade. Now we're below the 50 on a closing, well, not on a closing basis. This candle closed right at the 50. Now we're below the 50 though. I'm gonna leave my out at 69s. I don't think the trade is valid anymore. This trade was based upon a 50 period hold and nothing else. And now that may not be the case anymore because of that big boy Huadunk we just got on said market. So if we get stopped out at 69s, that's what happens, but I'm leaving that in place. Meta, 20 period hold up, as we kind of suspected a little bit here. It's not holding to the T. As you can see, this candle broke below the 20 by about 25 pennies, but the closing print comes above that. Look for a possible Meta 20 period EMA on the 5 hold. You got it in the pre-market. You got it every single time there at 10 o'clock into 10:15. You got it again at 10:50, and we're right back again at the 20, holding 471.50 or so is where the 20 period EMA is on the 5-minute chart. Good look here for Meta. Let's see if it can curl back up.
Yeah, kind of kicking myself for Moderna. Well, I'm kicking myself for Meta too, mind you, but you gotta take turns taking yourself on different names, right? You can't be beating yourself for one stock all day, right? But that 158.50 was such a good short, and I was like, now Adara could go higher. Look at these topping tail candles, or these bottoming tail candles, blah, blah, blah. Yes, the range is back. I'm gonna have to play it. I don't love the spread here, mind you, but there is a clear range. I think if you give this about 50 pennies, because I want like $1, right? I think I can live with that. So we're gonna give this, okay, I'm okay with 60s, really small position. So just again, as Sean said, and this Twitter that I really do relate to is, I'm gonna have to find this quote again, in order to make money, you must attempt ideas. And so if you have an idea you like, why not attempt it? That's what I say. Well, it's also what Sean said, but that's what I'm also gonna say. I do like this look, so let's see what happens here for Moderna. Hopefully it gets a shot in the arm to the upside here a little bit, but I'll play the range both directions, I think.
Getting vaccinated?
Pardon?
Huh? Is it getting vaccinated?
I guess so, yeah. It's, well, you had your CVX earlier.
Oh yeah, there's apparently a new variant of COVID. Get ready for this one. It's called FLIRT. Literally, F-L-I-R-T. I don't know what the acronym stands for, but it's just kind of funny. Like, I don't want to flirt with COVID. Like,
yeah, you don't want to flirt with danger. That's what you're literally.
and like, they shouldn't give them like nice names.
like cute names, no, because it's
remember
not cute.
Omicron? What was the other one? Neil says that sounds like a character from like an evil villain or something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, we digress.
We do digress. And Moderna right now is making progress, hopefully to the upside. What is everyone else looking at here? JPM long trimming, says Comp SRX. Yeah, JPM, Sean and I were talking about this in the market recap last 2 days because we had that investor day. Initially looked really good on Monday. Then we get some Jamie Dimon retirement earlier than expected type thing. And then we get a little bit of a move down. Yesterday, we made up a lot of those moves. That's a great, if that's where you got long off that bouncer, it's a great look there. Shout out to you, Comp SRX. And I like also, like, this area is actually kind of spicy. I don't think I'd trade this name for myself because I need to stare at it a little bit longer. But look at this 199 area. 199 problems for JPM. We get that move down. Look where we come back up. We flirt with it. And we're going to be probably heading to the downside. So I think that could be an interesting look there for JPM. Moderna falling, unfortunately, while I'm in it. So good times. This is initially started out my day, and then the day was like, oh, Adara, we can't let you have nice things. No, I'm joking. It's all about how you trade. It's all about what happens. And I'm not going to beat myself up too much on this because I really do want to come into this learning every day. Nice. And I think sometimes you do learn from the L's than you do from the W's, and it's about like why did the successful trades work, if they did work, right? So for me, it was just staring at levels like crazy and taking scalps. And this Moderna, I think maybe it was a short at the top of the range and not a long at the bottom, but you know what, you try it, and you do owe it to yourself to try trades you like. So that's what I'm trying to do. Right now, though, the market is making me owe it, because we're going a little bit to the downside, but it's all good. Is your Zon long still good? I was all the day.
Look, Adara, I'm not getting stopped out. That's the thing, but I'm having to constantly stay in this perpetual state of out of the moneyness.
Oh, that's not great.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, I've got my out at 69s. It keeps coming into the 80s and 90s, making me feel like these bottoming tail candles are showing me that buyers are stepping in. and we're not getting the curl up into that 184. We're not even able to break above the 50 back on a closing basis. So I'm just come up May on this one. I've already put all my entries on it. So I'm just gonna pack my patience there. I have a new drip trade.
Well, you're gonna be
I might have stumbled onto something here. I have a new dip trade set up on the Meta. I'm looking for a bottom wick and then a possible pop. So I'm sitting at 471.25. Now I realize that 471.25 is about 25 pennies below the 20 period, and that is what my trade is predicated upon. Predicated upon a 20 period EMA hold on the 5-minute. But there is this propensity for Meta to do these large wicking candles below a key area of support. So I'm trying to take advantage of that and maybe get myself a much better entry. So I'm going to leave it where it is. But if this one closes below the 20 on a closing basis, then I'm not going to do the same mistake that I'm having to do right now with the Zon and have to nurse this out of the money. I don't want that. So looking for Meta, 471.25. It's predicated upon a 20 period EMA hold on the 5. We'll see what comes. Day trading Singh. Market is flat, awaiting Nvidia earnings report. Would you agree? Yeah. I mean, the market's not flat, right? It's up a little bit. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Point well taken. The market's holding its breath for what the AI monster may or may not bring to the table. Sebastian, you have a drip trade. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do drip trades in the future. Right now, they're just dip trades. The Piper T-shirt. I'm in a state of out of the moneyness. Yes, I do like that. I'm in a perpetual state of out of the moneyness for a T-shirt. I don't think that's really the vibes I want to send out.
No.
Like, you know, like I'd rather be trading or I'm in the money, something like that. I don't know. But I don't want to be like out of the money shirts. It just makes me feel like I'm bitter about trading. You know what I mean? I'm constantly out of the money or whatever.
But I guess maybe, you know, it's kind of, I would find it relatable, you know? So
yeah, well, both of us. Anyway. Fugazi Bear, $4.99. Super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Making bank on the Big Spy Lee put.
Big Spile, I think. It's like a big Kyle pun.
Oh, Big Spile. Wow, you're really good at that. I didn't even notice.
I love it.
Remember, the trend is your friended, but reversion is mean. Oh, I like that.
That's okay. There's like 40,000 puns there, and I love all of them.
A whole lot of stuff there, Adair.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, sorry, I was just really excited about the Fugazi Bear puns. Great look there. Moderna, I would want to say great look Moderna, but unfortunately Moderna's given me no reason to say that. I still think we're reverting, but the reason I stayed in this trade is because we had that bounce at 157.10, and I still didn't actively dislike the trade. I felt comfortable staying in it, but I also was just like, I think things are getting dicey. Right as I was about to be like, do I want to add at 157.10? Moderna's like, yeah, you don't get a choice. I'm going to go back up. I'm like, okay, Moderna, I understand.
Whoa.
Yeah, right? It was like very strict with me.
Kind of rude.
It was jabbing its finger in my face, pun intended. And so, but I noticed we got to like 157.80s on the bid here, and I was just like, that's where we're going to get out. I'm going to take this short. Now you might be like, Adair, if you want to take it short, why are you still in the long? Because I still think I can milk my tiny little amount of profits here, and I literally mean a scintilla of profit. It's a really small position. But I think we're curling here. I think the people who suggested this might be short in the chat, and I apologize, I forget who it was, but it was a couple people saying, could we be short at the top here at Moderna? I initially thought we could get a little bit more out of this range, and Moderna was like, But if I could take like whatever profit I can get out of here, again, because it's not a situation where I feel uncomfortable in the long. I still feel comfortable in the long for now. I just can tell that the tides are changing as I speak, and so I want to be prepared for that. I don't even want to say a possibility. It's an eventuality. I don't even know if I'll get my 20 pennies, but I still feel okay enough with the possibility that that might happen that I'm staying in this. I recognize that this is, you know, maybe kind of a weird statement we got going on here, but you gotta do what you feel okay with. And right now, I do still feel okay-ish with this long. What else people looking at? AMC, says Harold. That's the whole message. Nothing more, nothing less. I like it. I like the brevity there. And AMC. Let's see what's going on in AMP, or as Sean called it earlier today, advanced microcomputers, which I just had to give him a round of applause for, because that's so, I just love that so much. Okay, okay, AMC. So Not enough to give me a pushback on the chair moment, but I do think that 453 level is fascinating. Like, look at that resistance, support and resistance flip-flop at 453. I think given that we did have that double bottom here at 447 and a higher low, I think if we do something at 453, I think that could be, I almost said insightful, which is not the right word, but it could give you some insight into a potential push here, because I think that AMC 453 level, especially given the amount of chop and churn, will be something to look at. But you know what else is something to look at and something to listen to? Is Neil.
Yes, ma'am.
And his lesson of the day.
Welcome, your lesson of the day. This should be an obvious one. I knew like the moment this market opened and that reversal happened on Nvidia and it chopped myself up there, that I was gonna have to discuss this as the potential lesson of the day. And it's a bit of a two-parter because the anatomy of a losing trade, and not all of them are gonna look the same, the anatomy of a loser is always gonna be different. The question becomes, did you follow your plan and did you limit the losses to the best of your ability? It's all well and good to look at the P&L at the end of the day, say, hey, I'm down in the stock, worst losing stock of the day of the week. It was a bad one, and then leave it at that. But that's, your work is not done at that point. Now, so I'm gonna give you two trades, very, very different. One followed plan halfway. The other one followed the plan, I'll give it like 1/3. So look, Nvidia, in terms of our pre-market preparation, I essentially was looking, it's like every $5 on dip. If you watched our pre-market show, you'd have heard me. That's pretty much all I said. You had a 945 in yesterday's trade. They're going into earnings today. There's a 950 level. That even held up in the afternoon as well as a key level. And then we closed and then held the pre-market, so post-market, sorry, at the 955. It was even a breakout $955 on this chart. Now, you're going to see a couple of exit points. One here off the 950 and then another one long at 950 with the pre-market low. So those are standard buy the dip in front of a key level looking for that rubber band action. So no issues with that. However, there's one thing that's going to stand out. When you have a strategy, some people like to blend the trades into, from long into 45, blend them all into the same thing. I tend to not do that. If you watch live, it's like trade the one level, get out, trade the next level, get out. If there's a third one or another setup, then go to that level and make a separate trade. Make sure you're stopping out there, limit the losses, all that good stuff. But that one long off 55, sometimes you end up liking the dip too much. You end up liking the idea, so you get out in front of your level, you just don't take the tight stop out. You're like, whatever, I'm gonna be adding to this thing down in the 50s anyways, and if it rockets up, we're gonna see 975 and 1,000 and all that good stuff. But it's this one mistake of just not following the plan. Just get out of this trade. If each time you're risking $1.50 to a couple of bucks, that's the plan of action. Just get out of it, and then that way you're not holding this 3 times as much. So it goes from a situation where even if I lose all the way down, it's not worse than one good Nvidia trade on the breakouts that we'd had recently. It ends up being worse than that because of that one moment of, I call it overconfidence in the dip buy. Stick to your plan. If I'm going long off this level and waiting for the next, get out. Let it try to make a move off the next level. Doesn't do it. It pops downside. If I had observed it for another $5 down, the 940 obviously ends up holding. So I can't be too happy with that. Maybe we could have gone to it. But it's more about just adhering to that original stop. Like, that was the mistake. Now, the other style of losing trade that I want to go over is, well, what happens if you're right? And you still lose. Well, I mean, it's never going to look good, and it didn't make top wick on AMD, so I don't get the prize for, hey, look, I had the worst out on AMD today. Somebody else got that. Yeah, who knows? Doesn't really matter. They're probably just as peeved. Sometimes it's going to happen to you. It does mean if you make top or bottom wick to a certain extent, you've picked the right level to trade off of, right? So okay, well, I got it. You got it in good. It's kind of like going in there. Making a big bet in poker with a strong hand, but you didn't quite see it through. You didn't shove all in. You just kind of made the big bet. Then you ended up getting taken out of the hand when someone like re-raised you or whatever it might be. Like, that's what happens with a tight stop. But in trading, sometimes you get an opportunity to come right back in. You can't do it. You fold in poker, you're out. If it wicks me like this, I need to be faster. I know exactly what this setup looks like. If I'm taking a short, I'm just going to go quickly to the 15-minute chart. If I am taking a short off these rejections of the highs that we'd seen in AMD, then that is a trade which is valid short on the wick at 70. It's valid back through 169. What I've got to do in that situation is you're stopped out. The only thing I'm thinking about is doesn't matter if you missed 170 up here. If that fails back underneath, you grit your teeth, and I actually punch short at a worse price. You know, getting back in here at 168.70, like 15, 20 cents underneath where I have it, it might not feel good because you're always anchored to the price you traded at. Meaning I get in here and I'm out here, so in the back of my mind, if I'm going short again, I got to be short up here because what the heck, I just punched out at 169.32 for a 50-cent loss. What the heck am I doing getting back in after a losing trade at a worse price? Well, what you're doing is following your plan. That's a rejection of the 169 level. I've got to take that again, take that short. If it loses, fair enough, and then I can wait around and take the 170 trade. You know, nothing risked, nothing gained. Sometimes a losing trade is a re-entry based on your trading parameters and your setups, and sometimes it's a re-entry right after. The market doesn't care how you feel about it. It's just going to show you that big move, and at 9:30 or in the first 10 minutes of the day, you've got to be quick. It's not like I was trading something else in the moment. I don't really have the excuse. I was basically in two names. It was just Nvidia and AMD off that open, and we had the plan of action level 2 set up. So it is a mistake losing, but it's a bigger mistake not getting back into the level. Losing trades are going to happen. I know, I shouldn't even call it. It's not a mistake losing on the trade. It wicked out. It's a mistake not getting back into it. Now later on, and just to double down on this for a second, you might ask, why wasn't I short back in here when it got to this 75 level again? Well, the simple answer would be, it's upward trending now. You know, it's a very different story when I like that off the big level and it shows me the bottom. It goes all the way back into the breakout price, then puts in a higher low into the same level, and then breaks out the top. So maybe I'll be taking that trade here thinking, okay, well, it's the same level we liked before. But hang on a second. Nvidia was holding under VWAP and trending down in that moment, like trending down, and AMD is trending up. And I don't like fighting trend when it's been established, unless it's at a gigantic level. So when it's trending to the upside, my thought isn't short it at 168.75. My thought is let it run the highs again and short at the best levels because it's showing you trend into the upside. So yeah, later on, if I'm aggressive, it works, but I think the setup is trending the other way, so that requires patience in my estimation. I don't like fighting that trend. The real story is over on Nvidia, just to quickly recap the anatomy of a losing trade. If you have a strategy to go from level to level, take the stop out and then trade the next level. You know, and then wait for your next opportunity. Don't blend one trade into another. People say all the time, do not turn a swing trade into an investment. Don't take a trade, support and resistance, and just go long in front of one support level and then hold that long to the next support level, and then hold that long to the next support level. That can lead to disaster. Be willing to take multiple swings. That's what trading's all about. And then the other part of it, if you lose on a trade and it sets right back up, and it's an A+ setup for you, you got to get back into the trade. Market doesn't care that you just took a hit. It's just providing you the opportunity to get it back, and you've got to take it. So that's your lesson of the day. The anatomy of a loser isn't going to always look at the same. You've got to make sure you analyze it properly, so going forward, you can limit the loss and also get that money back when it prevents itself.
Thank you very much, Neil. Neil Roberts, everybody, every day. Neil Roberts, everybody. Neil, thank you very much for the
Lesson of the day, eloquent, awesome, and informative always. As always, Neil Roberts, every day. Neil's lesson of the day around noon. Make sure to catch that. All right, while Neil was dropping hot lines, I was able to scalp a little bit here on META on a quick 20-period bounce, but as you'll see, look at it, came right back down. So this is telling me that this 20-period love affair between Meta and the 20-period on the 5 is over. It is over, so now I'm going to be looking at different areas of technical support, whether it's that 470.50 at the volume weighted average price, or it's a key price level like this trough that I put over here at 470. So packing my patience. Meta, one of the strongest names in the strongest name out of the Mag 7 today, up 1 1/3. We'll be looking to take that monster long. The one that I've really running out of patience with, and you'll probably be able to guess already, AMZN. I was telling Adara while Neil was doing the lesson of the day that it was straddling using the 50 period as a level of support over here, and over here. Now it's kind of showing me the opposite. How many times have we talked about support flipping to resistance? It kind of looks like it's doing that. But then it gives me this intermediary area, a little bit above the 50, a little bit below. It closes the first candle here above the 50 since this 1145 candle. So I'm unsure. I can get out here, break even, but I'm greedy, right? So I want to wait until I'm not greedy. I just don't want to be annoyed when it pops and I'm not involved. That's really the thing, right? So I'm waiting for a VWAP retracement. I haven't even gotten a 184 break. Best it's done on this candle is 97s. It can't even break the whole dollar level. So decisions to be made, get out, break even here, or pack your patience and try to get something at VWAP. So that's the dilemma I'm facing at the moment on AMZN. No other trades that I've got at the moment, but I do like this possible 20-period retracement on the Cybertruck. This is the 20 period, the yellow solid line on my chart. This is the 5-minute chart. And every time we have moved into the 20 today on Tesla, it has rejected. So I want to see what it does at this 181 level. It's a good look. And it was also using 181 as price action support earlier. So from around, say, 940 till we broke down here at 1110, 181 was where Tesla, the wick bottoms were coming in on Tesla and then bouncing back up. So it's a key technical area of support. Does it flip to resistance? Adding to that, the 20-period exponential off which it's been rejecting. So I like a possible Tesla short at 181, the 20-period EMA on the 5. Amazon right back down into the mid-70s, making me lament not having gotten out break even. I just know this trade is not going to work out, but I'm going to leave it. I'm so stubborn. What are you doing? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm on Nvidia, and you could also call me stubborn because I do still like that level. But however, that's really redundant. But however, either you could use but or however. Either way, what I was looking every time I see us get to that 948.50, I pull up the book, and I was noticing we were really struggling with the 948.50 area. I was like, cool, great, fantastic, go short. For a second, it looked like this was working out. And I was going to risk it. I risked about $1. I ended up losing a little bit more than that just because with the spread, I wasn't able to get out right away. But it's all good. Got out as I saw that vicious break up into 949, and it really took its sweet time. Like I said, literally the only level I'm looking at Nvidia today is 948 to 948.50, and that's worked out so far, so I'm not going to stray from that plan. Again, slightly down in the day still, but you know what? That's how it goes. And you really aren't going to win anything unless you risk. And if you're risking on ideas you like, why not? I wrote this to myself in my little my off-brand sticky note, which is my tickers to look at document. Conviction isn't just a Law & Order show. It's an important aspect of trading. If you believe in yourself and your trades, you're more likely to trade to the best of your abilities. Does it sound like it's on a Hallmark card? Oh, sure. But it's also, what I wrote to myself today, because I think if I'm going to, commit to looking at these levels, having these ideas, I think you really have to commit to that. So hopefully everyone's having a great morning so far. This has been a really fun day to trade. Nvidia also getting these higher highs and higher lows, so should have been more cognizant of that in the short, especially taking it above VWAP, but it happened, and you just got to keep going. I also want to shout out Moderna because, oh my gosh, I was laughing to Sharif, I took 20 pennies on this, and I was like, oh yeah, just casually leaving this, then we pop up. But I stand by this trade.
Yes.
Thank you to Sharif as well for talking to me off camera about this, because I was a little bit down in the dumps myself about this. I got out because we were really struggling with that 158 area. And I was like, you know what, Adara, take your licks, take your pennies, and get out. And Moderna was like, hey. So you know what? Shout out to anybody in this long. It's a fantastic look. And I'm still happy I called out the setup. Did I execute the trade properly? Maybe not, but I did take some profit. And I learned from this. It's like, Adara, if you like an idea and you're still actually seeing higher lows in the book, which we were, maybe don't, be so aggressively hard on yourself. But yeah, good look there. Congrats to anybody in that because it's a great look. The Q's getting maybe a bit ahead. Oh, I just pulled up the TQs. I'll pull up their older brother, the Q's. But yeah, a little bit of a lopsided head and shoulders, maybe, perhaps. I don't want to call anything, especially because we have had higher lows. But this lower high, especially around where we had that other drop there at 456, could get a little bit spicy. Tesla also trying to turn a little bit here as well. One last one I'm looking at. I don't have any levels on this. That 181 was actually, I do have a level on this. It's 181. What am I saying? I just said I have no levels in this. I was like, Adara, where'd you go short? Where do we keep projecting off of? Where was previous support? 181. I do like 181. I will continue to be watching 181 to see what we do there. And you are in 2 trades.
I did. I got in NVDL because NVDA broke through 950 and got into 951s. It was a local top there. So I said maybe the winds of change are coming. But that's what happens when you get into trade haphazardly like that. Anyway, it did make a new high there, but I failed at charting. This candle here at 10:05 shows me that there is a key technical level price action resistance at this 952 area, so I may get stopped out here on NVDL. I've already put my stop in place, so come what may. We'll see exactly what we get here, but this was the reason I got in. It was a 950 break. I said, okay, we know we could curl maybe into 953, 954. Yesterday's closing print, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, still out of the money on Amazon. Amazon, it's not triggering me out. That's the thing, though. It's not coming into my stop. I'm just going to leave it. The stops are at 69. There's nothing else to do there. I'm still looking at this Tesla trade. So this Tesla 20-period retracement was awfully interesting, but we are accumulating a lot at this 181 area. So I'm worried for a breakout trade possibly here at 181. Again, it's the 20-period and the price action support that we had earlier all morning, essentially from 9:35 till 11:10 when we broke it. Everything really had either closed or wicked off 181. You can kind of see that there with Tesla. But right now, doing the dance with 181. If you took the initial scalp play off 181, you were able to take a couple of pennies off that, maybe 40 pennies or something down into the 60s there on TSLA. Let's see what we're doing here. Still out of the money on the Zon, but we're still above my stop. NVDL, I'm like 3 pennies out of the money right now, waiting for whatever happens here on NVDA. Obviously, the whole theory is Nvidia, is going to consolidate a little bit until earnings come out. And I think that that's a fair theory to keep in mind, but I was just trading the price action. Anyway, 952 seems to be a local resistance level here on NVDA as we make our way up there again and do find a little bit of resistance. So keeping an eye on that. No trades for me on these small caps at the moment. Let's bring them in and have a look at what's moving. Okay, so maybe we should be definitely trading these small caps because they're looking a lot better than these large cappers. On the day. Wow, look at this. Everything up and to the right. There is not one of these that's below VWAP. Well, okay, see that. It's at VWAP right now on my chart. Everything else, including SPWR, which is a solar name and not a small cap gapper, is to the upside. Frey bounced off VWAP. IGMS making its way down into VWAP right now. SPWR hasn't even touched VWAP, nor has MAXN. MAX has been in a love affair with the 20 here. Look at all these bounces off the 20. So all these small cap gappers today looking awfully good, a little bit better than the big tech names that we typically trade on these here markets. Adara. So NVDL did make its way up into 43.50 where I was looking to wet my beak on some profits. Alas, that $0.50 level did have some size and so it didn't cross. So I didn't get printed. Let's see if it makes its way. A little bit of volatility now as NVDA definitely has some resistance waiting for it at 952 owing to that candle that we put in at 10:05 Adara.
Yeah, I got into this Tesla 181 short, and I say it with that amount of skepticism because I don't know. We had that rounded bottom, but I watched the book we were projecting, and I've been using the book a lot more in my trades specifically for things that like to go run like little mice, like Tesla and Nvidia, because the book gives you a level of, or an idea of what levels are hanging out, what levels are we looking at. So that's something I'm watching out for. Another short I want is PDD. PDD is my best name of the day. I was super proud of what I did with this long earlier, I'm not gonna lie. But I showed it to Tampanda saying this one is probably a short. I agree, longer term, it's definitely, I think, is a short. And what level would I get short at, do you ask? Maybe you didn't, but if you do, 147.98, AKA 148. Why? I mean, I'll tell you. It's that 9 EMA 148 that we keep rejecting at, right? I tried to get involved, and PDD was like, no. I was like, okay. But yeah, showed it as well to Quantran. It was like, you like the 198 level, execute. And I was like, okay. It was a pretty intense message there, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the motivation. But this is kind of, now we're kind of coming into where I was initially more hesitant in my execution, is that we do have that rounded bottom. I'm gonna have to scalp out of this earlier, that's fine by me. I do appreciate the motivation there in the chat, much appreciated. And Tesla's like, yeah, but like I would appreciate having a rounded bottom. I'm like, hey Tesla, way to use my own words against me, okay? Like, anyways, I'll stop talking to stocks. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm gonna start the lesson. I've already put my stops on my profit takers on both these trades. It looks like I'm getting a lot closer to getting stopped out of AMZN, as that one now is making lower highs and lower lows at the level. So sad about that. I think I had the right idea there. Should have gotten out of it when I was break even, but that's neither here nor there. Let's start the lesson du jour, baby. All right, so here we go. I'll put that one up on the side chart so I can keep an eye on it. Oh, where am I doing with, 1 second guys, I just have to load up everything here. Yeah, so just keeping my eye on Nvidia. All right guys, we're talking about the measured move all week long. We're talking about spotting higher probability breakouts with the measured move. So breakouts can be exciting opportunities in intraday trading, but pinpointing higher probability ones can be a little bit risky or tricky, I should say. This lesson explores how the measured move can help you identify these breakouts with greater confidence. So let's get right to it, baby. The measured move explained. Again, we already talked about the basics of the measured move on Monday. So if this kind of quick explanation doesn't suffice for you, go back to our YouTube homepage and type in measured move, or just go back to the video on Monday and it'll be all there. Okay? But a measured move essentially is a concept that relates price movement to volume. It puts the two together and it looks to analyze them through that lens, price and volume. It's suggesting to you that the size of a breakout, the price move essentially, is often proportional to the preceding trading volume. So what we're looking for, and what I'll explain in the coming steps here, is you're looking at the volume before that key area breakout. And you should know the breakout areas or the possibility of breakout areas by charting support and resistance. And that's what we're talking about right here. So identifying these breakout levels is step number one. And you need to chart the key areas of support and resistance. So I did get stopped out of NVDL there, I see that. Just make sure my Amazon thing is going okay. Oh, no, I should be getting stopped out of Amazon right now too, and the fact that I'm not makes me feel like it's not...
You can take over if you need.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's not respecting my stop because I did have a script there, and it's supposed to trigger... Wow, okay. Well, good thing I didn't get stopped out because it's popping right back up here. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, so, sorry to interrupt said lesson. Actually, I'm just gonna flatten out here because I don't have to deal with this when I'm doing the lesson. There we go. So, identifying the breakout levels. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to chart those key areas of support and resistance. So identify key areas of support and resistance levels on the chart. These are areas where the price has historically bounced off, creating temporary barriers. But you also want to do a volume analysis, right? You're going to observe the volume activity around these levels. You're going to look for a surge in volume preceding a price move towards the support and resistance. Again, it's the move preceding. What is happening with my Amazon?
What's happening with that yelling?
I know. It's okay. I
love all the energy.
I don't know what the hell it's not letting me out of Amazon for. The flatten key not working?
What?
Okay, so we got to sell. There we go. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The script didn't work and the flatten key didn't work. Everything was working great there.
I think Amazon should apologize in your
I don't think it's Amazon that should be apologizing. All right, so the measured move in action. So you're going to be looking for the breakout on high volume. If a price decisively breaks through a key area of support and resistance level accompanied by high volume, this could be a breakout signal. But you're not just looking for that. You're looking to project the move as well. So here's where the measured move really shines. This is a little bit convoluted, so that's why I put it up on the screen. You're going to take the distance between the support and the resistance level and the breakout point. So where are you trading right now, right? And where is the breakout point? Project this distance in the breakout direction to estimate a potential price target. So for example, if the breakout is upwards, you're going to add $2 to that price target, depending on really what that is. So you can screenshot that if you're like. So why does this matter? Well, confirmation with volume is one of the more important things. High volume preceding a breakout suggests increased buying or selling pressure, potentially pushing the price further in the breakout direction. But the measured target is equally as important. The projected price target based on measured move, holy, it's really loud, gives you a realistic estimate of where the price might reach, helping you set profits. All right, this is a graphic showing basically the move up with volume, and so you're looking at the volume to precede the breakout point. So that's the idea here. We're looking for volume analysis before the breakout point. Some important considerations to keep in mind: not all breakouts with volume are successful. The price can sometimes fake a breakout in reverse. For that, use additional confirmation signals like moving averages or price patterns to strengthen your conviction. But the market context, equally as important, right? Consider the overall market sentiment. A strong breakout during bullish trend is more likely to follow through compared to a breakout during a consolidation phase. So how are you going to put it all together? Step one, you're going to identify key areas of support and resistance, and you're going to look for the high volume activity around those levels. That's step one. Step two, you're going to look for a decisive break with volume confirmation. And step three, you're going to project the measured move distance or estimate a potential profit target using the formula that I just gave you. And then step four, you're going to combine the measured move technique with other technical indicators and make sure that it coalesces with the market context for a more robust trading setup, ADR. And remember, the measured move is just a tool, is not a guarantee. Make sure that you're backtesting your strategies based on real market data. If that means you're trading in the sim, that means you're trading in the sim. So make sure you get that all sorted out there.
Yeah, I was going to shout out the sim. No shame in the sim. The sim helped me figure out what worked for me. And then when I was initially not doing great going live, it was just kind of because, I wasn't trading how you trade in the sim, right? So sim's like good for like giving you those reps so then you can go run a marathon or be in the Olympics or whatever. That analogy got away from me, but it's all good. Yeah, I mean, also I say that like now I'm magically trading better, but not. We take time, we figure things out. Also, so Tesla. So I got out of this trade because I realized a lot of why I got in it was because I wanted to prove something. And I wanted to prove this 181 level was a level I liked. And it is a level I like, mind you, but I wasn't feeling good about it. I said, Adara, you can't take things because of some weird emotional cavern. You have to, I don't know why I went all deep there. You have to take things because of levels you like. I did like that 181 short, but I didn't like the way that we kind of looked like we were curling up. Now it looks like the short would have been valid, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. I did profit on it, no complaints. Pretty flat right now on Moderna, and I want to explain this trade. Because you might be like, oh, but Adara, I thought you were just having this weird thing with the Moderna where you were all upset you missed that big pop up. Yeah, I was, and I want to be clear, I don't think this is a revenge trade. And I know it doesn't matter what I think, but I did love, and you can't really see it so I'll zoom in, look at this wick down here to the bottom of that range, and we come right back up. This range is still valid. I still think this is valid. I don't think I'm going to get that whole move up, mind you, which is why I'm only taking to the top of that previous range, 158.60s. We did break a little bit below 158, but we bounced right back. Not with a viciousness, but we bounced right back pretty nicely. So no complaints there, no qualms. The one thing I do have qualms about are all of these kind of bearish looking wicks, but what I'm seeing on the book is a nice hold of the 158. What I'm seeing in the book is actually kind of similar to what I saw initially in this long. Of course, that long didn't work out well for me, but had a nice pop up there. So again, shout out to anybody long this name. Great look on Moderna. And Moderna, if you want to get that jab to the upside, this time while I'm in the trade and not after, I greatly appreciate it. Couple pennies in the money here. M to the R to the N to the A. Yay, 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 yay. Maybe I cheer pom-poms up. What are you looking at?
I just started looking at ENVX because this one is a good small cap gapper. I don't like the look of these markets at the moment. Everything's awfully bearish. I guess I could go short, but that wasn't my setup. So I'm looking at these small cap gappers, and ENVX has also had a bit of a love affair with that 20 period. So I'm looking there. I'm looking for a possible dip at 1105. It's held up initially, but this time, yes, a newer low. So something to be cognizant of here on ENVX for possible breakdown of those levels. I happen to like that $11 area as well. So if I was to get long 1105, I wouldn't give it too much room. I give it a little bit below $11. Reason being because $11 was a price action top. That was until it got broken at 1120. So I'm going to go ahead and set up my trade on the ENVX for an 05 dip, and I may not have to wait long for that, baby, because we are at 05s right now, it looks like. So if it crosses to the other side, now I am long, so let's go ahead and put it at 1097, and that is where I'll be looking to get out there. It's going to have to hold up at it's going to have to hold up at 10. So that's what we're going to, or sorry, excuse me, 11, because that is a price action support that I like. Where is the profit taker though? Let's see. What was the consolidation area top here? 14s seems to be an interesting top. So I'm going to go ahead and hang out at 14s, see if we can get something in and around that level. I don't know why it didn't show me this. There it is. Okay, awesome. So do I have two orders right now, or what's going on over there? No, it's just one. Good. So we're going to have to hold up above $11 for me to stay in this trade. Long ENVX. Let's see what this 20 period does. It's not the only one in small cap gapper world that's had a decent move today with the 20 period. As you'll be able to see here, this one, MAXN, has also had that same kind of dalliance with the 20 period. You'll see at 1120 it bounced off, then here between 12 and at 1210 it was doing a bit of a 20 period retracement, all of which it defended and printed newer highs. 355 the high on MAXN right now. We'll see what we get there. Not much else other than just keeping an eye on these small cap gappers for some longs. CVAC has broken down now below VWAP and $4. So this one no longer tradable under my small cap system. It did the dance there with VWAP for a while, but it looks like the bears won there. Now it's at the 50 period breaking down below 4. CVAC up 18.84%, but we'll see how long that lasts for because it looks like it might be headed down. IGMS also possible dip trades here off the WAP, 1130. It keeps dropping these wicking candles off VWAP there and then bounces right back up. It's not really becoming directional anymore. It's awfully consolidative, especially since around maybe say 11 or so. The high, 1231, that printed that around 1120. But since that time, we've been kind of very, very, very sideways. So we'll see if we get anything in and around that level. The one that I'm in right now, ENVX, though, looking for that to hold the 20 period, looking to wet my beak at around 14s, $11.14. We'll see if we can bounce up off this level here.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what Moderna's doing. We're all good. No, we're not. But I took, no, I'm joking. Took slightly larger shares with this, and again, like very much within my parameters, so like nothing huge, but bigger than the last position I took on this, because I did like this level. I was like, we're holding so beautifully, like, oh, take it to the top of the previous range. Ooh, nice look. I want to see us bounce off this 40-50 area, and I think Moderna's not going to give it to me. But then again, it's kind of doing the same thing on the book that I did last time that chopped me out. So what it's doing is it's faking you out. It's like, I'm going to drop low. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to go back to the upside. Oh, I'll drop low. No, I'm not. So I don't want to let it play these games with me again. Now, am I aware of the cognizant bias inherent in what I just said? Oh, yeah. Oh, I am. So that's why I'm also trying to make sure my bias isn't coming in too much. It's also doing this thing where the spread has gotten much wider. So when I first got in here, we had a max like maybe 20 penny spread. Now that spread is widening to like 30, 40 pennies. Sometimes you see that widening of the spread. There's going to be some kind of breakout or breakdown. Based on what we're doing here near the bottom of the range, this could be a breakdown. So I want to be cognizant of that, but I don't want to force myself out of this just because I'm scared. Because as long as we're bouncing off the bottom of this range, what reason do I have to leave? No reason. Was my entry point in this great? Arguably no. and you would probably be arguing correctly. But I did like it because we did have that little bounce there, right? I'm considering adding to this if we see something nice around 157.60s. Why 157.60s? That was just a nice area we were holding up earlier. I'm not sure if this trade is going to go according to plan, but you do have to attempt things if you see what you like. PDD being, a little bit PD deceptive over here. We had that short I liked at 148, wasn't able to get in, and that short was actually giving you about 50 pennies, so nice look. Then it's like, I can flip support resistance ADR. That's what I do. So I was like, okay, PDD, do your thing. PD, do your thing. So this was initially support. I got long support. Then it became resistance. I wanted to get short resistance. PDD was like, not so fast. You're going to have to go stare at Moderna for another 20 minutes. And I was like, okay. But now it looks like we are kind of curling back. I want to see what we do at 148. I don't want to rush into this, but I think we're at some kind of decision point, some kind of tipping point. And whatever we tip, I would like to be looking for a potential dip or a rip. Tesla, chopping and churning, nothing on this. Still okay with where I got out of that short because I just wasn't feeling comfortable in it anymore, and I think that means something. But if we do see that bounce off 181, that is where I would like to get in. And Moderna, like, if you want to make a jab to the upside, like, just let me know. I feel like how you were feeling in Amazon. I have no reason to leave from a cognitive standpoint. Yeah. But like, man, if it wants to do this is how I feel every time I'm in an Apple trade. Because Apple just sits, I'm not going to lie. So true. No matter how much you like to set up an Apple, you're not going to like waiting for that thing to come to fruition in Apple. How actually I say, I'm over here dissing Apple. But look, it's kind of getting the Steve Jobs done over here with this 90 MA rejection. A little bit of support around 191.66, a little bit of resistance around 191.66. I am very busy dealing with Moderna and trying not to get shot in the arm with his Moderna trade. But that Apple rejection, not bad once I deal with Moderna.
All right, just want to remind you guys that we have a 20-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. It is one of the ones that's most followed, the 30-year, the 2-year, the 5, the 20, and the 10. Well, I just basically listed all of them. TLT, if you want to trade this, that is the ETF, I believe. TLT, yeah, iShares 20-year plus Treasury. At least that's how I'd look to play this one. I don't typically trade the auctions. We, obviously we get some sort of market reaction, so that's kind of the way that I do it. But keep your eye out or get ready for 1 o'clock as we could have some market moving events with that 20-year note. Now, it's kind of, a hit and miss. There was a period in time where these auctions really moved the markets. There are some bond auctions that move the market more than others. So we'll, the 30-year, the 10-year, also important ones as well. We'll see what the 20-year brings today. That's about 18 minutes from now. And I think it's important, right? Because we'll see exactly how much interest there still is amongst, the international players to buy up U.S. bonds, right? U.S. Treasuries. That is, one of the ways that they raise money. Taxation, obviously, the other one. So we'll be all ears and eyes on that. I'm still waiting for this ENVX to do something here. I have a beak wetter set up, Ram, at $11.10 for a quick pop. Then we'll look for a continued move up. It did make its way up into 11.10, but only on the ask, didn't cross on the bid, and that has prevented me from printing. So I want to look quickly here at TSLA. I should have been all over this. This is my mistake. This 20 period 181 rejection absolutely came into play well. We called this one out earlier, didn't take it. 181 was a price action support earlier, essentially from the open all the way until 11.05. Then it gave up the ghost there and started using 181 as resistance. Also, you could make the argument it's been hovering below the 20 period. It's at lows right now, just printed new low a day, 180.25. Keep your eye out. Goes without saying at 180. It is a bit of a recycled level, though, to be quite honest with you, because we've been interacting with 180 a lot more, a little bit above, a little bit below. Just have a look at the daily chart, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. 13 pennies off that whole $10 level. 180.13 now, low of day on Tesla. So nice rejection off that 181. Not really, opening print kind of drop, but definitely a nice move down. So it just did print 07s, and then as quickly as it printed 07s, it went right back into the 20s. showing you that there was somebody who was interested there at the 180 level on TSLA. So keep your eye out on that. It's been doing the rejection off the 20 and off 181 essentially all morning. So what else we got here? We're back break even now on ENVX. Nothing doing there. IGMS still doing the same thing. Can't really trade that. The volume is really dropping off. Okay. So Amazon was in love with the 50. It has now moved on to greener pastures or bluer pastures here because my 200 EMA is a blue line, and that's where it seems to be bouncing off at the moment. Comes right back into that 183 1/3, which was not an area that I had charted. Oh, actually, it was the IB low. Is that the IB low? Yeah, you could make the argument that was the IB low. 183 1/3 is where we printed right at 920. That's a 925 candle, but I think that was right before the bell. And we held up at that level. It's also the 200 period on the 5 here. We'll see if Amazon can start curling. Meta definitely got a bounce off that 470. It comes into 470 or the 50 period, bounces back up. It's trying to break above 471 right now. On META, it's been the strongest, I should say, MAG 7 name on the day, but it's also in a bit of a downtrend at the moment. Look, the Fuge hasn't done anything here. The Fuge is at VWAP. We are up 0.07% on the Fuge, so it's done not a whole lot. Tesla now into 180, so now technical, the low on the day, is 180.01. Looking for a possible bump up here at 180. We're going to keep eyes on TSLA to see what it does.
Yeah, I thought I was going to break my losing trading winning streak today. That was not English. That was really what I was trying to do here, and you really need to get out of Moderna. This is getting very dicey. Got out. So yeah, basically, I'm still in this. Am I out? No, I'm still in this. Okay. Good times. No, I'm being very sarcastic. This is not, these are bad times. Yeah, basically the issue with this is just, this Moderna, worst name of the day. I really did like the short when I flipped short. I didn't think it was a bad look.
Market tanked again, Adair.
Oh,
18.8.
it did.
Yep.
Okay, well look at, massive move down in the market. Wow, yeah, that's falling below that previous support. Yeah, this has just not been my day, not been my week, not been my year. No, I'm joking. But yeah, this is just, honestly, sometimes things happen. You're just like, I was having a good day so far. And then I went long Moderna. I liked Moderna. I liked the long. I did like it. Okay. Then I was probably a little too committed to it. I'm going to be really honest. Then I flipped short because I did like that we failed that critical area. I said we could be turning to the downside. And I get involved in the short, and then Moderna pops about $1. It just popped as the market dropped. So I was like, you know what, things don't go as planned. I might have to, I don't know if I'm gonna have to switch the sim to a bit or not. I'm not shut down, but again, we're very near that point. It gets a little bit discouraging, but in the words of Cyndi Lauper, don't be discouraged.
Good.
Let your true colors shine through. Although, you can't trade if you don't have risk. So that's where things get kind of dicey. But obviously super disappointed in myself. But pamp for Sharif and pamp these markets. If there's something I like, I will still take a trade. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie and be like that wasn't a little bit disheartening. But it's all good. It's what happens. And I might, legitimately, if I want to take any more trades today, probably gonna have to switch to the sim just because that Moderna was definitely, instead of shooting me in the arm, shot me in the face and then mugged me and then took my ATM card and spent some money at Go Yard and Birkin. Not that I could afford that with my ATM card, but that's what the market did to me today. But good times. Just keep going. Adrian, I appreciate that with the Tesla short. I think that would have been a good idea, but I'm going to be honest. I just can't hold. And that would not have been the right plan for me personally. Like, I appreciate and thank you so much. Like, I don't think the ideas are bad. I think it's the execution. But I know the more we saw that 181 teetering, I would have freaked out and I just would have gotten out anyway. And maybe the holding is the plan, but I find when I've tried to do these hold strategies, I paper hand like crazy. So I know something needs to change. I don't know what needs to change, but I'm starting with the man in the mirror. And I'm asking him to change his ways. And that hasn't worked the last couple of times I've done it, but maybe it'll work this time. Thank you, Adrian, though. I do appreciate the support. I just need to find a way to figure things out for me, and whatever it's doing is not today. Yeah, good times.
I'm long the future. I'm looking for an 18.8 defender. It's going to be a scalp style trade. I'm looking for a drop into 18.8 and a quick pop up. We get it. We don't. The stop is already in play. Let's see if we get this 18.8 dance on the future. So I took the TQQQs, not the MNQ or the NQ, but it's definitely having trouble with 18.8 right now. This is just a quick scalp. I'm not looking to defend such level or on a longer term basis, but you come into that 18.8, so 100-point level. We dipped into it at 1050. We bounced up again. So that's just the whole idea here is to be able to maybe scalp some pennies or dollars off the market. So we're going to see exactly how this one does. The TQQQ's at exactly. Well, TQQQ is up 0.05, but the NQ June contract at exactly 0.00%. It is at yesterday's price right now, which was exactly 2 points below 18.8. So if that's foreshadowing anything here that we're going to give up the ghost at 18.8, we shall see. Or 18.8 is a key area of resistance is what I kind of meant to say there, lacking a whole bunch of eloquence. So break even right now on the TQQQs as the market is absolutely sideways at 18.8, deciding which way it wants to go. Let's go back and have a look at this trade that's draining all my energy. ENVX doing bub kiss, and the volume is equally as bub kiss. I just want to flatten out here and get out of this trade, but the stop is in play, the profit taker is in play, let us just go. But these small cap gappers, they're not going to move up without volume. So that's kind of, the dilemma I'm having here in my head. If there's no volume to support the move up, why are you in the dang trade? And that's kind of what I'm asking myself at the moment. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't really expect an answer from anybody. That's the look there. So we're going to pack our patience with this future trade that we're 1 penny out of the money on right now, and this ENVX trade that we're 1 penny in the money on right now. So that's the look there.
Yeah, I think
giving up the ghost. I'm going to get stopped out.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you guys so much for the chat, the support in chat. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a little Debbie Downer about it, but you have to be honest when things are just like not working, and it's because you're not trading to the best of your ability. So is what it is. Right now, I am still live. If I see something I like, I will probably go after it. But honestly, I literally have no risk left. So we'll probably be switching to the SIM. I want to see, I'm not doing anything into this bond auction in 8 minutes because I do not trust the bond auctions. They can make moves. I am, though. I should have taken this Rivian because I just pulled up Rivian out of curiosity. I was like, will we go short? If I'd taken that short, it would have worked out. But I just didn't have the confidence in it. And I also didn't want to take a trade in some kind of weird P&L flex to be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to make this. I'm going to make up for what just happened. Like, ooh, caveman. I don't know what I'm saying. But that's what I didn't want to do that. So that's why I didn't take the long or the short, which actually would have worked out. I also do want to shout out Adrian here. Finance is a drama queen. Yeah, I mean, the markets are very dramatic. They do love to be giving you something in 1 minute and the next minute be like, I don't have to give you that level, right? You guys, know that. Just because you charted it, just because it respected earlier doesn't mean I owe you anything. So I was like, that's what the markets do. And you just got to respect that, got to work with it. And yeah, I do. I mean, a little bit, yeah, this Tesla short would have worked out. So I probably should have held that. But thank you, Quantran. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, everybody in the chat for the support in that one, because that's kind of what you need to do. I don't know why I got so married to Moderna. And I think, actually, I kind of do. I think some of it was I was a little sour at myself for not holding that long earlier. But it's it happened. It's all good in the hood. Tried things. Did they work? Not at all. Did we like the idea? Sure. So yeah, I think the one idea I am still really interested in is that PDD 148, which is just what I should have been sticking with. If there's something I like, I might take it, but not trying to force anything. Currently still live right now, but yeah, I'll let you guys know if I end up, because if I do want to make any trades, I almost definitely have to switch to the SIM. Yeah.
I gotcha. Back in the future. Here cruising for a bruising, I guess, right? We'll see if we get printed. 62 showing up. I'm looking to wet my beak at 62s, but it's not crossing on that 18.8 retracement here. We'll see if it can continue up. We just needs to cross by 1 penny, dang it. Come on, there we go. Now we get the move nicely here on the future. So I'm long, where am I long? 55s, printing 63s. Let's see if we can continue to move up on this 18.8 retracement. I saw everybody was saying 18.8 gave way. You guys aren't wrong. It did give way, but it's putting one hell of a hammer candle in now. So if it holds up at said levels, I'll be pleased as, it, dang punch.
Dang, sorry.
There you go. All right, back into the money on ENVX. I'm looking to wet my beak. Bro, cross, how long do you want me to wait for? I've been waiting, Neil. 11:10 is, well, look, as he was looking at the screen, he's like, what is this guy complaining about? 11:10 is where I'm looking to wet my beak on ENVX long 05s, looking for an eventual 16 touch, though, on the second one. It's at 10s now. It's not crossing. There does seem to, there we go. All right, nice. So now we're back in Greensville. We just went negatory on that last little futures dip trade, so I'm happy. Getting back in the future to defend 18.8, wetting my beak on ENVX. Let's see if we can get a nicer move here on said TQQQs, now up 0.11%, but I think it was Gorev or maybe somebody there in chat, not exactly sure who, but they astutely pointed out that the market seems to be awfully consolidative in anticipation for the monster that reports after the bell today. It goes by the name of Nvidia. And yeah, well, it's not the biggest market cap on the market, but it is the most watched because of its position at the moment, being the AI king. And I think it's still got like 80% market dominance in GPUs for AI training. And that's both for inference and learning. It like dominates in both. There's a difference though, guys, that the chips needed for inference are apparently, they're got to be a lot stronger or, you know, more powerful than the chips needed for training. So that's becoming two different worlds now. Training chips and inference chips, anyway, it becomes a whole convoluted thing. But it behooves you to kind of educate yourself on it, just so that you can, you know exactly why things are pumping and things are damping and everything like that. All right, nice move up here. ENVX at 15s. Let's go, ENVX. I'm going to be waiting at set 16s here to wet my beak on the last little bit. This one has been giving me all sorts of problems today. I've been having to really pack my patience with it. 16 showing up now on the ask. I saw 17s momentarily. Alas, it did not cross. This is a technical resistance level, right? So we got there at 1207, reject. Got there at 1230 and 1231, reject. So there's definitely a seller near 16. It's not reflected on the book. As you can see here, I'm looking and there's baby shares on the book. It doesn't justify the rejection. So I know that there's an iceberg on the other side of that. That's fine. It doesn't mean that it's going to be there forever. So ENVX, long, future, long. Let's see what comes.
Yeah, let's see what comes indeed. I am in a trade. Now, this is something where like I said, didn't even really want to take any more trades. I was like, I'm going to have to get in the same eye, a little bit rough on myself. I don't know why I became British. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the support in the chat. And I just remembered what Sean said that I was trying to live by today. In order to make money, you must attempt ideas. This is actually literally like, lose yourself in the moment, the music, you gotta never let it go, and literally just trying to sing Eminem here, lose yourself. So you really do have to lose yourself in the trade sometimes. This could go against me, but right now it's going for me. I did love those PDD ideas, and right now we are falling. We're kind of going for a low day break here, and I can't believe I took this, but I also really like the idea. So I was like, I think I do owe it to myself to try it. Could it go against me? Sure. And I mean, I don't love the idea, especially when you're in a prop firm, you're trading other people's money. You don't want to lose other people's money, right? I've not been proud of how I've been trading lately, but I do feel like you also, if you like an idea, why not attempt it? I'm lucky enough to be here, so I'm so happy to have this whole amazing community, everyone behind in the as well in the back, and it's just such an awesome opportunity that, you owe it to yourself to try things if you like them. So PDD, about 20 cents in the money right now. Let's see if we can get this a little bit lower. If we break above, I'm only risking 10 pennies on this, basically all I can actually risk on the real. So yeah, good times. Sometimes you do have to take those moments where you're on the edge of the cliff and it's like, what do you do at this cliff? And in my case, I cliff jumped. That analogy became really dark, but it's all good. Here we go, PDD breaking to the downside. Please just punch. To quote John Ralphio in Parks and Rec, turn that frown up, sadicity. If you see stuff you like, just take it, because it could work against you, but it could also work. Shout out to Bonkzilla, quote of the day, let it happen. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. If we break back above 80s, I'll take it there, but I do want to see us crack a little bit lower on my PDD. What else is happening here? What's everyone else looking at? Come on, Tesla, 178. It's coming, says Chase Bands. Love that name. Yeah, okay, this is interesting. We had a little bit of a pause here at that 179.50. Let's see what we see here on TSLA. But yeah, I think I think really for me, the level on Tesla is going to be that 180.50 to 181. Yeah, I gave up that short a little bit early for sure, but nice look there. Right now, though, I think I'm going to have to get out of these PDDs because we're kind of coming back to the upside. I want to see what we do here, though. Happy I took the trade. And again, thank you so much for this awesome community. I'm so happy to be here every day.
Yes, Adara, love it. Sick attitude, bro. Honestly, can I mention something? I'm looking to take out the remaining amount here on the TQQQs at this technical level. Like, look, it's not. I don't want to equate the TQQQs and try to say this is the level on the TQQQs as it is on the NQ. I don't like to do that, but you can kind of try to spot these areas. So this area here on the TQQQ looks to be the same area as the volume weighted average price on the NQ. So I'm trying to pack my patience here for an 18.8 hold to take out the remaining balance here. We were 15 pennies in the money at the high there. We're long 55s. I'm looking for a 74 print. I get it, I don't, that's fine. But I was thinking maybe that would be a reasonable area because it was VWAP. So if we gave up the ghost at VWAP, I was thinking, maybe we reject off a volume weighted average price. So let's go actually ahead and put it a smidge below that. I'm going to go ahead and put it at 72s because what's life without whimsy? Here we go. 70s incoming here. The future just popped up, but too much resistance. All right, ENVX, back to this one. Pleased, very pleased with this one. Was able to actually get to the 16 print. It did make its way up to 18, but look how quickly it did retrace back into 12s or 11s or whatever. It's trying to go back above right now, printing 15s. The idea with this one was simple. It was a 20-period retracement on the 5. It had respected the 20-period on multiple prior occasions. Over here is what I'm really thinking about. And then that's what precipitated me to get into it. And there you go, curling off the 20 again. It hasn't tested the HOD, which is the $quarter, 11.25 HOD on ENVX, but we're done with this trade. So we'll look for something maybe into VWAP or so at that level. What's the future up to? Did I print? And I printed on the future. Very, very happy with this one. We do get the 72 prints, so we're going to hit the bang there. Took the first L there on said future, but was able to get right back into it and fought with this bad word.
Fought with this bad mama jama.
Hey, I like that. I can use that.
You can. There you go.
I can use it.
I'm so happy I won my fight with PDD. I'm like giddy.
Auction.
We do have the auction.
Yes.
I'm waiting. I have it up.
Okay,
That's why I wasn't.
beauty. Thank you.
I'm just waiting to see this happen here. If we get to see the numbers, we will tell. Oh, okay. No, that was crude Cushing inventories, not the auction. Why is the auction not showing up on this screen? Okay. If anyone sees us, let us know for the auction because I'm not seeing it on my financial juice for some reason. But I think we do. We're supposed to have it. So. Oh yeah, 20-year bond auction just came through. 2.510 versus 2.820 here for the previous, so a little bit lower than the previous. Thank you so much, Day Trader Cut, for putting this in the chat. Yeah, so we popped back up on the Qs here a little bit. So happy I got out of that PDD. Yeah, nice little pop here, but again, the Q's kind of coming into resistance. Look at that 456.20. Bounce, bounce. Looks like it flat bottom broke, but we know resistance and support can flip, especially with it kind of brushing up against that 9 EMA. So this is going to be something we're going to have to take a look at. Also, oh my gosh, Moderna popping back to the upside. I had a little bit of a minor war with this stock, good times. But yeah, really trying to break this high of 160. Fair warning, this one, the spread on this that's what chopped me up a lot here. Watch out for the spread. It has been up to 40 pennies that I've seen it, maybe wider. And the tightest I've seen the last little bit has been like 10 pennies. So just be aware for mRNA. This one is a little bit of a spready name right now. GME to VWAP. NDAX holding 16, says Neil. Shout out to Neil here. Big copper debt mentioning AMD. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, this double top AMD short. And then I was watching that VWAP bounce. I'm happy I didn't get involved in that long because it continued to fall to the downside. But yeah, what's everyone looking at here? I do want to say, proud of myself for the PDD because like I said, I had so little risk left that literally this trade was kind of, it was kind of now or never. But as Justin Bieber says, I will never say never. I will fight till forever. And I think if you like an idea, and this is what I did in this case, I said, you can't be scared to make money. This could go against you, but I felt pretty good about it, so I did get involved. If this short keeps manifesting, I might take it now because I did make a little bit back there on that PDD. Definitely not going to be positive on the day, but still proud of the mindset for getting back in. How's Nvidia doing? Because some people mentioning what's happening for Nvidia. This is okay. Yeah, Nvidia kind of coming back to this level. This is not what I'm playing for the rest of the day just because, yeah, that risk is something else. But let's see what we do at VWAP. I think this could get kind of interesting. Carvana, beep, beep. New high of day, Carvana, beep, beep, says Darwin. So let's see how Carvana's going here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Some of these short flow names happening. It makes sense that Carvana gets this pop. No, sorry, it wasn't anything other than Carvana. I was just like, oh, Carvana. But that out on the cues is amazing, by the way. Like, I just noticed that I want to clap for Sharif there.
That was the VWAP.
That was the VWAP
exactly
out.
why I wanted it out there.
No, and I said too, because we had that double, that area in the cues that was that double bottom, that 652 in the flat bottom break.
Bang.
It's such a good look. Yeah, I want to clap for Sharif again.
Oh, thank you, Darren.
One more time. Apparently Starbucks is on caffeine. One more time. Yeah, I mean, Starbucks might be singing that song. I highlighted these levels earlier. Thank you to Elon for pointing this out. 79.55, 79.8. These are both areas where support resistance really flipped. And then Starbucks was like, I'm not going to play that game anymore. I'm just going to go straight to the upside. Cool. I was like, yeah, do your thing, 21 Starbucks. But nice move to the upside here for SBUX. Couple topping tail candles. We may be a little exhausted, but looks like there is still some caffeine in that name. Thank you to Elon for pointing that one out. Slightly lower than expected. The market didn't react very much, though. No,
you can kind of see that right now. We're 5 minutes deep now. Usually, it takes a few minutes for the auction to react, but not this subdued. I didn't expect this. Okay, so let's get back to said trades. Okay, interesting look now. I was about to say the dead ones at key support. What am I talking about, bro? The dead one's down 2/3%. This is a previous area close that I didn't remove, so that's on me. Remove this trend line. So Apple closed out yesterday at 192 1/3, back down into 191. I'll be looking for a 191 defend here. Whole dollar level, AAPL. Do we have technical? Do we have price action support there? Not really. I mean, a couple of times we've ran through it. Not anything that I'd really expect. It'd have to prove itself to me and start curling back up. So getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. But it's been a sell everything kind of day today for Apple. It's been down and to the right ever since opening up green. But yeah, been very weak. So I don't know. Oh, another good look here for goggles. Okay. So goggles has also been rejecting off the 20 period on the 5. And here we go. We're getting another 20 period retracement. So this is interesting here because it's been a very weak day on these Mag 7. So I'm just looking short now, Mag 7 names. And now we have a nice move up here off that 175 and a fifth LOD on GOOGL. And now we're popping right back into that 20 period. So I could absolutely be persuaded to take Goggles south. Goggles is hurting today, man. 1 1/4 down on the day. It is one of the worst performing Mag 7 names. The worst, obviously, is TSLA. Second in line is Goggles. So, yeah, I mean, this is with the trend. So let's go ahead and pull up Google. I am cognizant of the 18.8 retracement. I get all that. Oh, come on, ENVX, bro. Why'd I? Oh.
That was a good out, though.
It's good, but you're always angry as a trader.
Oh, believe.
Right? Yeah.
That's been my quote of the day.
Know. Yeah. Exactly, right?
Oh, yeah.
So let's pull up Google over here because I could definitely be interested in this Google short. So I'm gonna continue to watch here. I want to see, some sort of proof that we're gonna reject that 20 on the 5. And I want to see a wick through it and then a close below it, for example. Kind of like what I saw here. Like, look what we did over here. We got to the 20, wicked up above, closed below. Wicked up above, closed below. Same thing over here. Wicked up above, closed below. So if we do that over here, I'll definitely get short. Now, where's the stop? So if I get short, say in the mid 60s, mid to low 60s, for example, where do I get out? Well, to me, it's going to be a 175.90 break. Right, I don't want it to print above this topping tail candle over here. I'll put it at 91s, but it doesn't look like it's going to stop right now. Goggles is moving right back up here. Does this have anything to do with the future? Probably, because we're seeing some green candles here. I'm seeing green candles come in on Softy. That's it though, Softy and Tesla. You're not seeing much else really curling up here. Softy, Google, and Tesla, a little bit. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this retracement. I'm looking short Google, but it's going to have to come down below the 20 before I get short. Otherwise, the trade is based on nothing. I am basing it on the 20-period rejection. If it's above the 20, then I'm not getting short. Microsoft is doing the same thing, though. I want to point this out. Here comes Softy into the 20. It's also rejected on the 20 earlier on. That was around noon. We come back into the 20, and then look how the big boy Huadunk off that 431 top. We make it down all the way to 429 and a third. So Microsoft, Google, both interesting to me. Shorts, both based on the 20. Google higher than Microsoft, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some interesting stuff to look at. We're going to get that lesson started soon, but a couple things to talk about first. Chemical reaction, man, the reason we call Apple the dead one is just because of what it does intraday. That's what it is. Like, no, Sharif loves Apple. Sharif is an Apple long term. Like, we are not anti-Apple people here. We do get the Steve Jobs done. You know what I mean? We love when it Tim Cooks to the upside, but we do call it the dead one just because of the fact that it kind of does not a lot on the intraday basis. That was not my whole point. The second thing I want to talk about, though, is we do have our new segment coming up with Sharif being Pat Sajak on the green screen. He will look at some tickers. But how do we choose the tickers, you ask? That's where you come in.
Bang.
What you have to do is go join, and I'll put, I'm not going to put a ticker, but I'm going to go join here in the chat, and then the underscore would be whatever your ticker is, but you have to make sure you have the dollar store, the dollar sign before. So it's, don't have the dollar store.
Here it is,
Yeah,
guys.
there we go. That's what you want to do. So whatever your ticker you want to take a look at, exclamation point, join. Oh, I didn't even do it right in my sample, so I'm going to delete my message.
All
but you have to
good.
do exclamation point, join, and then dollar sign, whatever ticker you like. That's what you really want. And so if you do that, then you can join our lovely queue, and we will look at some of the charts that people want to take a look at.
Exactly. You guys control now what we talk about on the segment from 2 to 2:20. Before, we would just recap the morning movers. Why is Nvidia up? Why is this doing that? All right, we already talked about that. Now it's talking about the trade time. So let me know what you want to see. Do you want to talk about Nvidia as we approach earnings, or you want to talk about Tesla's 180 give up today and the 3 1/3% that it's down on the day? If it is, go ahead, type in join exclamation point Tesla. Do you want to talk about PDD and the insane move that it did pre-market? Neil alerted me to that right while I walked into the office today. So make sure you have your say. Exclamation point, space, or exclamation point, the word join, space, dollar sign, and the ticker that you want. Neil's killing me, bro. Just join Sharif's beard. I love it. Neil Roberts, baby, on the ones and twos. It's gone, Neil. It's been gone since September, man. He says, it doesn't mean we can't talk about it. Have your say, guys. Go ahead, get that in the chat. We do that every day from 2 to 2:20, and we talk about what you guys want us to talk about. So go and have your say. If you don't, well, then you're not going to have your say. All right, let's talk about some of these tickers here at Dara. I just finished taking a page out of your book, waxing poetic at these 20-period retracements here on Softy and on Goggles. I'm waiting until they confirm that they are going to reject off those levels. They're both above the 20-period right now, so I'm not taking either trade. I saw big Kyle Burdett call out a trade. He says short Meta at the WAP, at the VWAP 470.50. That's where VWAP is on Meta on my chart, and he's not wrong. It's about 50 pennies below that as it dances with the $10 level at 470. So keep your eye out on these shorts. I'm still not convinced that we curl up here, even though we're back above 18.8 and a smidge above VWAP. But I think this is kind of like no man's land on the future, where this is the level of support that we had all morning. We drop below it, we come back into that level of support. Now it's like we have to hold our breath to see whether we reclaim the level or reject the level. And so that's what I'll be looking at. I think that will really dictate whether I get short on Goggles and Softy, whether or not we reject this VWAP area here and this key area of price action support earlier on the NQ June contract. So I'm watching, and I'm sure I'll, take a trade probably one way or another, while ADRs is dropping hot lines on the lesson of the day.
It reminds me of that song, One Way or Not Short. Throw back to the 80s, great song. But yeah, also great is lessons in learning. And today we're going to be talking about spotting higher probability breakouts with the measured move. So breakouts can be really exciting opportunities in day trading, right? You know, when we see one, we're like, you know, like super, I just squealed at an insane pitch there. But yeah, you get really excited. You want those breakouts. Super fun to trade, super fun to look at. But how do you pinpoint the highest probability breakouts? Well, we're going to talk about that in this lesson because you could actually use the measured move to help identify these breakouts, get a little bit more confidence. And I did not press the right slide. There we go. What is the measured move? So it's a concept that's going to relate price movement to volume, and it suggests that the size of the breakout or the price move is often proportional to the preceding trading volume. There we go. But how do you identify breakout levels, right? So a couple different things to look at. Support and resistance. We talk about these levels so much on the whole show, and especially we love talking about them in the midday because Sharif and I are both support and resistance type people.
Man.
That is for sure. What you want to do is identify key support and resistance levels on the chart. So these are areas that the price has historically bounced off of, and they're going to create some temporary barriers. Then you want to do a volume analysis. So what you want to see is a surge in volume preceding the move towards support and resistance. Are we seeing people getting extra excited like, wait, look at me as we head into these areas? Are we seeing people want to break out above or below these areas with a viciousness? That's absolutely something to look at. But now once you've identified these areas, how do you strike? We're going to tell you. First, what you want to do is look for that breakout with high volume. If you have that decisive price breakthrough with through that support or resistance level, accompanied with high volume, that might be a breakout signal. It might go ping, time to look at this chart, time to get involved. Now, once you have that, what you want to do is try to project the move, and this is where the measured move comes in. Take the distance between the support and resistance level and the breakout point. So for example, $2, and project this distance in the breakout direction to estimate a potential price target. So if the breakout is upwards, add $2 to the breakout price. So what you're doing, again, to clarify, subtract between that support and resistance level, and then project that move with $2 to the breakout price, for example. So why does this matter? We'll tell you. Confirmation with volume is always going to be really key, right? So high volume preceding a breakout will suggest increased buying or selling pressure, which can potentially push that price further into the breakout direction. Measured targets are also really important because the projected price target based on the measured move can give you a more realistic estimate of where the price might reach. Again, not will reach, but might reach, which can help you set profit targets. My brain just had a little moment. That's all good though. Okay. But you know what also has a little moment are these markets. Here's one example with this measured bull move. We did have that push up here with a little bit of a volume move, right? So then you have your measured move, you make that little retracement, and then that's when you see as we get to that retracement, a little bit more volume, poof, pop to the upside, pushing to the upside. I want to shout out PMG in the chat as well, saying Cobra Kai that action. Yeah, you got to do that karate chop here in these markets, right? And that shows you when you have that volume, we do have that push to the upside, which I think is really key. Also, let's talk about important considerations here too as well, because false breakouts are worth noting. Not all breakouts are going to be successful with volume, even if you have volume, right? Because the price can fake a breakout and reverse. And I mean, we know fake outs. I've been, talking about Moderna and some of those fake outs in different directions all day, right? So sometimes stocks like to make you wait for it, right? Because they don't care about your feelings. They'll do what they do. So just because you have volume doesn't mean you've clinched that breakout. You always want to look for confirmatory factors. And some of those could be like moving averages or price patterns. Now, also market context, always going to be key as well. Consider what the market's telling you as a whole, because a strong breakout during a bullish trend is more likely to follow through compared to a breakout during a consolidation phase. Now, how do you put it all together, mix it up, and make it into a great little souffle? How do you take all of these different elements? Well, we'll tell you. You want to identify support and resistance and high volume activity around said levels. Then what you want, a decisive break with volume confirmation. Once you have, I don't know, I'm getting so intense here.
All good.
Project that measured move distance to estimate your potential price target, because how are you going to get into the trade if you don't know where you're getting out of the trade? I don't know. And last but not least, combine these with other technical factors and market context for a more robust trading strategy. But remember, measured move is a tool, it's not a rule. It is a tool, but it is not a rule, it's not a guarantee. So you want to back test your strategies and refine them based on real market data. By incorporating the measured move into your analysis, you can become more adept at spotting high probability breakouts in intraday trading. And with that note done, we are all good to go. Also, shout out to Adrian saying that I should dye my hair black for a more gothic approach to trading.
I saw that. I was like, what?
It's pretty funny. I get no comment. Right now we're living the redhead life, but I don't know. We'll see that.
Did you ever? Have you ever dyed your hair black?
I've dyed my hair pretty much every color under the sun,
Seriously?
but not straight black.
Okay.
I don't think straight black.
So brownish, like darker brownish.
Oh, we've done blue. We've done a couple pinks.
Okay.
Yeah, we've done. I was blonde for like a couple of years. That was.
I remember when you interviewed, you were blonde.
I was blonde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was a blonde for a while, but yeah, right now we are the redhead. But I had to shout out Adrian because I got a kick.
Adrian. I like that. Shout out to you guys. I don't know what to make of these futures moves here, man. It's super zigzaggy, and I think this is one of those days where the zigzagginess will get you in a lot of trouble if you're looking for direction. Because, I took the quick scalp off that VWAP pop on the T triple Qs, but look what it did. It continued right through VWAP. And it's still making lower highs. I get that. So the trend not necessarily done yet, but that's not how I typically trade the futures, right? We base them off key levels. So I see this downward channel, and it jives with the upper wicks of these earlier candles as well in the more liquid time of day. I get all that, but I'm much more hesitant to base the futures trade on trend lines. That's for dang sure. I just don't typically trade the futures that way. So anyway, keeping an eye on the future. And the reason is I'm keeping an eye on the futures is because I've been looking to short the soft one and goggles. And neither has held up at any of the levels that I looked at. So I was looking at the 20 on Microsoft, thinking, okay, it jived with the 20 earlier. No 20. Then I'm like, okay, well, it was definitely jiving with the 50 as support. Maybe it jives with it this time. No jiving. 431 then, I'm looking for a VWAP rejection if the future continues to head up. Same thing with Google, right? Look for 10, look for 20, nothing incoming. In no man's land at the moment. Just in front of that below, that 176 also at VWAP. So that's gonna really be my line in the sand. I'm gonna look for a VWAP reclaim, or I'm gonna look for a short. So 176 and VWAP, I like that. When the whole dollar level and the volume weighted average price conflate, we'll see what we get on these bad boys. As I talked badly about Softy there, it came back down, so maybe I should do more of that. Anyway, no, seriously though. I'm looking for these guys to hold up in their ascent. I'm looking for a rejection in the same way that we just got on Tesla at the 20. So Tesla, oh, come on, bro. You're looking for the hardest ones and the easiest one that keeps rinsing and repeating you're not taking. I'm yelling at myself in case you haven't noticed. Tesla has definitely rejected off the 20 on the 5 all day long, and I keep looking at these other ones, and I don't know why. Maybe because I was looking at Tesla at 180 earlier. That's probably it. Anyway, below 180 right now, coming into that $0.75 is Tesla. The low is just at that $0.50. We're about 20 pennies above the low right now on TSLA, down 3 1/3%. But you'll know if you've been here the last few days that Tesla's had a couple of good days. And so it stands to reason that we get back a little bit of it. Meta, VWAP, Big Kyle, what are you going to do here? 470 2/3 coming actually a little bit above VWAP. So that's a good look for you there, Kyle. It's been below VWAP since it gave up the ghost there at around 1/4 to the hour. I just don't have a trade here, guys. I don't think this is the right setup for me to wait for these levels to come in and not have them respect the level. So I'm going to stay put at the moment. No trades for me. I'll keep my eye on some small cap cappers because they're still going. I heard BNED actually made a move through VWAP, but was quick to retrace. Let's have a look at that real quick because I know the guys were on that. Neil was on this one earlier too. Yeah. Let's look at this one. What is this again?
Barnes & Noble.
Thank you. Barnes & Noble. I was going to say Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, try.
I mean, same wheelhouse. Yay. Same retail. Similar herbs.
Different price. Yeah, this 110 though, Adara, this is an interesting level. And this takes us all the way back to the move we had yesterday in the aftermarket. 730, 110-ish high. Again, this morning at 4:10 a.m. on volume, by the way, this candle here did 682,000 shares. So there was volume at 4 a.m. 110-ish again. Here, look at the closing prints at 110. This is the only outlier. And then yet again, We come in, break VWAP into 110 and reject. So 110 featuring here for whatever reason on BNED over and over and over again, for the exception, obviously, of the opening prints here where the volatility takes us beyond those levels. $1.35 is the HOD, below VWAP, but trying to fight right now with that dollar. So did break below the dollar, got to 85 pennies at the low there, and worked its way back above a buck, but no trade for me on this one. I'll steer clear of this one, and I'll look for some others.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's still rejecting 180, so I got short. And I know I was like, I don't really want to take any more trades today because I don't know what that voice was, because I was really down. I didn't have that much risk left. But you know what? The thing was, the reason I got involved in that PDD, and I literally had to risk actual pennies, was because I did like that setup and I thought I owed it to myself to try. You know what I mean? As 50 Cent says, get rich or die trying. And so that's what I wanted to do here. Really tight risk. The PDD works. So now we have a little bit of wiggle room to take this Tesla short. I'm not trying to be frivolous about this. I do like the levels. That's why I got involved. If we break above 180.10 decisively, so I'm only risking 15 pennies. A part of that is necessity. Part of that is also just what I'm seeing in the book. When I say necessity, I just mean because the day has been rough, and so you got to do what you got to do. But I do like this trade beyond reasons of just, you know, today's been rough. It's because I feel like I'm in a good read on Tesla today. That 181 kept coming, and I kept giving it up way too early. But, you know, my thing is, like, if we keep seeing this rejection, which we did, I said, Adara, I think you owe it to yourself. If you do like this trade, which believe me, I do, you owe it to yourself to try. We've seen a couple wicks above 180, and then Tesla's like, I don't think so. Like, I gave you guys 186 yesterday, okay? Like, you're going to have to, right now I want to take a little bit of a move to the downside. So it's like, okay, Tesla, do your thing. The goal here is I want 60s. I don't know if we're going to get 60s. If we got 60s, I'd be 35 pennies in the money. I'd be pleased as punch with that. I'm only risking 15 pennies. So, you know what I mean? I think as long as we get 80s, I'm actually, like, making up okay risk reward. So I'm okay with that. So I want to say as well, I do appreciate everyone in the chat saying, you know, maybe the issue is just hold your winners for longer. I want to consider that, but I also find when I do that, especially because as someone who likes to scalp, that's where my trades go kind of awry. So it's something I definitely want to consider, but I also want to be cognizant of the ways that I find I trade the best and worst. So I just want to put that out there. It's something I'm going to have to do some rumination on tonight. But Tesla's like, ruminating what? Now I'm just going to drop my okay. Sorry for that chair push back there. I was very excited, and I think I kind of needed this. I had a pretty good read on Tesla today, which is also why I felt okay. But yeah, we keep bouncing here at 80s, so 80s might be our, we'll do 79s. We'll be a little bit spicy with it. What's life without whimsy? But yeah, please just punch with this. And I think, you know, not trying to be all like, oh, you know, go me. No, because today was a really bad day. These last few days have been some of my worst in trading. But it's just figuring out why is it not working. I'm not trusting myself. So you have to trust yourself. You have to get involved when you see stuff you like. And to quote Ariana Grande, I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it with very minimal risk because, again, today's been rough. But you just got to take what you like. And so Tesla, if you want to keep taking that move to the downside, pleased as punch. But I see you are pleased as punch. Google searching for that downside move.
I like Google searching, eh? Well said there, Dara. Yeah, I'm annoyed because I definitely wanted 99s. I tried to get in at 99s, and it didn't fill me, so I chased it down. And by virtue of the chase, I have a crappy entry price. Maybe it won't be so crappy if we print. Short 92s, looking for a VWAP rejection on goggles. We did come right into that 18,825, come back a little bit down. Goggles seems to be a little bit stronger than the future at the moment, but we'll see if we can get that print below on Google here on the short. So 176.05, my Gonzino out. It'll have to stay below that. Otherwise, that's it. Big Kyle Burdett, Amazon short attempt against 183.20, not looking great. Need some help. Come on, SPY. Come on down. I echo you. I echo that sentiment, Kyle. I'm short with you on goggles. You're short Amazon. I do like your short on the Zon. Let's cover that. So Amazon has been. Look, Amazon's been awfully weak. I mean, look at this. Even on the drop down, so weak was Amazon, it didn't even give you a 10-period retracement. There was no 10-period touch on Amazon from 11:45 all the way until it touched it here at 1:15. It stayed below it the entire time. It didn't even, like, look at even this candle over here at 12:15. It doesn't even touch a 10-period. Obviously, you could have front run it a little bit, knowing that it was below the 10 period. But if you're waiting for retracement at the level, it looked like it was not forthcoming. So I'd be looking price action here, Big Kyle. There is a whole lot of interesting bottoms that we put in at that 183.50, 183 2/3. You have that level at 1150. You got it here 1055, 1050. Again at 1035, and these two candles over here, 1005 and 1010. All had interactions with 183.50, 183 2/3. If we curl back up into that area, I'll definitely be interested on a short on Amazon. That is, of course, unless I get in a whole lot of trouble. No, I don't have enough share size to get into a whole lot of trouble on Google, but I really want the rejection of VWAP here. It's not forthcoming at the moment. Printing 88s right now. Let's see if we get printed. I'm waiting at 85s. We'll see what we get there, but it looks like there's some strength coming in here for whatever reason on Google midday. It's still not printing me, so I'm going to pack my patience. Sorry, not Amazon. Meta is now the one that has completely changed its tune and decided to run up. So this has been the strongest Mag 7 name on the day. We already mentioned that. 1.44 to the good. Higher was up more at the highs there. It seems to have reclaimed VWAP. I'd be looking 472-ish for possible resistance, if not a little bit before that, because we definitely had a crest in and around 472 and then again over here. So we'll see if whether or not we make it all the way down there. Yes, Google, I got printed there. So now we de-risked a little bit on goggles. Now I'm going to hold the remaining amount to either get stopped out or to print a little bit lower. I'll be looking to take more profits at the $0.75 if it makes its way down there. I don't have a whole lot of hope, though, with these markets above VWAP. Robbie V. Faraday, FFIE. I'd say we're going to do a big breakdown through $1 as there's not much balance. What do you think? Adira, Sharif, let's have a look. So where is said chart with all my indicators that I like? There we go. Faraday. Faraday future. All right, $1.01 support. Yeah, you're not wrong, Rob. That's the thing, man. It's been printing lower highs and lower lows.
Bless you.
You know, bless you, Ram. You just feel like the bottom's going to give out, but you have that dollar defend. Like Neil always tells me, I was even telling Wainers the other day, I'm like, it's a different trade below $1 and it's a different trade above $1 because of that either resistance and support that you could have. So that dollar level, once you break it, you could use it as defense, as support. That's the only thing I'd say to you with respect to that idea that it's going to, just huadunk below that buck. But you're not wrong. I think you have the right idea here. You're with the trend. It's lower highs, lower lows. The low of day is 1 penny above that whole dollar level. So good look for you here. I'm not going to involve myself in Faraday today. Down 25% after obviously the big run up on Faraday. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, this has been the look on Faraday starting on the 14th when the memes, I'm talking about GameStop and the like, they started going, and so did Faraday. We got to 390s at the high there, almost knocked on the door $4, but you saw what happened there. And now we're kind of putting in that lower lows, lower highs, and curling back down, maybe back to reality. I don't know. What was this at, man? This thing, what was it trading at before? Look, give me a second here to find out. This thing was 4 pennies. Oh my God. This thing was 4 pennies and we went to $4, man. Whoever was holding this, I really hope you sold. Right, because that's a hell of a percentage increase right there. What is the percentage increase on that, Adara? I need to know.
4%.
I need to know. All right.
Yeah,
that's 9,100%, Adara.
10,000.
10,000%. That's madness. So I really hope anybody who had this at 4 pennies absolutely, they hit the profit bell and got out of town. Yeah. Go down, Google. Sorry, Adara.
You should have too. I think it was Will Sattison in our chat, maybe saying, I think they said they got involved with like 32 cents. It might not have been you, it might not have been FFIE, but if it was you and if it was FFIE, shout out to you. That's a great look. Also, Tesla looks like it's flat bottom breaking, and I want to get back in. I did get out of that first short. Please just punch. And again, mostly I'm just happy for myself for getting back in the saddle because I told you, I had my whole moment where I was like, I need to go into the sim for a bit, like cute, like dramatic violin from like a 60s movie in black and white, And then, I think, as John Szymanski said in the chat, screen time. Screen time matters, and I also think I really did underestimate the mental aspect of trading and how much that trade changes when you're live. 100%.
Isn't it annoying?
It's so annoying.
It's
Feels
annoying
so good
because,
about
like,
things.
yo, why am I worried? Right?
Right?
Number one, you know, we always respect everybody's money, but it's not technically my money. Why am I worried? I did it in the sim. Why can't I execute it the same way in real life? It's such a mental, you know what, right?
Yeah, it messes with your brain. It does. But Tesla, if you want to mess back with that 179.88 level so I can get back involved, I would love that. Also, I would love if everyone who wants to see tickers can go exclamation point join, space, $, whatever your ticker is. So I'm going to do an example. I'm not adding myself to the queue, so I'm not going to put an actual ticker.
I can put it in.
It's
right here.
Thank you.
Right here.
Sharif is going to show it on your screen, so I will not do that demonstration.
Yes, guys. So exclamation point, then the word join, no spaces there. Then after the word join, space, $, and your ticker. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of people that want to talk about Nvidia today, just owing to the fact that we have earnings after the bell. But 2 days in a row, it's been Tesla that's been the #1 ticker. Not really surprised by that because it was moving the last couple of days. But have your say. We're now going to talk about what you guys want. So if you don't vote, you don't get a say. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So have your vote. Make sure to vote before 1:50. The cutoff time is 1:50. You can vote every day from 1 p.m. to 1:50. Sorry about that, Ram. From 1 p.m. to 1:50. Then we cut it off, and then you don't get to have your say anymore. So you got to do it now. You've got another 15 minutes or so. Otherwise, we shut that bad boy off. Let's go. Google. I'm 1 penny away here from getting printed on my last little beak wetter. I'm looking to front run the $0.75 area. I'm sitting at 76s. I saw 77s on the bid there. And as the future comes down, the future is headed down back into 18.8 or so. It says, and there it is, baby. We take the fill at the $0.75. Pleased as punch. This was a 176 rejection that I didn't even have that good of a price on. I tried to chase it down. Instead of getting 99s, I got 92s. But good trade here. Shout out to Big Kyle. I know he was taking that Zon short. He's like, dump the Zon. Dump it. There he is. There he is. I see you. I see you, Big Kyle. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Amazon on the way down to 183 break.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kyle Burdett, who was in the zone and in the zone. Look at that at the same time. We got a nice little move down, and I got filled on Tesla. So really proud of myself. I think the biggest thing I've learned with trading is perseverance. You fall and you get back up. You know what I mean? Like, you know, as Jay-Z says, you know, brush the dirt off the shoulder and on to the next one. So nice look. I know someone in the chat as well saying life is not a song lyric. That is very true. But I think song lyrics can motivate you. And, you know, they sometimes they come from life, right? So it comes from experience. So you got to keep going. So I will always shout out these songs. Have a good time here in these markets. Tesla might break lows of days. No, we're not. Sorry, the low of days like 174, but that might be in a dark pool. Yeah, it looks like that's on a dark pool basis. We are cracking below 179.60s though here. So Chris, Jay, the exclamation point join, that's how you join. I don't know if this is, I can't do sarcasm, but it's like if exclamation point join is like, oh, you want to get involved here, like join whatever your ticker is going to be. So yeah, Bears vs. Bulls can add that in there. They keep showing what this is going to be. Oh yeah, submit your ticker. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls. That really is what I should have said instead of how I explained that. Nice move down here for Tesla, but Mara here, oh, okay, this is interesting. I know a lot of people were mentioning Mara. Look at this flip-flop here. We had a little bit of resistance, 2205s, support, 2205s, climb slightly higher, nice move up. The pinnacle looks like it's about 2285. Actual high of day is 2286, so look at that. Then we continue to push to the downside, but it's interesting. Where we pause here, 2237, that was where we had that previous support. A little bit of resistance. Continue to push lower, then we come back to that 2205 area. Around VWAP, we try to push a little bit higher, and unfortunately, as the market falls, so does Mara. I mean, it is fortunate if you were involved in a Mara short, because you definitely got a nice little push to the downside here, but great look on MARA. Coin looking nice as well. Shout out to CompSRX saying coin short close, so it looks like you definitely printed on that, and a little bit less so than Mara. I just think because Coinbase had a bit more of a parabolic-ish run, to quote Sharif, to use a Sharifism from earlier, but this 3450 was kind of interesting, right? So we had a little bit of chop and turn here, pop back up on the 9 EMA with the viciousness. Then when we started to peter out and fall here, look where we saw is a little bit of a pause. That's right, 234.50. I see you, Coinbase. I see where you're trying to base out. Then we actually, and what's interesting too is we don't break down right from 243.50. Coinbase makes you wait for it. Has this little chop and turn. Oh, we'll pop into 235. No, we won't. Oh, no. And then we head to the downside. We could be bouncing off VWAP. This could be an interesting look, but this is certainly a great look and a really interesting chart to look at here today. What's everyone looking at? What do people want to see? Also, I want to clarify as well, some people were asking about this, FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. It's not a Fed meeting. Fed Powell is not talking, but the FOMC minutes coming through at 2 p.m. I'm sure you are pleased as punching your TQ short.
I was out way earlier, Adara. Oh, I think.
I think you got involved.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, this is why you need to clean up your stops, Adara.
I mean,
I did not mean to do that.
It worked out.
Yeah, that's lucky. But as Neil says, you always get out. If you fat finger,
That's
you just
true.
flatten
But you
out right
could
away.
when
I didn't mean to do
That's
that. That was
true.
a stop that didn't trigger.
I saw that and I wasn't sure, but I also wasn't gonna like punch out for you.
Huh?
I was very conflicted.
It's a good
It
entry,
was.
says Neil. Yeah, I know, but it was a mistake. How bad is that? No, I know you don't mean that. No, it's because like it's
is.
comical because my accidental entries are better than my purposeful entries. No, I'm not. I'm
I
just trying to
honestly
bring
said,
myself
I was
down.
gonna say don't say that, but I've said the same thing about myself. So
Right?
It's hard.
Why did we move down like that?
I don't see any news, but also like I said, I've had issues with like my news.
Sure.
blotter.
I'm just gonna have a look real quick. I don't see anything, so you're right. Yeah, nothing really coming forward to show this, to justify this whole big down move. So we'll keep everybody apprised. We hear anything about wow. Okay, so stuff is moving lower a lot here, guys. Here is the Mag 8 RAM as we yeah, it's all good. That's why I say RAM, right? So you know what's up. Yeah, big moves down. Apple breaking through the low of the day now. We were talking with that 191 support. Nope, 190.82 LOD at the moment. The same thing happening with Meta. Wow, Meta was, okay, trying to curl back up. We kept singing this one's praise. Strongest Mag 7 on the day, yada, yada, yada. Right back below 470 again. I think we're going to just get more sell-offs into the afternoon. Nvidia is the one really here that sold off the most. So it behooves me to go into Nvidia, see if there's anything showing up on the blotter. Nvidia dips ahead of results. Okay, nothing really Nvidia specific. This is it, but this is not really telling me a whole lot here. Obviously, just the fact that we're going to have earnings after the bell and things are a little bit volatile. So nothing really justifying this move. It's mag wide, says Kyle. You're not wrong. Mr. Longshore says TNX spike since 1 p.m. I don't even know what TNX is. Is that an 10X International SPA? I don't know what that is. What is this? 10X Italy-based company? Okay. Adrian, good entry. Level test, AMD on its consolidation down. Let's have a look at AMD. See what it's up to at the moment. Here is AMD. It's still up 0.5 percentage point. What is it up to now? Well, it's just printed day's lows. That's exactly what it did, 165.19. Is this a key area of support from earlier? What was Adrian saying? Good entry, level test, AMD on its consolidation. I'm not sure what you're looking at, Adrian. Just explain that to me a little bit there. Is this a pre-market high that you're looking at, or the opening 4 a.m. at 165 there? I'm not really sure what you're looking at. Let me know. But AMD definitely still up on the day, but now, as you can see, a very clear downward pattern on the name. Looks like we're holding. No, we got a couple of top bottoming tail candles right now on the future and on some of these Mag 7 names. But I'd suggest to you that this was Nvidia related because the bigger move on these Mag 7 names was in Nvidia. It dropped from 949 essentially all the way down to 943 and a third. So that looks like the reason I think we moved down in the future.
Yeah, also, shout out to Neil as well for putting this in here, saying that Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon doesn't see Jerome Powell and the Fed cutting rates this year. Ray Dalio also said something to similar effect, like there could be some more interest rate pressures earlier today. So thank you, Neil, for putting that out there. Starbucks apparently chugging along. Was that a pun intended, Incredible Mr. Lib, like how you chug drinks? Was that? I don't know if that was a pun intended. But if it was, shout out to you. And even if it wasn't, shout out to you. Because, I mean, wow, you are right. I think you were mentioning in the chat 83 maybe being resistance for Starbucks. Let me look at the daily to see if that is a level that we could be. Okay, actually, I would actually go a little bit further. I would say 84.20. Why? Because to me, that was that big base earlier. That was that previous area of support. But again, the level, I don't know if I said again, I haven't said this before, but the level on Starbucks that I find very tantalizing, very appetizing, is going to be that 90 area. It was around where support was, then we find resistance, then we, to use a Schriffism, quadunk. But yeah, I would say, I mean, right now it's a little bit harder to say where Starbucks will stop because it really isn't giving you any signs. I do think that's the 90 MA bounce with this little bottoming tail candle does give you a sign. There is a little bit more gold in them there hills, but it's a little bit harder to say for sure what's going to happen there. So nice look for SBUX. I'm trying to get into a trade myself right now. And the trade's going to be PDT. I am proud of myself for slowly digging myself out of that little Moderna related hole. I did not manage that trade well. That is completely my fault. And it happened, and all you can do is just react. And you know, like I said, I wasn't going to trade for the rest of the day. I was like, oh my gosh, like, if I trade anything, I will immediately get shut down. But it's like, if you have a plan, if you come back and it's say no markets, no cry, to use a term that Sean's used before, also shout out to Bob Marley. If you come at the markets with that approach and that viciousness, then I think you're ready to go. And I have a bit of a problem, and this reminds me as well with that Jensen Huang thing we were talking about earlier today, with regards to the fact that Jensen Huang kind of said, you know, like you have to prove your resilience. If things are going well, then you might not do well. And I think I, unfortunately, the type of person that I always love to prove myself wrong, which is not great in the markets, because then I need to be really down to really feel that fire, which is not obviously how I want to be trading, with my back against the wall. But maybe I always need to trade like it is, to quote Justin Bieber, now or never.
Dara, things are absolutely in full Hwadunk mode right now. I'm starting to look to see if there's any geopolitical news, because I'm not seeing anything from the business side of things. I'm looking to see if anything is going on in the Middle East. It doesn't seem like there is. Obviously not good stuff out of the Middle East, it goes without saying, but nothing really new, put it that way. I want to show this because this is an interesting headline for me. This could be a multi-day catalyst, guys. So the likes of Affirm, PayPal, Squarespace, even SoFi, all these, even Hood, anything that could be related to the buy now, pay later. I know a lot of those are not involved in direct buy now, pay later, but here it is, man. The regulator looking to cramp their style. Shares of buy now, pay later companies are trading lower on reports indicating that whatever this agency is, CFPB, will require them to have the same customer protections as credit cards. And you've got the likes of Affirm down 5.5%, PayPal down 2 1/3, Square's down almost 5%, as well as some others. So I'm going to be interested in seeing whether this is like a multi-day negative catalyst for these buy now, pay never. Funny enough, Upstart's up 0.93, but it's heading down a little bit. And I think Upstart had maybe its own catalyst the last little while. But this is interesting. Keep your eye out on that if you're interested in a possible multi-day play on these names. So the Future printed new lows, and we got almost new lows on all the Mag 7 names. Not all of them, but most of them. Softy, new lows. Amazon, new lows. Same thing with Apple and Tesla. We're not at new lows quite yet on Nvidia because the IB low there is still at 940. Look for a 940 defend if we make it down there. But I mean, I'm just still waiting for earnings to trade anything Nvidia related. So everything moved down on the markets. We gave up the ghost at 18.8. We've held up, though, it looks for the moment, at 18.750. We did wick 2 points below that, but we're able to reclaim it super quick. I'm not going to be going long anything on these markets. I've only got a few minutes left till I have to be at the big desk, not the big desk, the screen, which leads me into this. I know I've talked about this before, but this is a newer segment, so just bear with me. We have a newer segment, 2 to 220. It's no longer me and Brendo at the big desk and the big kahuna is over here. It's going to be me at the big screen talking about what you want to talk about. So go ahead, enter that into the chat, ! join, space, $, and then the ticker that you want. We'll discuss that, the top 5. We'll make it onto our board, and we'll be looking at that from a technical perspective. The Big Kahuna is going to give you their look on that. So if you want your ticker analyzed, and it hasn't been analyzed today, here's your chance. ! Join, space, $, and the ticker. Something tells me that Nvidia may be a heavily requested name today, Dara.
I don't think so. Are
Katina
you
Man's
sure?
never heard of it, apparently.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, Sean's never heard of Nvidia. Why would NVDA be one of the most requested tickers? I can't think of any reason. I can't even think of a reason like after market close that Nvidia would be asked for tonight.
Oh, no. Nothing's going to go on in the aftermarket show. There will be no earnings for Nvidia in the aftermarket.
And it's not like it's, you know, like some huge $3 trillion or $2 trillion company or anything. No, we're joking.
Of course not.
Of course we are joking. Shout out to Nvidia. I'll pull up the Nvidia chart. Oh my. I have no words.
That's what I was trying to say. I mean,
no, I mean you. Yeah, I just like the side chart. I didn't really see the perspective, and then when you pull it up here, you're like. So Nvidia, this has been definitely an interesting one for sure. I think. And I every time I want to talk about you, you just keep falling more. Okay. But yeah, NVDA. Sean and I will be at the big desk. Market close. Nvidia earnings drop at 420. So we'll have to see if they're green to go with that 420 drop, because that is when they're supposed to be hitting the market at 420 tonight. So let's find out what happens. We also have Snowflake and Elf Beauty. They're both going to be at 405 tonight. So let's take a look at those two heading into the day. I know I'm not like, you know, doing my Vanna White thing at the green screen, but, you know, we'll look at these. Oh, okay. This is level.
Oh, she pushed the chair back.
Snow
Watch
level.
out.
Look at that level on snow. At 163. Do. I sound like the Swedish chef, but I do like that rejection and then that support, because we had that massive move down in snow. Yeah, snow wants none of the smoke. I think this is a really interesting look. And I also like that we're kind of coming back into that previous area over here at 163.70. Yeah, okay, I like that look. Also, I did get filled in PDD. I'm taking that short. So yeah, please just punch with that. That was a planned trade. We might be flipping, but this Elf I like as well. Look at that I need to have this on my side chart for tomorrow. Look at that massive area of resistance. 1, 2, 3 times we reject here at 159.70s. Then we kind of come bounce off VWAP a little bit, then curl to the downside. But both Snow and Elf recovering from that market-wide drop pretty nicely. So we'll have to see if how they react to whatever they report. But you'll find out with myself. And Sean, and an Elf on the shelf. No Elf on the shelf, but Elf will be on the docket for earnings tonight. And let's see if we get snow and profits from Snowflake. And let's see if we're going to be out in Nvidia or out Nvidia.
Wow.
And I'm going to stop with the puns, because I'm sure, yeah, it's a little much, but there we go. And PDD, I hope you don't stop moving to the downside. I like this look. I really just like that we kept rejecting, and that was really the play I was trying to make. If we get into 70s, I'll be pleased as punch here. I was risking just like about 10 cents, so if I make anything more than that, I'm going to be pleased as punch. And I have seen that we keep dipping lower, so let's get low. Anything else you're looking at as ahead of the green screen?
940 Nvidia, that's what I'm looking at right now. We just finished yapping about that, and it was at 944 when we were yapping about it, and here it is. 940, it bounces off that. Actually, because it's a monster, it doesn't even hold up at 939. So deep was the retracement. 938.30. I mean, look, if you want to have tight stops, maybe Nvidia is not the one that you want to trade. There are others. You can trade NVDL, NVDS, NVDX, but you know, this one's going to stop you out if you look for that. If you look for that exact level to hold up, it's $900 and it trades a ton of shares. So here we go. Low a day, 938.80. It's moving dollars at a time, guys. A little bit in 940 land, a little bit in 939 land. It still hasn't made a newer low below this candle. The low of this candle is 938. Yeah, 938.30. Excuse me, not 50. So we'll keep eyes on that. Yeah, Nvidia at low a day right now, not a good look. But the other one that has continued to do the same thing over and over has been Tesla, retracing into the 20 period umpteen amount of times today. And it really, I don't think if you took this trade right at the 20, you could have messed it up. Maybe you could have, maybe I could have too. But I'll look for a 180 rejection if it makes its way up there. I only have a couple of minutes until I get up to the big desk. I won't be taking any trades at the moment. Finally, I just want to look over some of the small cappers that I've been looking at. We traded ENVX well today. That was a good one. FREY also gave you opportunities. It might give you them right now because it just came back down into the volume weighted average price. 247, 248, FREY up big on the day, and now at VWAP. The other one as well that we had eyes on is IGMS. It's also had a dalliance with the volume weighted average price at 11 1/3. I'll keep my eyes on that. We'll leave it on there for tomorrow to see if it has a continuation play. And last but not least, MAXN. This one was really the big mover earlier. It hasn't even made its way down into VWAP at 3 1/3 now. CVAC has given up the ghost, broken down below VWAP. And same thing with SPWR. Solar, all strong today. Even the Chinese solar names, Jinko Solar, JKS, and some other ones are all running as well. Keep your eyes out on those. What was the catalyst today for solar? What was it?
I didn't even see anything.
Yeah,
a lot
because
of them
all
are
of them are
heavily
running.
shorted is what I think
That's
it is.
why.
Because SunPower is a nice short float. I'm
You're
pretty sure
right.
First Solar does as well.
You're right.
I don't know though.
All right, guys, I'm going to send it to Adara, and I will see you guys on in a few minutes at the big screen. One more time here, Ram. This is how you, well, you
it's too
can't do
late
it anymore.
now.
Yeah, you can't do it anymore. Ends at 150, so I won't be saying. I'll see you guys at the big desk.
Yeah, and we will see you at the big desk. Cannot wait to see what ticker Sharif will be looking at. Thank you guys so much for being here. I had a great day. Hope you guys had some fun today. Darwin, thank you so much for bringing this up. Like I said, I've had some issues with my newsletter, so I need to deal with that and rectify that. But saying Nvidia challenger Grok enlists Morgan Stanley to raise $300 million, as reported by The Information. Thank you so much, Darwin. Much appreciated. Basically, the story is that apparently Grok is looking to enlist Morgan Stanley to raise $300 million. It's not GROK, it's EuroQ, which, as I understand, those are maybe two different things. So I just want to be clear. Let's take a look at that and make sure. So yeah, GROQ is a different AI. Just to clarify, it doesn't look like it's Elon Musk, GROK, it's GROQ. So let's look at that. Trader Forever saying, hey, Roku is up, winky face. So let's look at Roku. Oh, it is? Look at that. Oh my gosh, wow. Wow, Roku, okay. Okay, I see you. So look at all these like little wicks we had here to the downside. Look where they go into, right? It's gonna be around that 58.40 area. Look where we bounce. That's right, 58.40. Twice we had this high, 58.95. That gives you a nice little, roughly 50-cent bounce at our range. Sorry, I think that's a great look here. Great range on Roku. What else are people looking at here to end the day? I want to take a look at IWM because I feel like I neglected this name a little bit. I had a nice trade here. I did give this one up too early. And this is where I want to say as well, I appreciate people for telling me today, Adara, sometimes you have to let your winners run. I really have a hard time doing this because I find whenever I do that, that's when I paper hand and I mess up. But when I have a case like this, when the defined range is another cool 30 pennies below, just wait till the defined range hits, right? That's where I think I definitely have to castigate myself a little bit and have a plan to go back in and fix that. So I do appreciate that. And then IWM range, I really should have had eyes on this. That's a great look. Zach Frack asking, is Sean still an NVDA long? I don't know. I am not aware. He's not at his desk right now. He's waiting to find out. But you can check out our second stream, the dashboards. You usually get a sense of those positions there. So great look. What are other people looking at? I want to see what people like, what people want to take a look at on this SMCI at 870, says Trader Forever as well. Let's take a look. SMCI. Okay, down about 2.5%. Oh, wow. Okay, that one just took a massive hit along with Nvidia. That rejection of VWAP was wild. We actually have a little wick above, too. They try to get to 900, and it's like, no, I'd rather not. Continues to the downside. Big move down here for SMCI, recent S&P 500 inductee. Let's see. Okay, let me see this daily chart. Okay, so this isn't like a perfect area, mind you, and I want to shout out to Sharif because he always says sometimes you're not going to see everything, or not everything's going to be a level, but there is a little bit of a level here around 875, 880. We had that bounce twice, actually a flat bottom break here from that 870 level, which is kind of nuts. Fall to the downside, come back up, reject just below 900, reject again. Then we bounce again off that area just above 700, come back, and now we're trying to kind of hustle with that level. So I think this could be an interesting little level for SMCI. Let's look at A to the M to the D. Kyle Burdett saying it's trying to get red now. Oh, that's the daily. Let me switch to the 5-minute.
Trade ideas brought to you by 20% off Trader TV.
Okay. Yeah, this is interesting. I think AMD too, it's clearly at a decision point. We're at 165, so whole dollar level, and we've had quite a few wicks below. So I really think what we do here could be very interesting as well. Thank you so much, Jason Walcott, saying, calling me the CEO of positivity. I appreciate that. I'm not going to lie. I had a really rough time around 12:30 today. You guys all saw it. I felt like I was literally down in the dumps. My P&L was certainly down in the dumps, let me tell you. And did I make everything back? No. Moderna was still the big red boogeyman for me today, but I am really proud of myself because I kept going and I saw stuff I like and I wasn't gonna not trade it because I liked it. What I did was I honed in on the two names that I had good reads on today, which were gonna be Tesla and PDD, and I just kept looking for stuff on those. Took a couple positive trades here on Tesla, although I did give up that second one maybe a bit early, and then took a couple positive trades on PDD, and it just comes from saying, you know, if clearly I wasn't reading Moderna right, I should have left that one alone way before I did. But I went back to those names. I said, how can you try to fix this if you see trades you like? So I'm happy I did that. Thank you so much, Jason Walcott. I appreciate it. Shout out to Monty G. Shout out to everybody here. I'm just so happy to be here and be able to take these trades and learn and grow. These have been my worst days these last few days, but you know what? To quote the Degrassi theme song, whatever it takes, I know I can make it through. And certainly, you just got to keep on going. Hopefully, going to have a better day tomorrow. And I've certainly learned a lot today. NVAX asked Jesus Cabrera. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could be curling a little bit here, but I think this kind of support area around 15, where is it, 16, could be a little bit interesting. 30 seconds left on the day. Jay Lee asking for direction on TQs. Yeah, I think a little bit of a bounce for sure, for me right now anyway. Where I think resistance might come in would be around this 90 EMA area and this top and turn around 64.40. Then that big pre-market resistance area around, or support area around 64.50. But you know what we support and what we do not resist is going to be ending this show. Hope you guys had a great How to Trade. We've been up, we've been down, we've been all around, but we've been trying to stay positive. Thank you so much to Bears versus Bulls for your support and for killing it every single day. We're going to have to see you guys tomorrow, though. Same bat time and same bat channel. For now, though, we have everyone at the big desk, but we also have a big move down in the market and Sharif at that big green screen, guys.
Welcome, guys, to the new segment where you choose what we talk about. You had your say today from 1 to 150. Now we're going to talk about the market. So essentially what we're looking at here is a big down move in the market to start the afternoon. A lot of negativity surrounding what could come from the Fed minutes being dropped at 2:30. So keep your eye on that. We're still continuing to make lows on the Qs as we sell off into the afternoon, guys. Bit of a tougher look here. We'll have to wait and see whether Nvidia can help propel the market back up here, as the market was consolidative almost all afternoon until about half past the hour, and then it really came down. So we'll keep eyes on that. Neil, what does it look here on the Qs?
Yeah, starting out here, just Fed minutes did come through, so many uncertain about the degree of restrictiveness. Various participants are willing to tighten more if needed. Participants in the meeting stressed it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence in inflation moving substantially to 2%. You got a bit of a push down on those meeting minutes, but the market was already reversing, exemplified by Nvidia already this morning. So you know earnings are coming up after the bell. We did a great video, had a good opportunity to talk with Sean about what we expect for Nvidia and how they need to beat those expectations if we're going to get a move to the upside. But let's be real. It was long early, it stunk, it's my worst stock of the day, down because of Nvidia, but the stair step that we're now seeing, partly due to maybe some profit taking, certainly some pressure on the markets. You had the CEO of Goldman Sachs come out and talk about less likelihood of rate hikes going on this year. On top of that, you had a bond auction, and now we just had the Fed minutes. So you're underneath VWAP, down 1.7%. What's interesting is I was looking for an afternoon hold of VWAP because this was higher lows to look back long where I wanted it this morning. That's clearly not happening at this moment. If anything, we're now consolidating underneath the morning bottom, underneath 940. And it's a weird number, but $922 has been a bit of a support level. 920 to 922 has been a support level after it was resistance. It would not be crazy if we saw that, if we continue the trend down. The only trade that I'm into the south side that cares about the market is AMD, which I suppose that's adjacent to Nvidia, but the story here is selling on Nvidia going into the earnings print after market, aided by this move down on Fed minutes here.
Okay, so I was going to say, hey, welcome back, everybody. I just sat back down right now. We just saw that Nvidia broke. So, okay, we went some longs. We talked about that. Again, Should have got out there at 52. Bought some dips here and actually was okay buying dips. At the end of the day, obviously Nvidia breaks lower here and there it goes. So we were getting a little greedy waiting for that top tick. But again, early on, didn't think Nvidia would be down that 2% into earnings. And it's a good thing we got out at that 930. Remember I was saying 938 break? It looks like we got actually, did we get above 938 as an out there? We got, for some reason, my out is 938.09. I don't know why that is, but we wanted to get out on a 938 break, and that's exactly what happened. So we just started averaging in right now at 940. We actually, here, maybe if I zoom in, forget about what we did earlier. We sort of talked about that. We have some outs here. This was working until it didn't. So I don't feel bad at all about what we just did. I feel like we might have even made money, but at the end of the day, early we were wrong on Nvidia, and just being, it wasn't even being stubborn. It was just caught long the wrong way. And I have an interesting story about Shopify, because Shopify is supposed to be long, but my trigger stop hit below, so I did give some back by accident there on Shopify. We'll get to that. Are we doing the rundown? No, we're not doing the rundown, but that is what it is for now. So Nvidia is tonight, though.
That's right, Sean. All eyes will be on Nvidia tonight. The monster, the AI monster, reports earnings after the bell. Make sure to catch that with Sean and Adara on the Market Recap Show. I was reading a really interesting tidbit today. It looks as if institutional investors are still buying up this monster. It's retail here that saw net outflows outside of their accounts. So they're a little bit suspicious. That makes you wonder a little bit. Yeah. So we're going to have to wait and see how big the beat or miss is. That'll have a lot to do with whether or not it stays within that 8.8% that it's projected plus or minus to go up, guys. So I know Sean covered his trade on Nvidia. Neil, did you have a look at this one today?
Well, I kind of just went over it. It was a failed. No, it's all good. Like, it was a failed long. I actually think now at this point, now we'll just go over it again. Like, you're consolidating. I just got out of AMD, but that's the number 2 symbol that people wanted to talk about. So we'll get to that in a second. Now you're consolidating underneath the morning support level, which was $940. Unless it can break that, I think you have a chance. I think you have a chance to retest $922 just to go over it again. And then if we break higher, I think VWAP and 950 comes into play. And there was for good reason, this was the lesson of the day. And one of the things I mentioned here was if you're taking multiple shots at key dip prices, don't blend one into another. That's what I did today. Instead of just only focusing on the key stops, 50, the pre-market low, previous closes kinds of things, I did not adhere to its going from green to red, which was at 953. That was right in here. I held one into the other instead of stopping that out and taking a new trade. You never want to have that happen to you. But Nvidia is going to be, whether you trade it or not today, it's going to be the stock that's leading the market for the rest of this day, certainly for tomorrow, for the rest of this week, depending on how good or bad it is for the rest of this month. It's going to be wild. Expect vast amounts of liquidity at each one of these key price levels. I think you're going to have to hold things. If you're trading it, you got to hold past the obvious stop levels the way it's moving around. So just give it a little bit of extra breath.
Back to 940. It just ripped up $7.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you just give it a little bit of extra breath today. I don't think you're trading it unless you do that. Let's go back to Sharif.
Big mover today, Barnes & Noble, BNED, what a move up, over 100%, triple-digit territory. On the news that Greenhaven is continuing to explore the possibility of a transaction with the company. Bookstores have been hurt as of late because of online sales, but a great move up, kind of off highs here. Did you guys have a look at Barnes & Noble today?
A lot. I would say two trades that shouldn't have happened, and then the rest I have no issues with. I'll get right to the 2 trades that shouldn't have happened. That is this long right at the open.
What's Nvidia doing?
Off of this. Look, I was trading off the $1 level, and then for some reason decided I wanted to trade a 92-cent long. Like, what am I even doing with that trade? Trade was off of $1. And then the other trade that shouldn't have happened, I shorted the dollar here, was this reload short underneath the dollar. And then everything else, exactly the plan. Wanted to be playing the longs off $1. We had one early, scalped it, took a small hit. Then it halted up, missed this trade on the reopen, got it back in long 102 off of 1. That was probably the best, and then got up to 130 or so. VWAP dip didn't hold out, but that was a tight stop. And then we got back into some longs. It was looking really good over VWAP in there, maybe a little aggressive. Then back under $1 we got out. Bit of a tighter stop the second time through. And this is the one that I'm still sitting in, which was some of the shares actually at 99, then the rest of them at a 101. This is working into the 120. As long as it hold on to a buck, we're holding this into the high of the day. It's a squeeze play. Obviously, everybody can see that. But above this dollar, this was a big bag holding level. This is not a day 1 or 2 play. This has been going for at least half a week here. And if it does hold out to this $1 level, there is lots more room to run in Barnes & Noble. I'm not going to make any comment about this in the long term or any potential turnaround. You know, you cross that bridge when you actually start having multiple earnings reports that were good, which it's not crazy. I mean, if you look at what happened with Carvana, I mean, it's not like the stock was insane. People were calling it going under. It was like a $1 price target by Morgan Stanley. I think it was Morgan Stanley, right? For Carvana, they had one good report followed by another. Stock's at $100 and whatever dollars it is right now. I'm not saying that happens to BNED. Right now, it's just a small squeeze play and back above $1, looking pretty solid.
I actually didn't even realize that was Barnes & Noble. So hey, I'm Sean. What's up? Yeah, I didn't look at it today. I mean, we've had a bunch of different squeeze names going through the last couple of days. All I can show to you is, you know, Faraday Future. We talked about that. Actually, that's trying to hold $1. And I'm only bringing this up just to show this. Like, what goes up sometimes can come down. And not sometimes, but all the time. So right into here, trying to hold $1. And I just look, when you're looking at a stock like that, BNED.
Chart of the day.
I mean, yeah, the problem is when you're looking at our charts, again, we don't show all the splits and everything, so it's pretty tough. So I have to look back to see if there are any splits happening. But right there, this is already what this looks like. So nice move to the upside. I still think there's more room to go. I mean, I think you could take out highs, right? So when you're looking at that, something to look at, $2, probably a top. Looking pretty good. Nice base down here. Was this reverse split? I don't even know. But 17 cents all the way up to $1. I just say we learn from our past mistakes. If you get a big winner on some of these names, it may be worth taking. And by the way, here we go. I don't even know what to push. Fruit salad. Hey, everyone likes fruit salad? No. Okay, so I'm into the short now. So I was pumping the brakes on the long the whole day, not pumping the brakes, pretty much accelerating the gas, and then the brakes got pumped on me. But we're going to try with the 50 period. We've sort of made it all the way down here. It was holding. We basically broke the 50 period right there back at $12.50. That was $950. Since then, we haven't broken it, so now we're short this name. We're not going to take this one to the grave, that's for sure. We're short right now at $942, completely comfortable amount of shares. I'm going to try to get this thing out if it breaks through $944. So just a quick little hitter here. If we're lucky enough to get some more short at I'm at $943.50. How is that even possible? So it basically comes up to us and leaves. Here we go. There we go. Now we're ramped up. $1 more and we're out of this trade. Maybe $945 break higher and we're gone. But we're going to try the short in Nvidia. I mean, I hate to lose on the long and the short, but that might be what happens right here. Short right now, $942.75.
AMD, no specific catalyst for this one, but widely anticipated here that it would be moving in sympathy with Nvidia. So Advanced Micro Devices has their GPU, the MI300X. We saw a little bit coming out of Amazon and Meta that they're looking to also ramp up and buy their GPU. So a lot of the demand is really going to be gauged by how much Nvidia is selling. So AMD tried to break through 170 today, but as you can see, like with the overall market, it continued to sell off. Guys, did you have a look at AMD?
Well, you know, AMD was a short for me today.
Coffee, I left it. Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead, grab that coffee, man. It's afternoon time. Oh, by the way, if you wonder, like Sean wasn't at his seat and left his coffee over there. Why? Because, well, I can spoil it. Yeah, they were taping the pod. Freedom and Wealth podcast, man. So it's going to be coming out. I think it's going to be fantastic. New format. Got to check out the room myself there, so we'll let them come back. And like I said on AMD, it was frustrating for me. Obviously, if you have an idea to go short off the highs and it breaks out said highs and you don't get back in, it kind of stunk. I even had a long off VWAP, which didn't work out. I jumped back into the short where it was available. We had just gotten out of that at yesterday when it got back above yesterday's close. I'm trying to short it back into 166, but we're short 166 and a quarter, down into 164.80. Might have to look for lower highs, but I've liked the short on the AMD all morning into the afternoon, and I don't see any reason to get away from that. I'm looking to short pops back into VWAP on.
Oh my God, finally. Doesn't matter what the segment is, I can't stop talking about and stop trading. Look at that. Yes, we finally went over to the short. Have the damn ability as a trader to change your opinion of a name and start to follow some rules. I mean, this is only a profitable trade because we got short there at 943.50, which is right where that 50-period moving average is. So instead of holding out for a $10 winner, let's just scalp half of it out right now. Some out at 42, some out at 41. So those are pretty much the exact prices we just took there. Could still stop us out, but we're pretty smart this time around. All right, quickly on AMD. I mean, I love the name. I mean, I think this is a great name to trade. I think this is actually a better trading vehicle than Nvidia. And the reason why is you don't get punched in the face as easily on this name. Levels, you know, you won't just fall down $1. Obviously, it's a $900 name versus a $165. But they'll pretty much trade in unison a lot of the time. If AMD has a problem, Nvidia probably does, and vice versa. So tonight with earnings is going to be a big play. Looking at this, I've liked the long since we've been above 150. I mean, we waited for that day to happen, and we've been hitting that long, and now it's long. But look what we just ran into, 170. You know, AMD is down from its highs, 220, all the way down to 140 at one point. You lost 35% in this name real quick, and that was real quick. You're talking about March 8th to April 25th. So you're talking like 30, 35 so trading days. You lost 35%. So let's not kid ourselves here. AI revolution or not, AMD and Nvidia still remain awesome opportunities to trade, and I think it's something that you have to look at every single day. I don't have a trade on it today. I chose pain with Nvidia, and pain it was. So for me, we'll maybe look at AMD tomorrow, but I love the trade, though. I love the name.
Only because you said it. I didn't realize this was true. In about 35 days, 35% down, you know what they do say?
Is that right? I just made that up.
Well, whether you made it up or not, we're going to go with it. A percent a day keeps the bulls away.
Downside.
Well, yeah. Well, you said down. It works.
Yeah.
You guys know it works. Just ignore my delivery and go back
That was
to
a good
trade.
one. That was a good delivery.
Last on the list is Tesla. A bit of a tougher day today. Not a good look. European registrations coming in below expectations or lower than the previous quarter, and that sent Tesla down into the right. Broke 180. I was watching this on the 5-minute chart. It really was holding the 20 period quite well on the 5-minute chart. You could have had a short in and around there. I didn't trade it, but yeah, that 180 level, very interesting. And after yesterday, too, when we heard Pepsi was really buying more of the semis than anticipated, today giving back some of those gains, though. What was the look on Tesla, guys?
So I broke a rule on Tesla long at 180, and I'll get to that in a quick second. But on the overall look that we had in Tesla, just looking at the daily chart, right? Like it's made that bottom. The trend has been down. Whether or not it's broken the trend, I would argue that the bigger long-term trend hasn't been broken. The higher lows haven't even been tested. It has to get above 200 to do that. But holding the 50 has been a pretty important point here. So higher lows after earnings, holding the 50 period. It looks on that time frame bullish as long as we hold on to the 170 level. So I think that's a good sign for them. Now, obviously, you know, you're going to want to string together good news and all that, and it's after yesterday, that big rally, it has been a dumpster fire. Now, the rule that I broke was getting the long bounce off 180. So this is a consolidation. I liked 180 today. So this is a consolidation throughout lunch. It then dips under this 180.40, which was a consolidation bottom, gets close enough to 180 that I'm going to put the long on, and then I tell myself, but Neil, it's not 180, and I just get out of it for a small win. Which was a mistake, because then that was the bounce into 181. Like, that was the 180 bounce. Then on momentum down, after it's holding 181, then I'm like, oh, well, now it's at 180. Let's get into it here at 180. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Sometimes it'll bounce off of the level, and it doesn't bounce at $180.01. It bounces at $180.27 or whatever it might be. That was the trade. It was the first test of that low. I should have just taken it. I should have actually, instead of holding on for 20 cents, just held it for the dollar. You get what you get. And when it comes back in, you don't need to have that trade. Because I could be one and done and just be up on Tesla. It wouldn't have been as big of a trade as I'd like, but there's no need to get into that trade the second time through. And if anything, when it fails, a short at 180 would make sense. Overall on the daily chart, it still looks pretty solid if it can hold on to that 50-period moving average. but the enthusiasm of yesterday just went out the window, and it's not helped by the pressure we've had this afternoon coming from just now the Fed and the meeting minutes, Goldman Sachs CEO as well, and then, I mean, there was also a bond auction. If anything, the bond auction moved us the least if you're looking at the catalyst this afternoon.
Update on the Nvidia trade. That would be $1. That would be $2. That would be $3. That would be $4. $4 in the money right now on this Nvidia trade. Well, it just went back up $3 now in the money, short 9. So look, I was nervous there. I just took another piece out at the 50 period. I was like, why are we holding that 50 period moving average? And we didn't at all. Get down, man. I apologize. I was going to talk about Tesla, but so let's do that. So what I wanted to show you guys just real quick. I'm bidding right now 937 on Nvidia, by the way. Here's Tesla right here, 186. Look, we saw it yesterday, man. We saw the danger here. We knew that there was going to be a danger short because we moved 6.5% yesterday. Okay, but danger is my middle name. Bad numbers out of Europe, we'll take it short. But the thing is, it didn't hit any of the levels. It just, that's still Nvidia. I don't even have any Tesla trades. It didn't hit any levels today for me. So it's a stay away. But at the end of the day, man, were we right about that short. It's just perfect. So this is why I'm really feeling ways right now. This is now $5 in the money on Nvidia. Have the ability to, I don't know what your lesson of the day was, but this is my lesson of the day every single day. Have confidence in yourself, have the ability to read the charts, put the numbers up, ring the Reggie, and that's the end of that. So I don't know where the stock's going to go. But it just dropped into there to 938. I was bidding 937. We might have missed that opportunity, but we're pretty happy about it anyways. Nice move to the downside there. Let's just cash out. There it is, Neil. That's a face slapper for your boy right there. As nice move on Nvidia. We put that on the board right there. Just made back a decent amount on Nvidia. Yes, sir. So there it goes. Nice move back down to the downside. And by the way, Tesla, I like the stock.
We're done. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about, we saw how fast that goes. Like when you're going with the trend, you get in, it just drops. Or it runs to the upside. We've seen this before. So when you say you've got to switch it up.
No, I love it.
When you say you've got to switch it up, that's the reality of it. Be willing to join the trend wherever it happens to be. I don't care. You know, whatever your bias is on the stock, it's okay to have it pre-market. It's okay to have it at the open. But if at 2 o'clock, or in this case, like in the afternoon or power hour, it's showing you something vastly different, at that point, you just can't have that same bias if it's showing you the other direction. I think that goes too well. It doesn't get said enough. You can say it every single day to stick with it. Just a couple of things here. We haven't, look, I know we just did that. Usually we'll talk about some of the big cap tech names altogether. But we didn't really go over them because we're giving you guys a stock that you want, and I love that segment. Apple just went to 1% to the down. Whoa, that's a bad wick. Sorry about the daily chart. Apple about to test the $190 level. It is absolutely flushing all over the place in the market. I got to get over to AMD. I was about to talk about Apple and Meta and all that good stuff, but I just tried to get a curl in AMD off a lower high. Like, I'm just looking to get back into the short that we just took out, and we're still punching into the bottom. Now, I'm long a couple of things, but neither one of these things care at all about what the market is doing. Remember we said I am going to be long in GameStop going into the afternoon because of what's happening. GameStop's breaking through VWAP. What did it do the last 2 days in a row? It bounces in the afternoon and runs up to 23. It bounces in the afternoon and runs up to 22.80. Again, it bounces in the afternoon. Now it's running up to 22. So I said I would be long 21 if it came back above. We're long at 21.06. It just tagged 21.60. I'm offering in front of $22. I think each time it does it, there's going to be more people involved. I'm just looking to see if we can take 70, 80 pennies on the lasses. If it bounces off VWAP, great. BNED's holding up at 110. I've taken a bunch of that one out. I think if I'm long stocks in the afternoon, it's going to be small cap and runners. Nothing big cap tech.
Yeah, we're all about big cap tech right now, and this is $8 now, as we were just talking about it there in the money now for Nvidia. It just touched again its day low at 934. Oh, man. Good opportunities here, man. 50 period moving average. I like it. I like it a lot. right now today. So that's really working out for us. All right, so we did buy some more Amazon. I mean, we wrote down Amazon down here at 182 was a level that we like. So when it comes to 182, guess what we're doing? We buying. Nice little move up to the upside. Let's start getting some of this out now as we go. We already talked about this. PL1 on the show is going to be Shopify. PL2 is going to be Amazon. And then Nvidia is a nightmare, as we talked about that earlier on there today. But finally starting to make some back on that name. Amazon, just buy those dips. I mean, we had that trade early. We talked about that. We didn't get out at the very high there. I don't know if you guys were able to take that at 185 or not. Should have done that. But then again, weren't here literally all afternoon. I wasn't here. I left this position probably about 11:20, went to go see my parents, had lunch with them, filmed the podcast. As we said, no rest for the wicked. Now we get back up to the upside in Amazon, and we come back and we notice it's at 182. So we start to buy those dips, and now it's starting to pay off. And again, why would we ever buy Amazon long, Neil, at 182? I mean, maybe it's, oh yeah, it's right here. Here's the sticky note, 182. So we had that come through, so now it's 50 cents in the money. The low of the day on Amazon is let me see where we can zoom in here. Remember, sometimes we get the low wicks and sometimes we don't. Right there, low of the day on Amazon, 182.08. So we nailed that one, and now we're making some cashola. Amazon's probably going to overtake here. We'll see where I get out or not. But Amazon probably overtakes here Shopify for number 2 today, or for number 1. But right now it's Amazon starting to go back up to the upside. I know you have a big banger there on GameStop. So here, let's wait to see what did GameStop. Don't tell me that went to $20.
No, not today. Not
okay,
today.
there it goes, man. Here we go. We are just slowly killing him softly with Amazon right now. Shout out to the Fujis and everybody, and Lauryn Hill, who I saw in concert, who's absolutely fantastic. But here we go. This is before the days. All right, here we go. 182.59, starting to go back up to the upside. It's another one. We only have a $7 winner on right now and a 50-cent winner. So pick your poison.
Yeah, speaking of poison, I'm gonna not make the same mistake in GameStop as yesterday, because there was like 2 tranches. Yeah, I can use that word. That kind of works. To the upside. The first one pulled back heavily into the same break level yesterday and then regained. So the first move, if it gets back up, I'm actually going to trail this now underneath 50. I'm going to trail this to 50, take the $0.50 on it, and if we pull back in, just be ready to reload it if we make a new low. It was, like, I don't want to call it dirty, but it was kind of dirty what it did in the afternoon. And you wanted the opportunity to take the one trade off VWAP, let it make another bottom, and then instead of scalping like I did here, hold the second one through. So there was a late buyer on the stock, so I just got out in front of the high to change the plan. I know I said I was going to hold for 22, but I'm just thinking maybe we do the same pattern with a smaller move. So I'm back out on the bid in front of VWAP. If we get it, we get it. You got to trade the levels and the patterns. I mean, you like the AMZN. I don't know why I keep... It's a
Love
habit.
Amazon.
It's a habit, but Amazon.
Yeah.
Some things are not easier when you use the stock symbol. BNED, fine. But when it's Amazon, you just say Amazon. So I love Amazon as well, but you wait for the price level. For GameStop, I waited for it to make a bottom and then the higher lows. Now it's about pulling back into that $21 level. I'll hang on to BNED. Naresh, is ARM a better shadow play for Nvidia earnings than... Well, I mean, better shadow play than, because you're not talking about trading Nvidia. If it's like a shadow play, you're thinking of like comparison to what? Like maybe a comparison to AMD? I don't know that that's true. AMD is kind of like the easy, is like the easy one, or SMH or something like that. I don't know that I'd put ARM in the category of a better shadow play.
Yeah, I wouldn't shadow. I wouldn't shadow Nvidia.
If Nvidia is Nvidia, it's going to do its own thing. Obviously, ARM is going to be under pressure if Nvidia tanks, but that would probably go for every single chip.
So I just have to say something right now. This is the problem when you're in trades. And it's like, I look over right now, and like this current Nvidia position is more P&L than the highest P&L right now on the floor, period. This current position. So this is part of the problem, is I've already gotten hit on Nvidia. I'm not even going to be green on this name today. Okay, but like sometimes you get these extended moves, and you just wonder, like, should we just be taking this? You know, so again, we go back and forth about trading your plan, not necessarily the P&L, right? But then, as I said, that's easy to say when you don't really care about your P&L. I really think that in order to be a successful trader, you have to be realistic, and you have to say, okay, right now I'm sitting in this trade, and it's a doozy of a trade. even though I think it could go lower, there are times when you look over and go, holy crap, Neil, this is a $10 winner. And you got to say, I've read it perfectly right. 50 period, downside, $10 in the money. You know? So like this $10 in the money position could be the same size as somebody has 50 cents in the money, 30 cents, 10 cents. But you have to kind of judge it, and you have to figure out where are you with this trade and what kind of a move potentially were you expecting. We just got a pretty decent flush right there, and now I'm thinking to myself, do I want to let this money just evaporate back all the way back up to the upside, or actually take profit and let the rest run? So why gray hairs, less hair, this and that all the time? It's because as a trader, no matter what segment we're doing, all this kind of stuff, I'm always focused right here, right now. The trades that we currently have on, and that's a problem because my mind goes everywhere and I think about so many things all of the time. So even right now, as we entertain and put these trades on, this is real money trying to show you guys what's capable and what's not. So I give a big shout out to everybody that believes in me, because it takes a lot to do that. And I'm glad that everyone's found this station, and I'm glad that people have sort of helped create their own wealth and stuff like that from stuff that we're doing here on the show. So if I don't talk a little bit more cautiously sometimes, I don't need people thinking that YOLOing everything, oh, this guy's hitting a $10 club. Not everybody has $10 winners, and it's hard to get that. Not everyone has $10 losers, and it's hard to get that as well. But just showing you that this is what can happen as a trader. So again, understand your strengths and weaknesses and trade them accordingly. But we on one right now, and so is Nvidia. $8 plus in the money. Our Amazon's come back a little bit, but we sort of emptied the clip up there. Like when we got to the 50-period moving average, and again, you trade small shares, hold this all the way up, whatever you want to do, whatever your plan is. But when you start to see, and again, we can say whatever, but when you start to see those things lighting up, you know, there is a point where we've all done it, and if you're a real trader, for sure you've done it. You know, wow, that's a great loss, or that's a great win. And you take it, and then you look back and you say, what have I done? You know, why didn't I just hold more of that? So these are the decisions that a trader has to go through every single day. And then as you increase your share sizes, again, I'm just talking real trading. As you increase your share sizes, your P&L becomes definitely something that you look at. And I think it's appropriate to do that, because you have to judge where you are sort of on your day and what this trade means to you. Because if you're in the money $1,000 and you're down $3,000 on the day, this is an opportunity to get some of that back. Whether or not it goes all the way down, imagine letting it evaporate. There was a guy there who had a bet where he had a $100 bet, and it could have paid $1.87 million.
Yes.
He had the Chiefs. He had, just last week, he had the Chiefs. He had, I guess he had the World Series champs, I don't even know who they were. He had the Las Vegas Knights. And then he also had OKC. And if all of them won, he was getting paid $1.8 million or something like that on a $100 bet, okay? He showed it online. He could have cashed out, I think it was game 2 of OKC. He could have cashed out for... No, he didn't hold it to game 7. He could have cashed out for $100 and something thousand. Then all of a sudden, he was letting it ride. OKC went down 2-1 or something like that, or 2-2 in the series. The payday was $80,000. He pushed cash out. All right? That bet is worth 0 right now. OKC is gone. So right there, you know, although you might have the bet in your hand, if OKC loses, you don't get anything. With that ilk, I'm going to put a bid right here, right now. If we can get a fill right now, I see what this would do to us. We'll take some out right now on the bid, get the fill, and that's what that is right there. It's a $9 winner, and we just took some off. So now we still have a piece. We could see where it runs to, and we'll start trading some more Amazon. But that's a little bit of that talk, so 232.
No, it's an important talk, because at the end of the day, we've seen it. Actually, we have a friend that does some sports betting, and he'd always talk about that same. Ooh, I could cash it out right now for X, and it's like you have like a million parlay or like a 3, 4, 5 hit parlay. That's no different from a trade of like multiple legs. So just can we go to Sean's chart for a quick second? I'm looking at his chart while I'm saying this, so it's easier to. Remain, can we just quickly go to Sean's chart?
Oh,
Not
I
mine.
see you almost went to Ram Ram.
I was gonna say.
I
was gonna say that, but I already
leveling up.
I used Ram this morning. No, I didn't want to talk about GameStop. But if you have something moving multiple levels, right? So you have that bottom range, 44 to 44 even. It breaks that. Then you break the 938 bottom. Then you break out the current low as well. Then you're going back to yesterday's low. That's 3 or 4 levels that are in play, and you're holding like from station to station or from like drop to drop. And at some point, you're like, okay, you got to take it out. There's no perfect answer to that. I don't care what anybody tells you. I mean, if you consistently always hold every single move all the way.
I mean, look at this stupid out right there, because I was thinking it wasn't going to hold the 50, right? But we follow rules. Exactly what you're saying.
Exactly. And you have to follow those rules, and that's why you make a good trade. So shout out to that. Although I will say this much, I was really hoping OKC. OKC
Me
was
too.
at the beginning of the year. That was my sleeper team.
You know what? That Nemhard is Canadian. I think he's from Mississauga.
Dude, Nemhard is legit. I love that team. I kind of feel like
I'm
next
going for
year.
Pacers now.
Next year is going to be their year. We'll have to go for the Pacers because of the.
You were definitely in bed there, but that game at the end was crazy.
So I watched the highlights.
Yeah, I was watching it live. I was like, what?
I can't stand it.
And then Marissa's like, really?
Oh
This is
my
going to
goodness.
overtime now? The last 1 minute took like 14 minutes, and I had to watch
Should
it.
never have gone to overtime. Can we be real about that?
I
fact
told her,
that-
I was like, I can't believe Boston's going to win this game. Shout out to Boston. I'm not trying to hate on them.
Indiana blew that game.
Of course they did.
Yeah, I mean.
Shout out to Pascal Siakam too. I mean,
Yeah, there's games that- there's
Willie
winning
traded
games-
him for a bag of balls.
They lost that. As far as
going
I'm
on with our
concerned, great game and all. Boston's the better team in the regular season and all that good stuff. But the Pacers should have won that game easily. It is what it is. Just very quickly, I did get out of GameStop, and it did make a move into 22. But I made the judgment call that it was pulling back into VWAP. I took it at this local high. It went up to 22 anyways, and then pulled back in. It was there down at 21 in the 30s for like a brief second. You had to be really fast to get it. So I'm out of it. I've gotten a few questions about Clover, and I think it was from the same person. Do I see anything in Clover?
I almost banned that guy.
Here's the thing. Clover is a stock that I was willing to look for the move on this if it could hold above $1. So my answer is going to be a no. However, I'll preface it with this. If it can close above $1 and then break out the next high, that's the day I'll become interested in. See all that nonsense chop around $1? Reclaim the dollar level and break out the next level. At that point, I'll be more interested. The volume in Clover is 6.3 million. At the exact same price, Barnes & Noble has 250 million. And it's actually more than that because we don't actually have all of the pre-market volume that Barnes & Noble's done. So my guess is it's done somewhere in like 40, 50, whatever the actual, I mean, it's at least, whatever, it doesn't matter, 40 times, 50 times the volume. Either way, Barnes & Noble's trading a heck of a lot better. And as long as it holds a buck, I'm going to hold on to the last little piece. On this last little bounce to the upside here, okay, so I'm not going to get 165 on the current move on AMD. If I'm working off of the next opportunity, the next one might just be previous close, which is right here, 164.60. I just want to take scalp trades off lower highs and play the curls. And the other name that I would do that with, well, okay, there's no levels out here. Never mind. I was going to say if we bouncing on Intel off that 31 level, there might be a shot to short it off of 31.40 or 31.50, but no. Intel got to that one way too early, but we are looking to go back over to AMD for some scalp trades. 164.40 is where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I think that's important. What Neil is doing right now is go back to a stock that you either
hell's
traded
Affirm?
before or had like some past success with, because right now, I mean, this market is heading lower. But the key thing about all of this, by the way, what I was saying there was not about banning someone for asking about Clover. I mean, I hate that stock. Thanks,
I was repeating it.
It was just, for putting the same thing over and over again. I just want to try to make Bears versus Bulls life a little easier here. All right, so, we'll try to get to everything. We won't be able to, but the chat is for subscribers, so make sure you hit the like and subscribe and get into there. It's completely free to get there in our chat, and we're always looking for trade ideas. Like, I didn't even realize Clover was at $1, 99 cents. So that's something like, look at that $1.
Oh, it was a lot lower than that.
No, I know, but I'm saying now. Like, I didn't realize it was all the way back.
Well,
okay.
it's not that funny for people that
No, I think I own that stock at like $3. It's been a nightmare. Hence my love for Chamath and all those other amazing trades that he gave everybody. Okay, right here. So anyways, 18, what I'm getting at here quickly, and we could talk about Chamath after, but 18,700 right now. I thought that was a little more key than it was because we've already dipped down into 18,640 the last time we sort of broke it. So I'm almost thinking that like 18.6 down into 18.5, like I'm not sure this level is that important anymore. It almost seems like it's in the middle. So we've sat here and, what I'm getting at is we're defending here our trade on Amazon. We've made money on Amazon today, so we're not going to give it back, but we are going to give something back because it's about to break 182. And that was a level that we sort of trusted here. The 50-period moving average, I kind of liked where we were coming into the day on Amazon, but we're not trying to fight this trend. This is like 7 of the last 8 days downside there for AMZN. On this little bounce back up, let's take a little bit off. We just see, this is what I'm doing, and we'll talk about this. We'll all trade different styles, especially traders like Neil and myself, as opposed to others, because of the rapid executions that we could have. So like right there, for example, even if you buy 100 shares down here, up to you what you buy. If you're wondering about being in trouble and you get a little bit of a relief, I just took off 20% on the way back up. It's a profitable trade, but it's basically flat. So we can add liquidity and stuff like that. I'm going to hold Amazon now for retracement back. I like the 182. This is a level that we've talked about. Just took some pressure off of that trade. We're already short Nvidia. That's still $7. But remember what I was thinking right here about Nvidia? It's a good thing we were able to sort of talk our way into this trade. And talking about making sure we took some profit despite not getting the very bottom. That's pretty much the bottom. And what we just tweeted out was, again, not talking about being green on Amazon or on Nvidia by any stretch. I'm more proud that we flipped over to the short. I mean, once the market broke, Nvidia was not doing what we thought it was. This is a double hitter all the way to the downside. So we did pretty well making that back there and just flipping up the game. So I'm not going to be as stubborn about Amazon now. If this goes back up, great. But you could see the damage that we already did when the last time it was down here. We bought this exact same level, and instead, we let it rip up to the 50, but then we failed. I hate testing. Like if we get that again, that would be great, but the market's not helping us. And how many times are you going to go without hitting? So like at some point, they're going to break 182. Is it a short? I'm not going to take the short there, but could very well be. Amazon in the market, attached that to Hitman, down double fives right now, both in the market and in Amazon. So be careful, needless to say. I think this market's getting ready. There it is, Pro Day Trader. How did you know I was going to flip short?
There's also a chance Bitcoin's making a bit of a double bottom here. I'm going to get to MAR in a second because I'm trying to get MAR off 21. But this is IBIT. I mean, Bitcoin's at 69. I was looking at Sean, 69,480. Yeah. Still underneath that 70,000. However, look at the volume and then wick bottoms on BTC. So double bottom of sorts on wicks and then holding up. So fast forward to the 21 level. I didn't mention 21 in the morning and didn't get it on Mara. Well, sometimes when the market does something ridiculous like this, where you're right back at that bottom, it just wicked underneath 21, held a 90, some long here, essentially 21 like 06s. If it holds a low, then we're gonna go back at least to the 2150 level for a scalp trade. But have my eyes on GBTC, well, not GBTC, on IBIT specifically, on Bitcoin. And if we make a fresh low and we're not out of it, then I would trim this position. But I am watching very closely what's going on in IBIT. That chart follows spot. I just need to see the trend. If it makes a fresh low, I punch out, whether or not a Mara has gone or not. AMD, we did get that last little pop back into 164.40. I got 35s. We'll take some out 164 even if it gets down there. The other thing to keep in mind for AMD, it's a consolidation off of this 50 period on the daily, and the lows are down at 62, and then yesterday you had 63. So every day it's been like $1 higher that it puts in a low, essentially, is what I'm getting at. So the 64 easily could hold. Benton saying FFIE still trying to hold that dollar level. This is a bit of a gimmick trade. The dollar earlier on FFIE was huge on the bid, but it just did this. So it just wicked on the second largest, well, the biggest volume candle of the afternoon. You had to go back to the morning. It just bounced off a buck, went all the way to 107. Now that massive bid isn't there that I can see at 1 anymore. So I feel like it bounced this morning, gave 1 to 115. It then bounced at 1 o'clock and gave 1 to 106. It just bounced again on a huge volume. If it gets back to exactly $1, I kind of feel like it's going to break it at that point. Like, I'd rather go long off a higher low than try to hope that it holds $1 for like a fourth time today. The volume's good, but for comparison, BNED's done almost twice as much volume on the day as FFIE, and it's not, I mean, FFIE is SSR, but it's down 25%. GameStop, I don't think we're going to get our shot at VWAP, at least not yet. But remember, there was late buying in the last 15, 20 minutes after dips the last 2 days. So I'm still holding out that something similar happens, we dip back into VWAP and we go for another trade there. So the new trade, Mara off the lows. If we make a fresh bottom, we're just getting out. AMD, and then BNED, there's not much to do. If it breaks $1, I've scalped most of this out. I'm literally holding the last 5% of the trade. If it breaks $1, I'm out of it, and we'll get away from that. If it got to the high of the day, we would have taken more out. But once it's under $1, I'm done with that trade, at least for now. AMC squeezing, I have no idea. Not really. GameStop's the one that's going. AMC's not even green yet. That's the thing. If you're trading these squeeze and meme names, just you want to be in the one that's moving. And for 3 days in a row, it's been GameStop, not AMC. It's nothing against AMC. It's just the truth.
AMC can't handle the truth.
Which is, you know what? It's everything started with GameStop.
Yeah.
GameStop has the staying power. It's found a better level to base off of where it's actually running off that
I'm
level.
impressed with
Oh, very quickly, I just got out at $1 on BNED. It just dropped to like 92. So you put your stop in. For those of you that don't trade without stops, this is the reason why you do trade with stops. Because why would you bother losing an extra 10% on that trade if your level is $1? Exactly. If I'm reacting to that as a human, which obviously I am a human hitting keys.
Are you though?
Well, I'm probably getting out at 96 as fast as you can get. Maybe 97s. Maybe even 90. Who knows? Like you could easily get out 93, 92. But a stop order is getting you out at 90, 99 exactly where I want to get out. So stop orders are important. If you're not using them, whatever. I mean, we say it all the time. I just say use them because it keeps you disciplined. If you put a stop order in, you have to make a conscious decision to cancel that order and disregard your plan. If you don't have a stop, then it's easy to just be like, oh, I don't feel like it. And then you just don't do it, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, no, I think that's part of that rant that I went on there about trying to understand, like, when are you going to get out, like knowing your strengths, knowing your weaknesses, and trying to make sure that you capture profit when profit is there and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's so very important to absolutely everything that we're doing. And a big shout out to the meme winner of them all, I believe, and I'm not even sure it's a meme anymore. I mean, Carvana was one of those stocks that was really left for dead. You could have bought this thing, and we actually talked a little bit about this on the Wealth and Freedom podcast there, or Freedom and Wealth. That this was an awesome opportunity if you knew anything about the business, and some names work and some names don't. You even had to move up to 55 back into 25 on this. There's no reverse splitting. There's no action taken on this stock other than what you're seeing right now. I mean, sure, there's been debt offerings and things like that, but this is a true move from $4 bottom to one. So I call this a 40 bagger. I mean, and that is what it is. I mean, this is basically, if you get this at $3, I guess it maybe $4 bottom. So you're talking about 3x to the upside right there, 30x, sorry, at least. So 4 times 30, 120. I mean, that's where you are right now. And this just goes back to December of 2022. Now, we could cherry pick. I mean, there's lots of opportunities that you could have lost money going long. I mean, buying tops would have been a good example, or just not holding till now. But at the end of the day, you know, if you could do the due diligence and you believe in some of the stocks that you hold, these ones can be life changers at some point. So I do think that, although we talk very conservatively about some of the investments.
That isn't absurd.
That is absurd because you put in 10 grand, 30 times 10. I mean, all right, you're at 300, and then right there, that's a little retirement nest egg just off $10,000. You know, you just turn 10 into 300. Don't tell the tax man, but hopefully you're in the right account for that.
Well, if you're exactly. If you're trading it in your
even if you'd made,
TFS.
Hey, look, you just made $290,000. Pay some damn tax.
That's a good problem to have.
I mean, at some point, right there. Another good problem to have is diamond hands. I still remember when Tony, one of the best ever to do it here, Tony the Tiger, Toronto Tony, Tequila Tony. We gave that guy so many damn names. I still have that picture of me and him at the Blue Jays game. It was great. But at the end of the day, diamond hands can be a problem both ways, good and bad. We just held Amazon. This is not diamond hands. I'm just playing around. But Amazon there tried to break 182. It did not. It went down to 98. Our stops are going to be a little bit lower than that. And then there's the retracement back up. So here we go. We wrote down 182. Have that confidence to take those trades. We're long Amazon 182.13, and it's pay dirt right now. And we only have like a little bit left of this Nvidia trade. So that's a good one right now. So boom to go on that. Let's go Amazon. Let's make trading great again.
Ooh, I like that. I heard Schwab just had a move. I just realized I don't know if I'm going to take the break yet. I haven't decided on FFIE. But if I decide that I want to, I have to pay for locates, and it would make a lot of sense. Wow, that's even cheaper than usual. What's not even a half a cent per share? It's like half of a tenth of a cent. Whatever that works out to, 5/100%. That's insane how cheap that's going to be. So I'm just going to lock them in. I just want to have it.
It's
if it
always
breaks
so
under,
cheap.
well, it's interesting. Like, so just to clarify, at real trading, it's day trading. So you're going to pay a different fee for locates because you're shorting it and you're not holding it overnight. So clearly, if we're short a trade, we're just going to buy it back that same day. It's a much different price than I guess anyone else would pay. So when people say, "Oh, GameStop is the most expensive to short," I mean it's not that much for us because we're getting in and out of that trade relatively tight because we're not holding on to it for days and weeks, which is where a lot of the cost and risk comes in. When you talk about those, hey, this stock is X% annualized, blah 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 blah. For the short. So I guess lock them in. It's ridiculously cheap, as I said. If it breaks a buck, the size is not there on the bid anymore. Mara's still looking, oh my goodness, GameStop. Yeah, we're not going to get this dip. Oh, AMD just came out. I'll get to GameStop in a second. So I just went into AMD off this local consolidation bottom. If I'm stair-stepping it down, I don't want it to go from here to here, and I'm holding the same trade. We shorted this consolidation bottom. It breaks it out, we get out, and then look for the next leg. I'm not at the point that I want to be thinking long in these. You'd really have to convince me of that long the way things are going, and now I can come back over to GameStop. I'm still looking for a chance for a playoff of view up here, but the higher this goes, I might have to move the target a little bit. So it broke out from 2140, might look for a 2150 dip buy at this point. As it goes higher and higher, I'm still looking to buy the dip. I don't want to change that plan, but getting back to 21 seems less and less likely the further this does go.
Join me tonight in the Market Recap Show where we will be going all over Nvidia earnings, and we do have Miss Danielle Shea.
Yeah.
So that's always fun when she comes.
Well, it's always a great day to have her on, but I mean, Nvidia earnings, doubly so.
Yeah, it's going to be. Is it going to be a spicy meatball? We just got out of some Paramount is doing something. There we go. 182.50.
Oh my God.
Let's even go higher. All right, Amazon again, as it was written on here, 182 long. Hammer time. So we did that. Good trade there. Last but not least, we'll still look at Nvidia. So in getting very excited about trading and everything and talking about everything, we actually missed where the 50 period was. Remember, we were using the 50 period here. But the thing is I wasn't getting out anyways. I'm just looking now potentially. Do we want to build another short? Remember what my theory was, even though the short just won, and it was probably my best trade of the day because we talked about it, we understood why we wanted it, we talked about the 50 period breaking there and holding, get a retracement back for the first time, that's the key, retracement back to the 50 period for the first time, held, boom, downside. We like it, we got the top, and we got the top at 943 and the bottom at 934. Pretty much, right? So we got the top and the bottom of this move. Would have liked to have some more right there, but we were cautious that we were maybe getting stopped out there. So now the pullback's in. Good, means it's working, our 50 period moving average, but I didn't want to put more into this. Why? Because now I'm thinking like, if I were to be wrong, I'd either have to punch out almost immediately, which would be fine, but I want to give Nvidia some room because if you don't give Nvidia room, then you're going to lose no matter what. Obviously too much room this morning. And then right there, 944 would be more a reload spot for me. So again, I don't want to backtalk what I'm saying, and what I mean by that is I thought Nvidia was going to run into the close. I'm still not away from thinking that way. So I'm going to be pretty cautious. Why don't we just stop out right here then? 940.50. I think that's good. That'll be $3. We can cap out at that. You mentioned Schwab, or maybe you didn't, but we're hearing in our ear. There's an event happening with Charles Schwab as we speak. I think it's a Charles
I don't
Schwab
think I
hosted
did.
event. So this stock has been wicked awesome. I mean, just straight up, ever since they had their little problems in last year with KRE, all the regionals, I'm losing the name of them, Pac West and NYCB and all that, and First Republic was the other name. Charles Schwab got to the downside there, but since then, man, pretty sweet recovery. And right now, I don't know what they're talking about, but they do have maybe, ADRs not here right now. Oh, it's their investor day today, I'm hearing in my ear, so watch out for Charles Schwab dancing around right now. I don't think it's worth getting involved unless you're watching or listening and know exactly what the heck's going on right now with Charles Schwab, because it just dropped $5 or $4, 78.50. Check the math, 350 on that, straight to the downside. And these wicks are deadly.
Yeah, that's not the same as trading. Like if Boeing has bad news, okay, bad news headline hits, you read what the headline is, and that's the same thing. But like a presentation, they could say one thing, then now they're talking about something else, and then like this was bad, but then this other point is good. It's just vastly different. So sometimes you'd see us jump over, well, just look at the first move and short off of that. I don't think you do that. It's like the same thing as an earnings call. Like just look at Pinduoduo. I mean, like it goes down, what was it, $25 range when earnings came out to the call move. Like good luck with that. You don't even know what they said on the call in that moment that caused it. You just know that you're getting run over. So I said I would short the pop in Intel. I just went ahead and did that. Oh, GameStop. The whole point is not to get FOMO on GameStop, but I'm going to do my best. It just continues to hold higher and higher. But anyways, short this lower high in Intel. I actually didn't get everything. Still sitting on the offer here. We'll see. Just trying to get more 19s. I got 18s and then some at 19, and I'm trying to get some more just sitting on the offer. Moved it down into 18. Mara's doing nothing while I keep saying GBTC, while Bitcoin holds the low. So it's holding higher lows. Mara is exactly 2 cents out of the money. It's gone 5 cents in the money at the most at this particular point. And I keep looking over, and every time I look over, it's like the dip that you want is not happening on GME. It just continues to go higher. So I wanted 21, like down into 2150. It just stalled out at 70s. Just gonna have to start getting on the bid every single time it makes any kind of a consolidation bottom. It does one of these, wherever that bottom happens to be, just kind of punch long off of it instead of waiting for the exact price. Because you could have had 80s with a 65 stop there, and I was waiting for a little bit more to the downside on GameStop. It looks like it's going to be one of those afternoons on GameStop. It just went green on the day.
Nice.
If in sympathy AMC goes, I wouldn't completely write it off. Actually, you know what? Now it is going. Okay, I kind of mocked that AMC was doing nothing. AMC is going a little bit here. Is it through? It just got through today's highs. I still like GameStop better. You know what? Let's just stick with GameStop. I don't want to be jumping from one to the other.
I don't think it's a good idea to jump through.
No, I'm just
all
going to.
All of a sudden, like news hits on one, and then you're like,
yeah,
you know.
Trading GameStop all afternoon. I'm going to stick with that one. So next available dip. I don't know if it's going to be 22 or 21.90, but I'm looking for one of those little hammer big volume red candles. And then if there's any recovery off that, I want to punch long and then see if we can't get out on the way back up toward the high. So anticipating a bit of a dip. Mara is now whopping 2 or 3 cents in the money. We're short Intel. Don't see a re-entry back in AMD yet, but I haven't completely given up on the short there.
Okay.
I just saw that Clover question again. We
you
went
did?
over it. I did. That's fine. We went over Clover. Like I said, if Clover breaks $1.15. That's the level I care about.
Look, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, we've talked about this a little bit here. I saw some Moderna talk, and I know you've talked about that, up 13% today. I don't know what the news is here, other than I just clicked on this from Trade Ideas. This is what the Moderna chart looks like. It's just like, I mean, huge move to the upside, and right now you're coming into some kind of potential resistance. It's straight upside. And then if you flip it over and just look at what's been going on today, I mean, okay, taking out highs, holding the 50-period moving average, looking hella strong. It's Moderna. And so I just clicked as like, what's the news up with this? What? Experts predict rise in COVID-19. Are these the same experts as before? Because
have you heard about the new variant?
Right, new variant. Yeah, sounds huge.
What was that
the
called
KP2 again? Strain rate here represents 28%. All right, if we're going up on it.
It's called Flirt, the new version, isn't it?
Right. So this is the thing. I'm just, look, regardless of you know, the flu is running wild again here. COVID's running wild. I know it happened. It is a thing. But like when you're looking at Moderna going up the way it is right now, if it's going up on stuff like that, I mean, I like Moderna because I like the mRNA technology. I think it's going to be great for cancer, different studies moving forward, and I definitely want to be long many biotechs. We talk about IBB, we talk about XBI, various names. There's a show that we generally will talk more about indexes and things like that. It's your market recap show, and join me and Adara tonight with Danielle Shea with live Nvidia earnings. But I love the name, I love the stock, no problem. It's just, there has to be something else, right? I mean, that can't be what it is. And if that is what it is, then I think this is a sell at some point. I feel like because, what I meant to get to too is 7% short float, so that's helping the name for sure. We saw it go crazily, I'm not going to call it a weekly chart, we saw it go parabolic, up to $700 or $800 or something like that?
Well, the weekly chart bears, I mean,
yeah, so right, so you can get it up there, but I'm just looking at this. We're running into some situations here right now where, shout out to this situation, Jim Tan Laundry, but at some point here you're going
Hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's doing more than okay. Trust me, that guy's has millions right now. He sold some book. He's doing crazy.
Oh, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah. So go to jail, sell some books. That's sort of my plan. And then right here, 165 coming through. That's not my plan, but 165 right there could be running into something. I just think if you can get into this 200, man, that's a short. And I don't, I'll check out the RSI and all that kind of stuff, but barring like some sort of a medical breakthrough of some sort, I want to short Moderna, but maybe not yet. Definitely huge trade to the upside, 13. I mean, we're just talking about it at 12%.
I sold half my position $6 ago.
Yeah, probably a good move. There goes Moderna straight up to the upside. I would say congratulations to everybody.
Well, just
to you, to everybody that has this name, but I just think it's going to at some point get real frothy real quick.
Actually, it's a really good point because I was having a conversation with, I think it was Ponzi or Rivian Millionaire at lunchtime, and we're talking about whatever stock, and I was like, oh, but that's in my long term. He thought I was talking about like a swing, and we're talking about Lululemon. I'm like, oh, that's in my long term. I buy like 20% now. I'm not even looking at it for another year or half a year at least. But when I got into Moderna, that was a shot play. That's in the TFSA, and I'm not looking at that 50% move and saying, let's not take profit on it. I was already sitting at the weekly, on the weekly chart, which Sean kindly to Moderna shareholders did not show. It's not looking good.
I said 700 though. How high did we get?
Does it matter? 500?
Yeah, 500.
I mean, does it really? I mean, it got down to like $70 or whatever it was. But the 50 period, the 200 period on the weekly was right here. That's where I was like, if it gets to there, I'm like, it holds $100. This is the 50. Once it closes, I'm like, get the long. It's like long here to here. Take the money and play with house money was always going to be the play for me. It just so happens to go further. But I look at this, if it gets to 200, I'm not letting it get back below 190. So if it cracks 190, I'm then trailing this at 190, and I don't care how far it goes. That was always going to be a shot play off of this, like the weekly chart on Moderna, but then you have to define what it is you're going for. If I anticipated, I think Moderna is the greatest company in the world, I'm going to hold it forever so my daughter can own those shares or whatever happens down the line, different story. Not the case in my opinion, so that's not the way I'm going to treat it. What else we got going on? Bull trap on ES, Cigar says, be careful. I don't 100% disagree that we could still be headed potentially to the downside on this last move up. That said, I mean, I got wicked out of AMD. It came right back down. It's actually putting in a lower high right now. I'm wondering if I should.
Did you get wick shimmied or just wicked?
Well, I don't know what wick shimmy means necessarily.
Join the club.
No, but so when we say that, when I say wicked out, all I'm trying to describe is I got out and reasonably speaking made the top, right? Like it was this wick that got me out, and then that was essentially the high. That's what I just mean by wicked out. I'm assuming wick shimmy means it did it a couple of times, like it went up, down, and around a few times off the same level. Effectively, that would be the same thing because you still get stopped out. Maybe you just get stopped out more than once. I'm not sure. But as long as we're making lower highs, I might want to go back into this one. GameStop, it's making a bit of a dip. So let me show it. I have a level 2 up so I can watch GameStop when I have charts up. But just to show you, it's now making that move in. This is the next available opportunity, it looks like. Just looking for a bit of a hammer bottom. And then once it shows a little green, this is a 3-minute chart, by the way. So it could take a minute or two to settle itself out. I want to get the long back up through. So now I have my eyeballs on GameStop. Mara Didn't Mara, maybe Mara did this yesterday. I feel like there was a moment, yeah, it was Mara. Okay, so Mara was moving down, made this consolidation bottom when Bitcoin went. I'm like, oh, let's get short. Then it just went sideways the entire way. I ended up getting out flat mostly, and then it kind of went higher, but it just didn't follow through. This time I have a different approach. Like we're actually long off that 21 bottom. I'm sitting on the offer here in front of 21.20 and then 21.30, and then I said 21.50 would be the target, not even VWAP with this one.
Yeah, we're going to take, again, another 40 cents here. Same trade, but we're just going to take it out on Amazon as it comes back to the upside. I was just reviewing my notes. Normally, on a downtrending name like this, we would definitely like to, AMC breaking out to new highs. We would definitely like to get out here at 182.50, so we just did that again. I mean, that was the best move. Now we'll hold out for the rest. We only have about 20% left of that trade, and then we have pretty light. We have 10, was that be 10%? Yeah, about 10% left of Nvidia as well. So, but that's, again, a little bit of a different story because that thing can move dollars. All right, watch out for 5. Talking about dollars, here comes AMC.
It's already 3 o'clock.
Holla at $1. So $5. That was the high yesterday.
Is it? Oh, wow.
For AMC. And today you are at 485. And that's, so if I can just like rewind the clock 24 hours, this is exactly to the 20 minutes, 24 hours ago. And we just did a move that looks...
It's a trap.
I mean, does it not look the same? I mean, obviously we based a little bit lower, but we were basing and then bumped. So there's the base and there's the bump. And we started pulling back at 330, and that was the high of the day. And we actually wind up closing on the lows. So if that is true, and I'm not, this one right here looks, I didn't even pay for shorts. This looks like a fade to me. From here, I mean, whether or not we go back to the day's low, I wouldn't think so, but AMC today looking pretty strong, up 3.5%. I mean, in a down market, you got to like that, and AMC is different than them all because we've seen this $4 hold multiple times.
Oh, as if FFI.
So that could be the story.
So apparently I was wrong about FFIE.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
It is what it is. I wait for the break, and I'm like I said, look, I'm going to go one direction. I'm going to take the break underneath $1 instead of the long off $1, and they defended it. The size wasn't there, and it didn't matter. There's your pullback into VWAP. I'll leave the order in. I'm still willing to take the break as long as it's not like 345, or if the closer it gets to the end of the day, I'm probably not going to want it. But it's still potential that it could come back down. It's underneath 110. It's within 10%. It is short sell restricted, so it's harder for them to punch through on that bid. But GameStop, just going from one to the other, GameStop, we did just take this, and you just saw my stop fire right there. Now, so when I use a stop order, it's not like you just actually saw it trigger. So we took the dip and then gave it to the local bottom, which was like 21.85. So what you actually saw live happened, part of real trading. It's not a market order that fires. It fires an aggressive limit order, just so happened to cross right to VWAP. Just a coincidence. It fired at 21.40. It filled pretty much 2 cents away from our trigger price. But you saw that live order. My hands weren't even on the keys, but that's the idea of a stop order. Maybe we get a retracement into VWAP. I have no idea, but we'll wait for the next available dip. The buying came in really late the last 2 days. It was an up move twice in the afternoon, but the last ones are at like 345, 350 the last couple of days on GameStop. So I want to be looking for the long, even going into the last 10 minutes of the day on GME. If it happens, it happens. I just want to look to join a move if we see the same thing as the last couple of days. Finally got at least a little bit of a move in Mara as IBIT, higher lows, but still, I mean, we're still at 69.5 on Bitcoin. So a nice little bounce, higher low off the 21 level. It just got to 21.20. I have an offer at 21.30 as well. That's all we're doing here. Like this, it's 21 to 20.90. So at 21.20 and 21.30, and then we'll hold for the 50. Maybe give it some room around 50 to 60 if it can get there. AMC, like you said, you already talked about AMC. I guess there's no point going over that. I'm watching GME, but AMC did somewhat surpass it in terms of volatility, at least in terms of strength for a hot minute. But I'm still going to focus on GME, I think.
I like GME. Good stock there. All right, so...
Oh, you got to be... whatever, too late.
Yeah, so everything's always too late, I guess. There's Nvidia. We're going to try to get ahead of this and look to short into here again. So 944, VWAP 945. The only problem is we've already passed this. And remember I said we were not going to short this?
Low cancel.
That last time. So I feel like, again, like at least props to that idea, or else we would have lost shorting 938s into the 50 period. And we sort of thought that that wasn't, because we broke there. The minute we started holding out a little bit higher, remember I was cautious of that, so we got out. And by the way, I just rearranged my stop, right? Because I want to take more shares here. So I changed everything. So this position right here that went $9 for us, our stop was 945. So I just looked at that. We were short at 943.50. So about $1.50 worth of a stop, $9. So again, it's like that kind of risk to reward, and that's why, like, if you're going to use more shares, that's all good. But remember, if you can't just get out of them all when it breaks and then only out part when it wins, right? And so that's why when it comes all the way down here, and you're like, and I remember I was saying like we had a bigger winner than like nets around here. That's part of why we took it out. It's like looking at average true range a little bit. You know, like when you have this move that's $9 in 15 minutes, hasn't happened too often. It happened there, we got to retrace it back, then it happened again, and then there's $9 the other way. So it's like you could take this trade both ways, long, short, whatever. You just got to follow your rules. And I see some people in the chat obviously talking about that. That's the biggest thing that we could talk about here every single day, is looking at rules and following them. But what about crypto, they say? All right, so Bitcoin right now is 37 and Ethereum 69.40. 69,640 on Bitcoin. Maybe if I just zoom this in just a little bit here. Hold on a second, let me just click this. Shift, there we go. So let's have a quick look here. So can they see that? Yeah, they can. All right, so Bitcoin right now, just in the last 24 hours, not really doing a whole heck of a lot. As we scroll down, Solana with a nice 178. I mean, that's a good little trigger spot there. Ethereum's high of 4,100. I think that gets tested. I think it gets tested probably pretty soon. There, I think, anyways. I wouldn't be surprised if over the weekend there's a run on that. But again, very sensitive to news, that's what's created it to the upside there. Cardano down 4%, so that's not good. As we go downside, just trying to see what's up. Nothing major here up on the day. So Solana and Ethereum, the two that are up, everything else heading to the downside. Ripple, there's Dogecoin, 16.5 for Doge, and then a whole bunch of zeros, 2534. On Shiba Inu. So yeah, some good trades happening there in the cryptoverse, but been pretty quiet so far here today. We had that big move early and then kind of a fade, and it's been kind of a snooze fest right now.
Just for me, somebody needs to there should be like a TikTok instead of like, just do the whole like Shaba Ranks and Shibu and get it out of the way. And I want to see like some kind of remix with Shaba Ranks, just saying Shiba every single time. I don't know any of that thing. I feel like there was a moment where
you should do that TikTok.
I can't look. You know what? I can understand patois. I was born here. My family's from Antigua. Now, I can understand patois dialect, whatever you want to call it, unless it's like the real stuff, like the hardcore. Like my roommate in university, one of them was from Jamaica, and his dad would call, and like I didn't have a clue what he was saying. But like I can understand dialect. I just don't do a very good accent. So like I'm not going to do any reggae stuff because I'm not going to do any justice. I'll keep it real. But I think it would be a heck of a lot of fun, because why not? Those things need memes, and if they don't have them, then how else are they going to go up? I just want to go over. I just got out of Intel, but I want to make a point about Intel for tomorrow. If Nvidia does anything bad tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, like Intel had a nice run after holding $30. It's flat bottom broken it, and if it's anywhere near 31, I think this is all in play back into 30 if we have a bad day for Intel. And then I would be looking to be short anywhere, like somewhere in this gap, like 31 into 31.50. If we're in the pocket there, and let's just say Nvidia does bad, I don't know, who knows what's going to happen, then I want to be playing that one to the south side. Mara did eventually bounce here. It got up to the 30s. Just to give you an idea, this 21 bounce in the afternoon yesterday, like it did, at lunchtime it bounced off 21 and got to 21.75. It then made a higher low bounce. This was at the 30 level that by close went like 30 cents. So here, getting it at 30, I'm going to let this try to play into 21.50, 21.60, but Bitcoin is literally not moving. It's just going sideways. It can't break 70,000. So I think this is a station-to-station play. It was a key level. I knew I wanted to trade this level today. I will slap a fail on myself for not trading it at the open. We talk about opportunity cost at all times. I'm not complaining about looking at Nvidia today and AMD. That was the right place to be. I will defend that. However, it was at the cost of a few things, and one of them was 21 on Mara. The other one, because I should mention this, was that SSR bounce on target at $140. Like if you're bread and butter, I know somebody who's on vacation who this would be true on this trading floor, I know that's the trade. If you only look at those SSR bounces down 10%, target hit it at 140 even at the open, and then immediately bounced. Like that's the perfect setup for that trade, even better than FFIE $1.01, because I think that's way too crowded of a trade as well. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Rivian announces, we heard about this Pivot Energy partnership. Okay.
Rivian's having a good day, by the way.
Yeah.
Up 5%.
Yeah. Rivian. All right, I just want to say this to Richard V. We talk about this all the time, and I don't think there's anything more important in a trader. And Adara's not here right now, but she'll tell you this as well. And she just started right now and is doing good. Mara twice today. Missed Mara, says Richard V. My conviction is not on. That's all that matters. You know, conviction is really the only thing that matters. And I'm talking about as a day trader. There's Adara. What's up, Adara?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. How important is conviction as a trader?
So important.
Thank you. All right.
I wrote that on my notes today.
Good. She actually made notes on that today. All right. So what I'm trying to get at here is, and thanks, Adara, for that, is like we could say, oh, I like Mara here, I like Mara there. How many shares did you put on? You know, how much did you make on that trade? Because the thing is, when you're wrong on trades, you're going to lose a lot. So when you're right on trades, and again, Freedom and Wealth podcast, you're going to hear all about this kind of stuff, man. What it takes to do this and other things. The idea is that, like, if I don't like Amazon, like, and we actually talked about this sticky note in episode 1, which is not all about trading, by the way. We'll talk about that later. We should do maybe a preview episode of the podcast at some point as well, baby. All right, right here, Amazon 182. Okay, no, it's the sticky note. All right, it doesn't matter. Trader TV, Sean, go find it. We're just having fun. All right, so the idea here is this, is that I wrote down Amazon, there it is. I wrote down Amazon 182 long. You know, look at this, once, twice, thrice. I don't need to say Obi thrice. This is not, we're not little kids here. You know, the idea is this, when something comes in, you take the trade. And then that's how you can come over and you could say, P&L number 1 on the show today, hot dog gun, is Shopify. Why am I holding up my phone? Sticky note. That's the number 1 idea on that, well, not number 1. Number 1 idea is Nvidia, which is the number 1 loser. Conviction works both ways. Okay? So that's how it works. You're not going to graduate as a trader around here if you don't have conviction. You're not going to graduate as a trader if you don't actually put on shares. You're not going to be successful at anything if you don't give it a go, and then when you figure it out, you push. You go for it. We talked about this. All the big businesses, everything in this, you go for it. Google dropped Google+. Did that work out? No, it didn't. But you know what? They took the shot on Google+, and you know what it morphed into? An opportunity with Reels, YouTube Shorts, all of that, and now YouTube is the monster that it was. Mark Zuckerberg himself, when he bought Instagram for $1 billion, I don't remember the date. Go back and look at it. Look at the headlines there. What is this guy doing? What is he doing with shareholder money? Blah, blah, blah. Instagram's worth $1 trillion. Not that much. Right now. Okay? So you got to think maybe it is worth that much.
Well, I mean,
the company's worth 2.8 trillion. What is Meta worth? Anyways, look at that. That investment has gone up 100x.
40% is probably reasonable. It's
how much?
I mean, its market cap's $1 trillion. So if you say 40%,
yeah.
I mean 30-40%.
Meta's not. The 2.3 trillions is Microsoft and Nvidia and all that, but and Apple.
No, but the point stands.
Yeah, the point stands is that you got to take risk, you know. And I just think that even as a trader, it is hard to push those buttons and it is hard to take the risk. And sometimes you get smacked in the face. the biggest traders here, the ones that actually make money, actually lose the most money. So just think about that for a minute. Let that sink in. That's the risky environment that we're in, and unfortunately, it just continues every single day. There's not, this is why we come in every day. This is not a 9-to-5 job by any stretch of the imagination. This is something that you have to be passionate about, you have to lose sleep over, and you really have to put the work in to become successful to it. And then once you're at that level, then you'll start putting in risk and trading accordingly and actually making money around here. But it does take time. Not too much time. It just takes developing of a strategy. Once you have that, then you push on that. What's up, Kevin Mendoza? I'm trying to think about big plays only. And that's what I'm talking about. The biggest players make the biggest money but lose the biggest money. You just got to hope that you have more of the former than the latter.
Yeah, and everyone's gonna be a little different. Like I said, when I started trading, there was another trader that we were always side by side. And the way it would work is I was just gonna shout out Adrian here, you need to take calculated risk. That goes without saying. Yeah. You should have a plan and have it in and out. But then off of that plan, everyone's going to be different. What would end up happening is the two traders, he would constantly take way more trades than I would. We were trading the same stocks, basically. We were trading penny stocks when we first started out. We basically trade the same things, but he'd trade 3, 4, 5 times as many individual trades as I would. He would get shut down more than I would. But if you looked at the actual scope, like when I lost, I was losing the same. Like a big loss was a big loss, regardless between the two of us. He just took more trades. I was just taking a few less at the end of the day. Like the scope of everything was the same around the general strategy. Like if you're trading AMC, and I'm just using an example because I'm looking at AMC right now. Like if you're trading in a simple breakout on AMC, and you're trading this 460 break, let's say, and you can see where the top was yesterday. Like it's not rocket science to say 460 break, there's this high at 70, there's that high at 80. Like you know where it can go, and it's maybe 10 cents worth it to that stop there. So if you go long 460 and you take it all out at 64, 65, well, R&R, that doesn't look very good. And then at the end of the day, most traders are going to see that in the same way. You just hit it, give it to that stop level, whatever it happens to be, and make sure that you hold on to some of that trade. Because the setups are going to be there no matter what. You just have to find and then execute that plan. Let me just, before we get back into the meme names, okay, here comes a rollover on AMD. We didn't break 165. Of course, it never breaks 165 to give me the quarters, but I'm going to go ahead and cancel that one because we just made another, as a kind of a power move down in to the downside. Yeah. It's only 320. My first thought was like, oh, did we just get some early imbalances? The answer was a resounding no, like nothing happened. I think we're just back to trending in to the downside. I'm glad that my mic is still working because I went to the bathroom and literally got caught on the door and yanked the heck out of the cord. So,
yeah, that's okay. We got.
I think it's fine.
We got lots of money. We'll buy some more of that. Right here, $8. Again, have faith, have conviction, right? I mean, Nvidia, the only thing is we didn't short there. We had talked about it. We were waiting for this price to get short, but at least our idea was short. All right, Meta, let's go. We went long Meta, but unfortunately, we had to suffer through that dip. So it just tanked on us there. We were long at... That's gates of hell, should not be hit. We're long now again, almost $1 on Meta. So we did get hit some there. I'm not here to tell you that we just didn't take some out for a hit there. But for some reason, the market just flushed. And I was trying to play Meta off the low of the day. So again, I know exactly the style of trader that I am. And I mean, we went right into support there. I like the stock. I like that long right there. Fortunately, we have to fight the market. And sometimes when you fight the market, just like the law, the market won. And right now, we're going to wait to see if we can get some back. So we'll just put back 70 cents in our pocket, but there was an initial hit there. Just don't know if you guys saw that, so we'll talk about it real quick. Nvidia goes all the way down into that level again. That was a $7 winner, now just a $5 winner. Funny how these things happen. Look at Amazon. Out, right at these highs. Funny how it goes right back to the highs and we get out. Again, this is real trading. We hashtag that all the time, but I've only made 5 trades today, 5 stocks, more than 5 trades. Shopify, banger on Shopify. I mean, one of my best ideas there today. Unfortunately, we could talk about the stop order that I left in, but long 59, long 59, long 59. These trades today that we wrote down again here on this, like Kevin Mendoza, you want big plays only? I mean, this is why I write this down and why I actually take the trades that we write down and put some respect on their name. No messages, I will not read it. Shopify, 59.50 long, right? We like the name. Here it is right here. How many ideas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, Amazon, boomer. Nvidia, horrible. Made some back, obviously. There's the Shopify. GME, 20 bucks. I mean, we came close to that. So here it is on Shopify. Here's the long. 59, 59.50, 59 again. This long was so good. This went 50 cents in the money. We left a stop order out there, so we did take some more shares short by accident and had to cover those right here. That would have been a fluke win to the short. But remember, once we break 59, we're out. So the problem is when we went to lunch, we actually got out of them all. And then that short triggers and then boom. So we give some back there, but that's another positive name. And then Amazon early, right? So again, we have 5 names on here. GME, $20. That would have been cash. Only went down to 21. Shopify long works. Nvidia long 950. We should have just waited for 950, but we didn't. Tesla short didn't hit, and then Amazon and Shopify. And here's Amazon. Amazon off the 200 early. That put PL1. This just came back in. Boomed it to the upside. Now we're waiting out for it. And our Meta trade, by the way, still hovering around this. Again, a new position for us. Meta, $450 name. I don't know if there's a lesser one to trade. I mean, there's NVDL and things like that. But let's go Meta. Let's boom this up to the upside right now on Meta. We have, so just so you know, I have 4 times the shares Meta than I do Nvidia. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with this trade.
Speaking of, I ignored FFIE because, well, I didn't ignore it, but I was taking the break of $1. It's now above VWAP, and I'm not going to ignore that move. But remember, I said this the last time we traded it, I prefer dip buys on the stock. I'm not taking any breakout highs. I want to see big move up, rubber band back in. 110 was the last level, VWAP's in there as well. So if we get that dip, that was what was successful the last afternoon that we traded. It was let it do its move, play the dip, and then look for that bounce play. We still have plenty of time for these to go. It doesn't matter which one you're looking at, but this just started. Like AMC's already at the highs. GME, I can show you that one again, but you guys already know what's at the highs. This still has another 10% to go till the morning top. So if we do a pullback, we're gonna go for the long in there. Just double checking. We're still kind of at the same level we were at in Mara before. So we're okay with Mara, but I wanna get this dip into FFIE. Chandler, I did notice a firm, but I don't want to, like, a firm was never going to be on my plan to trade. I did absolutely notice that $30 level, and if you're in a firm trader, you probably like the wick bottom it made down there. I think that's a good one. But I'm looking for the dip buy on FFIE, back into VWAP. It was just breaking out. You just had the biggest volume candle of the afternoon. It was off $1. Now it's off of $1.10. The last time, big volume candle up, retraced right back in, and then bounced. So if it does a similar move, either a bounce off 110, I would be unopposed to taking it at 105 if it gets down there as well. So FFIE, short sell restricted as well, down over 10% today. So tomorrow it's going to be SSR, but I'm looking for that dip buy on FFIE. I got another level 2 dedicated to it, so I can go over to something like a GameStop. Would still like to get back involved in this, but it's still chilling off of those highs. I think there's a better chance to be able to pick up FFIE than to try and grab GameStop. The last dip on the higher low didn't work out. It ends up holding that 21.7 level. But GameStop is an overall trade, obviously good. Could have been better if the last long we'd held on to, but I much like this down off those lows where we could be a little bit more confident, because that was the real pattern on this stock. It wasn't necessarily buying it off of the highs the last 2 days. It was these bottoms, and then just once it would trend back up, get the lower high, then the break, get the lower high, and not worry yourself with buying those tops. So that was a plan of action all day long. GameStop, I feel like we've already hit it. Maybe quit it. If you guys are still in that one, or AMC, good luck to you. I think that's the right place to be for those longs. But as I said, it's going to be Faraday for me. Cephas just said Rivian spooky. No, it's not. I don't think Rivian's spooky at all. Rivian is gorgeous. Now, I had one trade on Rivian. Maybe we should have had another one off of VWAP in the afternoon, but I was like a one and done. Remember we left you guys in the morning show? It's like bounce off VWAP, get it to the high, didn't quite get the reload at VWAP, and then took some out of 45. I said I would hold the last of it to this top. We'll zoom it right out. Pretty easy plan. This is the previous day's low. Dip in, take that long, scalp to this level, scalp out here, hold to here with a trail. Zooming back in here, you know what? Yeah, I'll slap a fail for not getting back into this in the VWAP. Yeah, like sometimes, Now, obviously, this is at 2:30, like we're doing our little rundown and everything, and at that point, I was kind of focused on GameStop and the chip names, rightfully so, but this should have been a thing in here. That's a good look, and maybe somebody has that. I don't think it's spooky. I think that's about as good a looking trend chart as you're going to find in terms of an entry. You could have had it off the even dollar break at 10. It holds 9.95, so you could be long this break. You could be long back through 10 even. There's dip buys all over the place. There's a break of the morning high. There's a dip into VWAP late. There's even like you could go short this on a triple top. Like every trade you could want was right here in Rivian. Turper just said Lulu. Don't tease me with Lulu moves in the chat. Like we know what's going down. We know Lululemon is going into the gates of hell. This is about as bad as it's. You show me a better or worse looking daily chart here, and I'll be surprised. As I've said, I went in and bought some in my personal account, my long term, 20%, and I don't plan on doing anything unless it's at this low or it's at the end of the year in the final quarter. I'm not doing anything with this. I'm not even considering any buy that isn't the 250 or near the end of the year based on seeing some kind of strength in the stock or just that support level. And that's a long term, so I plan on holding it for a really long time. If I was just trading it and I had taken a consolidation long, I'd be out. If I was swing trading it and I was in here, I'd just take it out when it makes a fresh low. Obviously, that's not happening on Lululemon. AMD just came back out. You don't want a daily chart. So once again, try the lower high short, and it keeps on pressing a little bit higher. So I'm looking for that dump into the low of the day, just taking the pot shots. When you get one, hold it. But if it keeps on creeping up, I don't want to be fighting it every single step of the way. Mara dipped back into 21. I don't love the reload because it's not moving enough. I look over and Bitcoin's at the same price every single chance I check. Within $100, maybe actually within $50. So it's not moving that much. So a reload with only 30 minutes to go, I don't think makes any sense unless it's parabolically going. You want to trade what's moving. I guess we're not going to get VWAP on FFIE. So I can nibble in at like 14s if we can get on the bid. With this stock, you do want to sit on the bid if you can. Save yourself that cent or cent and a half.
All right, so we are being a little bit greedy here with Meta because Meta has been $1 in the money now for a minute, like almost 10 of them right here. We bought that dip. Like I said, we did get stopped out at 466, but we bought back 3 times there because I was in it to win it for less than a minute. So I mean, boom, boom, like this was in 75s, in again right there at 20s, out at O's. So for like a 75 and 20s, probably like a 65-cent hit or something, out immediately, and then just let's buy that back up, and then we did exactly that, and now patered a little bit on Meta, but we only got one fill at 75 again, so it's like we kind of made back what we lost, waiting for a pop, and I was just going to say, where do we like to get this out? So the 50 period is always a doozy for us, so why don't we do that again and just follow our plan? So we'll put something out right now at 467.40. In the 40s here. I never want to put it right, so I've learned my lesson. If I put something right here, market runs away from so far. So if I plant a little seed of doubt somewhere in here, which is an order, one of my orders that may or may not be in and around 47, then maybe, do we get filled yet? Maybe we'll get filled with a little undercover fill, meaning that we're not the one holding, cancel. Haha, I was the one holding up the level there. You can see with that 100 shares. So let's now see what's going on now with Meta. Hopefully a nice move back up to the upside. We're long right now. $1, Neil, 30 cents in the money right now for Nvidia, or for Meta. Nvidia's only $1 in the money. We'll address that in a second. But here comes Meta, right back up to the upside. Hey, maybe we're foolish pulling that order, or maybe not, as now it's $1.50 in the money. And going higher, Mr. Zuckerberg right there, that's another one win for us. What are we even doing? That's a 466 long, out 467.70, another $1.70. Put it on the board. Yes, that's another one right there. Shout out to the Chicago White Sox.
Okay. So I love the trade, and I love the Hawk Harrelson reference, but we just got shut out by the Chicago White Sox yesterday.
But the Jays are shit. We've already talked
exactly.
about this. So let's
getting
deal
shut
with
out,
it.
getting shut out by the worst team in all of baseball.
They have 14 wins on the season, man.
But You know what they can do?
They don't give refunds on season tickets, no.
No, first of all, I'm a real fan. So, like, there's fair weather fans. They're just like,
Yeah.
I only care when the team wins. Like, I just love ball. Like, don't get me wrong. Like,
it's great baseball.
I can watch baseball, like good teams, bad teams. Like when Paxton, look, if someone else no hits us, I can enjoy that.
I was at that game.
That's like Paxton was unbelievable.
Can't believe you missed that.
JV was ridiculous against us when he did.
Yep.
It is what it is. Like you can enjoy those types of moments, but
Just so disappointing being.
it's
a Jays
just better
fan. It's
when
like
it's
it's
better
a
when
great
it's
game, but it so much sucks to be a fan.
It's difficult. Just quickly, I did get Faraday. I keep wanting to say future Faraday. FFIE just made the dip. Didn't quite get to VWAP. I said I'd get on the bid on 14. It then held 15,
right,
so I got
here
15.
we go.
Taking some out at 20. It's refresher at 20. I'm going to get another leg out there. And then 20. I have an offer at 23. The high this morning was $1.33. So this top in here, if we get to 133, that's where I want to take it to on FFIE. These squeeze names have been rallying.
Jeez.
AMC's now up 10%.
What?
Okay, so AMC, that's at 513. So great job for anybody that went to that name. GameStop stopped. Okay, I shouldn't be saying GameStop stopped. GameStop is stalled out a little bit here. It's still trend up, but like it's just not doing anything that we're seeing on AMC. And then FFIE as well, a little bit stronger than GameStop. So I think we're in the right place. AMC would have been better, but at least Faraday's moving. GameStop's taking it off. So, you know, it did a lot of work yesterday. It did a lot of work the last 2 days in the afternoon. I think it's taking this one off, which is reasonable. Just one, I know we didn't talk about this name that much. Tesla's back at the 180 level. So this is the only place I traded this stock at all today, which is at 180. So if it fails 180, I'm a big support turns into resistance kind of guy. So if I was wrong about the direction there, if we get a curl at 180, you know, this is a place to take a shot. It's 3:30, so there's still plenty of time until we have those imbalances coming out. I just reminded myself to look at the early look on the imbalances. And for some reason, Palantir is an early 1 million buy. Everything else, who cares about Enbridge or MO? But Palantir, $1 million to buy early, that's kind of a number. And I haven't looked at Palantir today. But Snowflake does report tonight. So I would expect Palantir is going to be moving in the aftermarket. If it doesn't, then I'm a monkey's uncle. But I don't know what time. Oh, no, you know. Thank you to Brennan. Nvidia 420. Snow's right at 405. So we're going to get Snowflake right at 405. I'd watch out for Palantir moving.
All right, I mean, you're going to see completely different styles here. I mean, look what I'm long. Amazon, Meta, Nvidia, now Neil into Tesla, but before FFIE and Mara. So again, this is kind of like rapido trading, a little bit slower, different style. And on that note, you want to talk about confidence? We already said that's the only thing that matters. Amazon, 182. You know, trading this is what it's all about. Meta right now. $2.50 in the money. Take a drink. But it's a slippery slope, as we said again, because look what happens to Nvidia as the market starts to rip up. And it's a good thing that we talked about having 4 times the shares. And again, I don't have a problem telling you guys that. You know, you can ask anytime. 4 times the shares we had on Meta as opposed to Nvidia. And we just lost on that initial short, breaking through VWAP, but we're still kind of hovering around. So I'm going to take one more shot here on Nvidia being down on the day. But remember what we said, we do not want to get out of the pocket of what our thought was. And that is that there's a very great chance that this ramps into the close. Because now I'm just thinking you could get Nvidia down right now. You're at VWAP. So anything bought down here means you bought lower than VWAP today. That's a success. So there's a lot of trades graded based on where you are according to VWAP. So heading into earnings, if you're long down here and you could say, look, we got long underneath VWAP, so what they reported on that day and blasted out, we got the best prices for our customers, right? And so our clients. So that's something there that I could see this name starting to ramp up right now. So we're going to get out if this breaks 947. It looks like that is what it's going to do, and then we'll wave the white flag finally there for Nvidia. But hey, man, the white flag's being waved over here, but we are just pouring it on. Oh, there it goes, about to break. There it goes. We're pouring it on. That sucked. That last trade, we just got stopped out. $1.50 hit. We're $2.50 in the money now on Meta. That's starting to go upside. And then Amazon, the same trade. So I think we should probably be done now on Nvidia. Although, see what just happens. It just goes to 947. We get taken out pretty much for flats there, which is good. Good fill. And then now, kind of hovering around. So let's just regroup a little bit. The NASDAQ made that move all the way back to VWAP. So again, good move off of 18.7 back to 18.8 almost. Got to slow down, gave some money back there on Nvidia, but thankfully we had Meta and Amazon to sort of help with our pain as those continue to go back up to the upside. Shopify trying to get some legs as well right now. And so, yeah, you're probably right.
That's a big move in the NASDAQ. Go green.
I trade with multiple millions, but if you do have less than $1 million in your account, just trade, but you can't trade the same share sizes. There are traders, obviously, that would still trade these same names, and it's not about how much you have in your account, because you can always trade other names that are less valued as well. NVDL is one that's a little bit less there. But I agree, if you're trading these names and you're trading the same as this, you're going to have a little bit of buying power, because $947. I mean, I'm talking about just taking like 100 shares, and for a lot of people, that's either way too many shares for, first of all, a lot of traders, but then second of all, you might not have that much in your account anyways. So if you can't average into position, that's something to always think about. So again, yeah, trade your style, and as long as it's working out for you, you're in the right spot.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about multiple vehicles to trade. There's always something out there. You don't want to trade Tesla. I mean, you can go to one of those like leveraged ETFs, or you can go to Nvidia, same thing, or you can just trade something else. Maybe you like Rivian on a day like today, if you like it. Just quickly back to FFIE. It just tagged 123. I just took another leg out, and then there's another dip back in. So I'm going to go for the reload. I've moved my stop up to the break. It's not break even, but it's this lower high. There's a buyer at 113 where this rested before. So I'm just going to go for the rinse and repeat if it can bounce off that buyer one more time. But if it just runs clean through, I'm just going to get out and look for another entry. Like I'd like to, on the way back down, there we go. See, just got out at 112, but this is the idea. If it puts in the higher low and holds that level, I just punch back in long. But I want it to make a down move, bounce, and then I want to play the bounce and just not anticipate that it's going to happen. So I want to see this get back above and then hold, and then I'll go back in potentially to that. But I do want to check out AMC, because AMC has been the bigger runner. AMC pulling back. You can see it was a stronger one, now back into $5. Might not be the route to go. If it's going to make a continuation play, I don't want GameStop, which is already stopped. AMC already pulling back in there, jumping back on the bid. You already got your move. It went 114 to 123. We take it out for a 2-cent hit. The last 40% of the trade. Maybe it could have been the last 20%. That'd have been more reasonable, but that's not what we got. Tesla was the most recent thing that we just got into. I'm still in Mara. I mean, Mara's in the money, 27 cents. My target's at 50. So it goes another 15 pennies, we get out of Mara. It's about to hit 340. We have 10 minutes till the imbalances hit. At that point, I might tighten things up. Tesla, I'm bidding out in front of 179, just looking for a move down in. And look, I'm not here to tell anybody, oh, this vehicle is better than that vehicle. But I will say, like, just be careful when you're. I just saw someone say, just trade CFDs. Be careful with that. That's a little bit different. It's one thing trading in the actual market on an NVDL or an Nvidia, because you're trading against the actual shares in the real market. CFDs will operate a little bit differently. Big shout out to True Trading Group. Thank you for the 50 memberships. Go get them, everybody. You do have to enable gifts. Then you're able to get these memberships. But big shout out to True Trading Group. We respect you guys. Great friends of the show. Grab them. I can see everyone getting them in there. So good on you guys for doing that. Always fantastic, spreading the wealth and sharing the love.
All right. Yeah, shout out to True Trading Group. What's up to everybody over there? All right, so Boeing plane deliveries to China delayed right there. So,
1 week, Boeing.
Off of VWAP
go 1
here.
week.
They cannot. We'll go short. That is the 200 period. I mean, I think this is well worth the risk right now on Boeing. I mean, I don't know. This could be the other way. I mean, whether or not it's their deliveries are delayed or not, it's China news again. The last time you followed something on China, you lost because apparently Apple was dead on China.
Yeah, but that's different.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm short, so I agree. But I'm just saying, the last time you took news out of China was wrong, especially on big names. So we'll have to wait to see here what happens with China. Remember, anything that gets reported out of China, I think you have to take with a grain of salt. Watch the stock action happening right now. So we'll go short here, but not for very long. I mean, if we could break, normally I'd trade it off the 200 period. That looks like a decent shelf. So 186, maybe even all the way to the back of this. That's just what we're hearing in our ear. Let's get it from Adara to figure out what maybe this is all about.
Yeah, so from what I'm seeing here, it actually doesn't have to do with the planes with themselves. It has to do with the batteries used in the cockpit voice recorder. So to repeat, from what I'm seeing, the issue here and the reason these deliveries have been delayed in China, which is reported from what I can see by a source to Reuters, again, not seeing tons of details here on this, but Boeing's plane deliveries to China have been delayed because China is looking to review the batteries used in the cockpit voice recorder. So this review conducted just by China to see how those batteries are doing in the cockpit voice recorder. Boeing has responded itself saying that they are looking into this, trying to speed up those deliveries. But yeah, so Boeing has addressed this, saying that they're looking to speed those delays. So we've seen a little bit of a move back up here. But yeah, if I see any other details on this story with Boeing and China, I'll let you know.
All righty then.
Appreciate it, Dara. And look, we pile on the stock. It's just because they have bad news all the time. That last thing that happened, unfortunately, on that Singapore flight had nothing to do with Boeing whatsoever. Like, I mean, turbulence is turbulence. And it was unfortunate as it is, that had nothing to do with the plane. I'm in it, and I'm giving, like, 186 is where this stock fell apart. So you can see right here, there's a big candle, 186 broke down. So I shorted it back off this level, which is 185.66. I got 55, and I'm giving it to 186 even. If we get down to 185, is what it is. Like, that's the first level. Like, I want it up, and then we'll get some at 185 and take it from there. On the bigger picture, Boeing's actually making a bit of a bottom on the daily chart. It's back above the 50 period and consolidating above. Things are starting to look not as bad in this chart for the long term. So even if it's down today and say it goes down tomorrow, if it hangs on to this 175, 180 area, that's a pretty good start for Boeing. It had a big volume low through 165 and has been on an upward trend ever since. So I want to give Boeing its due on the higher time frame. You got to, when in doubt, zoom out. It's easy to crap on the stock, but we should also acknowledge when it's showing signs of a turnaround, right? Which it is doing. So you get a bit out in front of 185. We'll see where it goes. Oh, Tesla made a bit of a push after that big move up. Bit of a push down. Just got halfway to 179. And we'll see how far it can go. It didn't quite get to 180. So I got 179.81 as my price. It just happens to be where it curled. If it had broken 180 and gone to 180.11, maybe I'd have a different price on Tesla. But it never actually broke the 180 level, so we didn't even get all in because I was looking for a press right into that 180. For now, we have 5 minutes till the imbalances come in.
That's it? Oh my God.
Yeah, in terms of taking anything new, I don't see myself getting into FFIE or GameStop or AMC this late. But we don't mind, like, if I'm in the 3, and I think that'll be it for the day. Don't mind looking. AMC did just hold a dip into $5 for anyone that's still in it. Right to $5 twice. 15-cent range. It's consolidating higher, up 9% and still looking pretty good is AMC. Taking over from GameStop, which was the strong one for most of this afternoon until now.
All right, so we are going to give it back one more shot here on Nvidia. We're short at 946.37. We just took a fill right here. Let's see if it goes back down. I just saw it was kept on resisting this 948 level. I'm going to give it to like 949. We'll take some more shares at 948. We're a little bit early on this position. I understand that. Still 70 cents in the money, and then quickly it's not. So we're going to have to watch out. I didn't even realize. I'm just going to stick with the plan, but I don't necessarily think this is a great one because of these imbalances that are right here right now. So we got to watch out for a 9. I don't even want to wait for 948, 950. We break 949. I mean, that's where the 50-period moving average is right here on the 20-minute chart. It's something that we look at, but it hasn't really been great. I just can't hold this to 952. Not with imbalances, not with earnings. I'm just trying to play some of the levels that I'm seeing here. And if we break above that 949, I just think this is worth a shot. So we're going to try it one more time into that, and hopefully we don't get completely destroyed. But 949.02 or so as an out, and then we'll cross up like 50 cents and see if we can get out of all of the shares that we will have. We'll take a little bit more up there at 48s if we can get going. But so right now this is against us 50 cents. But I just wish I didn't really recognize the time, which is why I did take a piece out there for that 50 cents the first time, because I don't want to get too heavy in this trade. So yeah, that's Nvidia right now. Boeing's not moving, so we have to wait for that. But other than that, that's what I'm stuck in, and we'll see if Nvidia wants to go. I mean, we could start the day with an L on Nvidia and end the day with an L on Nvidia, but we've done pretty good in between, including messing around with it here. We did get a good long back here, which was good until eventually it broke. Then we went short, got $9 on the short, and right now we're not bleeding away anything here. It's just we're kind of just back and forth right here at these up spots. So again, part of this was getting out of our long, which was great. We're happy with that. But right now, just trying to hold out to see what Nvidia does here into the close, which is probably, I said that it would probably go up into the close. So I'm already like back talking this. I should probably be long, not short. Yeah, nothing out yet. 3 more minutes till the imbalances.
Yeah, we're getting close to the imbalances coming out. But like I said, I don't know if there's going to be anything new on Boeing. It's stabilizing off of VWAP, but it hasn't taken 186 just yet. So I've got an order when it gets down to 1-to-1, and then I have one underneath 185. Why anchor yourself to 185 if support was at 184.80? I've tightened my stop. I said I would do this if we got closer to 350 and Mara was still not moving as much. Which is just move my stop up. I was giving it to break even at 21. I've moved that up in here to the quarters. Still offering in front of 21.50. That hasn't changed. It was like a one shot in Mara. There's your 21 hold. It doesn't move nearly as much as it does in the morning, but that's, you're going to get the moves that you're going to get. Bitcoin's doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
So like I actually thought there was a chance if the market bounced kind of the way that the NASDAQ did, that Bitcoin would make a run at 70,000. That hasn't happened. It's moved like $100, so it's very close, but it's not there. And then Tesla, we're still, whoa. Oh, okay. I just got to trail out on Mara there at 348, but I was about to go over to Tesla. And Tesla's still working its way down. It's at 179. I've now moved bid down to 178. It still wants to reject that 180 level. Look, I like the 180 long all day long on Tesla. But Tesla has decided that it is a short today. Down 4% is what it is. The trend is very clearly in the other direction. You can want it to be a long. But you want it to be one way? Like Marlo said, it's the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
You love Marlo, by the way.
Yeah, I got to watch The Wire. I mean, I have, like I said, man, I ain't got time for that. I wish I did. Hopefully I will soon. All right, so we only have a minute left right now to come in for these imbalances. Obviously, we sit here and we watch Nvidia. We've only traded a couple names today, and we just got into one other one. We just got into 2 more. So we really just traded 3 names today. I used to trade a lot of names, but now we're really, really focused on just a few and not taking all the opportunities, just trying to take the best. And I don't know if this is going to be a good one or not, but right now here comes, oh, sorry, that's Boeing. What am I doing? I'm looking at Nvidia on my other screen. This is the one that means everything right now, just because we have those imbalances coming out, and I know the way it can move. I mean, Boeing, I'm not scared of. If it takes like that 186.50, I don't know. We'll get out of that one. But it's this Nvidia trade that's now in the money. We're short at 946.70. I do have a bid at 946 just to take some out, to take out a quarter or 20% right there. So that's a good trade. Now hopefully this will fall back into the close, and then we'll be able to see. So like I said, we're like, there's $1 or $2. You're seeing me take this trade right now. So there are some trades in here for Nvidia. I'm just a little nervous as we only have a couple seconds until those imbalances come out. Let me put a lower bid just in case we get filled. 2 and 1. Now we're out right now. Yes, sir. Holy shnikes. Nice move to the downside right now, as this is what we're doing. It's a print factory. It's Nvidia, and it is downside. It is now $5. You see what we're talking about, traders? This is what we're talking about. You have to put on trades if you want to actually win. Not good ones sometimes, but this is a good one right there. Boom, goes the dynamite on Nvidia. Look, sometimes we get wrecked on it, but I said we're sticking to our plan. We like these shorts. It worked out for us. It's Nvidia. Turn it up, twist it out, and we're really get excited about this one right now. Look at that move right there. Some people like 942.50, Neil. We just made $5 in 1 minute there. Sometimes it works out, sometimes she doesn't, but so far so good here. Let's just get out of our Meta and our Amazon and enjoy the rest of our evening. Damn, Daniel.
And if you wonder where that came from, 600,000, Nvidia doesn't usually have imbalances, but 600,000 to the sell side. I went right to that number. AMD sell side 600. And Microsoft, 700,000 to the sell side, just looking at the bigger names. Apple, 1 million shares to the sell side. Palantir's a buy. Palantir was already a buy of 1 million. It came out exactly as suspected. Don't have I know we get overall numbers, but they're a little bit different because they're broken up. The NASDAQ is 1.38 million to sell. The SPY is 1.3 billion to sell. SPY is 1.9 billion to the sell side. So both major indexes are sell imbalances. That's the spike that you got down. Holding 179, however, is going to be Tesla. Whoa, why do I still have, okay, just canceling some stops and some other orders that we don't need to get filled on at the end of the day. I just took some out of Boeing because it wasn't moving, but we're going to hold on to Tesla for 178. If it doesn't break underneath 179, I'll get out with a tighter stop. But we're going to let this one ride here on Tesla, down 4%, holding for that low. As said with Boeing, like it's not moving. So I took 2 legs out here in front of VWAP instead of 1 because it's the end of the day, barely move. It's only about 20 cents, but that stock fell $1 and change right back up. We got what I think was a good level to short, but you're not seeing a heck of a lot of fall through. So I'm now not giving it to 186, gonna tighten the stop just above break even and then go from there. Tesla just came out, so we had a 179.80 short. We just got back out, back through 179. So a clean trade off the 180 level. Didn't press as far down as I would like, but it's past 350, so we're going to take the money and run on Tesla. Thanks again. Even more gifts out there from True Trading Group. Another 50. We appreciate you. We love you, all of our viewers, so get those. Hang on to your shorts. Those imbalances, though, 355, I would suspect some of those might pair off. So Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft were all sell imbalances.
I mean, look, shout out to everybody that's True Trading. I mean, you know, another 50-50, Hyundai Membes there. Good job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you to everybody over there at True Trading Group. And I mean, probably sparked by, boom, Nvidia. We get that energy going through again. This is what we're talking about. This is real trading right here. This is the style that we do, and I know True Trading Group, maybe more long-term. And we had Mike on last week. Go find that clip, and that was a great one. Thanks for.
He's got Moderna as well.
Yep, yeah, you liked Moderna. Yeah, that was a great call. Yeah, good bringing that up.
I'm curious if he's, well.
Yeah, we'll talk to him. I mean, like I said, I've been on there recording, and we'll look to do that again. Let me know if you want me on for True Trading Group. We can figure that out. All right, so right now, huge move in Nvidia, guys. Honestly, like. I mean, we just shorted 948 and got out. I mean, we got out VWAP. We actually got that early. We talked about that. Look at all, this is not just one short. This is like triple barreled up. I mean, so when this move happened, that was good. We only have a small piece left. We're going to see what pops off with that. We still are. Shout out to TTG again. We are now $1 plus. We are almost $3. Check that. We were $3 in the money on meta longs, but that's come back in on that imbalance. And then Boeing, I mean, it definitely is not going. So we just took another piece out right, well, one piece out right here. That's for VWAP. It's not, yeah, pun definitely intended there. I mean, there's absolutely nothing going on with that story. And like I said, man, believe China stories to your grave is what I would say. Let's just see where this one goes. 185, hopefully 185, and we can punch, there, we punch a little bit out there. 47s we get, but not much happening with only 5 minutes left. The reason why I'm getting out now is because all of you are going to join myself, Miss Danielle Shea, Miss Adara. We're all going to be here for the market recap show where traders stay late. This is what we're doing tonight. It's your market recap show. We had, not Chris Bretcher, we had Brian Shannon on yesterday. Here's Miss Danielle Shea right now. She'll be on tonight, and we'll be talking all about that base, Nvidia. Tonight should be coming through at 9:40. There's Nvidia on a little bit of a flip through. Meta just ripped, so we're actually making more money on Meta.
They all flipped to the
yeah, then we're losing here on Nvidia, but we just got another fill up there. Oh, now we're long on it.
So 955, oh, sorry, 355, all of those imbalances on the big tech names, they all paired off. The only thing left of any size was like a few 100,000 shares on like Intel or something. But Apple paired off, Nvidia paired off, Microsoft paired off. I just got out of Boeing. I put the stop at break even. Again, it didn't move as much, but we got the 60s in, got some out 40s and 30s, and then we got out flat. So it was a much smaller move than anticipated. Wow, Tesla, we were just short at 180. We get out at 79, it's back at 180. But I don't see myself putting anything else on. We got 4 minutes to go. Obviously, you're getting a big press to the upside. In the app, look, everybody is concerned with Nvidia earnings, rightfully so at 420, live on the market recap show with Sean and Adara. You're going to get Nvidia earnings. Snowflake is the other big name reporting after the bell. And I do believe, according to Brendan, they're going to report at 405. So Snowflake's going to come first. It is on the, it's on a monster resistance level at 165. You know, I would wager if it breaks this, I'm going to check the expected move, but decent chance you could see some double digits here. Nvidia, the expectation's 8.3. Last time it did double that, but worse, there's Snowflake. So the expected move on Snow was actually 10%, so bigger than Nvidia. And the last time it did 18%
not be today. No, it's okay.
on Snow.
No.
Those are the two biggies. There's probably a few other ones out there, but I mean, those are the only two that I'm concerned about. This morning, you actually had Pinduoduo. It was crazy on the actual earnings move, but I would say it was rather muted once the market started opening up. More of an inside day for them. So the big one is going to be Nvidia, followed by Snowflake. Don't sleep on either one of them. Speaking of Nvidia, that's what we should watch going into the close. So 3 minutes to go. Nvidia almost got back into green there with that. Like, there's a reason why we talk about the imbalances and show them. Short off this high, Sean had it. Imbalance comes out to the sell side. It dips at 350. Like 350, it's making the move down. It bounces at 351 as it's already starting to get paired off. So a lot of times when you get that in your favor, take the money, whatever you can do, and then you get that massive reversal every now and then. Apple had a bit of a sell imbalance as well. So Apple trending down in. What happens when it pairs off? 355, big pairing event on the imbalances. It flipped from a big sell to basically flat, and it jumps back up 70 cents to $1. I was in Tesla, a very similar thing happened. Makes that reversal, and then right back into the 180. With only 2 minutes to go, I don't see getting anything else in. For anyone that was trading the meme stocks in the afternoon, they were fantastic to the long side. AMC pressing, still right around that $5 level on AMC. GameStop, we had an early long, but that's pulled right back in. Remember when we said we're going from GameStop to FFIE? Because GME had stopped. GameStop under VWAP all the way back into 21. It gave up almost all of the moves. I'm glad we got away from that name. FFIE does hold on to VWAP, but we're not going to care about that for now. You know, we had our one trade in this stock. We went long 14 and went to 22, held on to some and got out at 12 for a couple cents worth of a hit. Too late in the day to try to take another shot with only 1 minute left to go. Mike Pena says you say you're going YOLO. So I guess, I mean, if you're going YOLO tonight, I mean, I guess you're playing options in Nvidia. I don't know where else you're going to go YOLO with less than 1 minute to go. It's going to be Snowflake first, and then, look, I got it from Brendan that Nvidia's after 420. I feel like they reported faster than that the last time, but I could be wrong. You know, let's go with that. Either way, you're going to get it live in the market recap show regardless, because they're going to report within that first half an hour. It's going to be a fun one, but you know what to do here. Big rally in this NASDAQ, almost going green, both Nvidia and the NQs, just by a hair. I guess it's still technically possible the NASDAQ could go green. Even Nvidia could go green in the last 20 seconds. I don't think it's going to be the case. So we're going to end up closing about 948. Expected move of 8%. Hey, $70. Let's see what happens. We're going to find out pretty soon, but let's get the camera on Adara for the bell, brought to you by Nvidia in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. No. Thank you very much. It's brought to you by True Trading Group. The bell brought to you by True Trading Group. Nvidia earnings after the bell. Big shout out to True Trading Group. Thank you for the 100 gifted memberships on the live afternoon show. Great fun. And Mike, fantastic. I don't know if he's listening, but a fantastic trade I know that he has on in Moderna, which is an absolute burner of a trade. So thank you to True Trading Group. That bell brought to you by them. We've got Nvidia earnings. We've got Snowflake earnings. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Big shout out to Brendan and Adara on the desk. And Learn to Trade, as always, with Sharif in our new segment where we go over some charts that you guys get to pick. But it's been called the Super Bowl of earnings, and I think that is warranted because as Nvidia goes, a lot of other things go. And we're about to go to the desk. It's a market recap show. Nvidia, you know it's going to be a good one. We've got Sean, we've got Adara, and we've got fireworks.
All right, what's up, Adara?
I'm great. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. Very exciting day as Nvidia closes at 950. It went back up, down, and around and was a wild one. So, yeah, we're really excited for everything today. The market, though, Yeah, you know, a little
Market's
quiet.
not that
We
excited, no.
Yeah, we talked about how choppy it could have been here today. The NASDAQ just pretty flat up, 0.07. What's up, Adara? 0.07 on that one. UNG to the upside, TAN. Did we ever find out what was up with solar today? TAN up 9%.
A lot of them are pretty heavily shorted, so it could have been that. But I know SunPower was part of that rally.
FLSR was
FLSR was insane.
FSLR, sorry.
I kept typing FLSR actually.
Oh, did you? Okay.
But
that was my bad.
FSLR, yeah, that one was up a massive amount. I didn't see anything on solar.
All right, I want to thank everybody for being here with us today. We'll probably have a record number of watchers. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. We have more watching now than we did at the end of the show.
Oh.
I looked and we had 5,700. We now have 6,400 watching. People flocking in. I want to thank all of you for coming in. I told everybody this is the best show, and now you're rocking with us right now. Thank you to Adara for making this what it is. Game on right now for Nvidia. So let's go. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Not only that, what did we say? A pump coming at the end of the day in for Nvidia. That was right. I was fighting the short, but that was right. Nice move to the upside right there for Nvidia at the end of the day. And look what's happening right now. You don't want to be caught short with this report. Now Nvidia up to 952 and still smoking to the upside right there. We will wait for NVDA earnings. We're also very excited to get Let It Snow. Let it snow. Of course, it's let it go, but we have Snowflake coming through right now. Not out that I see. We will bring those to you as soon as we get it. It is Snowflake, a position of mine, a relatively new one. I like Snowflake. We like big data. And you know what? Look, nothing's out yet. Snow just touched 165 there, trying to go back higher. Nothing's out yet. Nvidia's going higher, 950. Welcome Danielle Shea through today. She's going to be coming in. We'll talk all about that. We're really excited about this. We had Meta at the end of the day long. That was a banger, but closes down here. What's up with that? 468, 469, and therefore that. A couple reports coming out today for sure. We have Snowflake. We have ELF, not on a shelf, but potentially in your makeup cabinet.
Yeah, maybe.
So we'll see what happens there.
Or in your portfolio.
Do you own an ELF on the shelf?
I own like an actual elf?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
We own two of them.
You do have two.
Bang! Shout out to my wife that has to. Maybe I shouldn't give away the secret. Shout out to ELF on the shelf.
I like each kid has their own elf. I like that.
Yeah, each kid has their own ELF. Yeah, it's all right. Right here, ELF right now. It's been a good name, but it has fallen back in on the cosmetic front. We can watch out for, let's just see what Ulta's at. Ulta Beauty, another one.
Ulta reports next week.
Wow, Ulta Beauty, what's up with that? Down to 380, let's watch out. This makes this ELF report even more important because we are just hovering around 150. ELF expected at 405, EPS of 32 cents, looking for an implied move of over 12%. If we get 12% on this, man, you're going down about $17 or so. So yeah, where is ELF going to go? Will not stay on this shelf for very long. We'll talk to Danielle Shea about Disney, Alibaba, Nvidia, some of the other plays that we've talked to her about in the past. So right now, these are what's moving on. We had PDD on earnings. Wild day for PDD, man. Starts today at 156 all the way down to 147. But before we get some earnings through, let's just take a quick look at the heat map if we can and talk a little bit about this. Markets had a pretty calm day, but was wild at moments there as Google down 0.83, Apple down 0.75 as well. Some big drops in the afternoon. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon said he thinks the Fed rate won't cut rates at all in 2024. JP Morgan down, Wells Fargo down, Goldman down 1.71%. I don't think that's right. I think they cut twice. We'll wait to see. FOMC started the move to the downside, of course, on that hawkish talk with the minutes, right? So those came through. We'll look at the heat map in just a second. But the NASDAQ came in at 2 p.m., right? When they dropped, or maybe it wasn't 2 p.m. That's normally when Fed minutes come. Was today?
I think it was 2 p.m.
Echoed. Okay, yeah, so it was 2 p.m. So about curbing that inflation. Ooh, what did Josh Brown buy? Massive pop in Moderna on Josh Brown. So there it is. I just typed in Josh. mRNA right there. Remember I was wondering what's up with that? Why is Moderna ripping? But again, a great day for Moderna. Snowflake is out.
Yeah.
So what? We called Alibaba, we called Snowflake. Snowflake, bang, we're long at 150. It's at 180. It is Snowflake. It is ripping. Let's go, Snowflake. How's your brethren doing in Palantir? That's my guy as well. Palantir, Okay, doing nothing. Let's go back over to Snowflake because that's where the action is. Nice move up there for Snowflake. Adara, drop it like it's hot.
I can. Quarterly revenue coming in here, $828.7 million. So that's a 33% year-over-year revenue growth. They're seeing Q2 product revenue apparently $805 million to $810 million. Q1 product revenue was actually $789.6 million. So they're seeing an increase in product revenue for Q2. So that is a nice look here. We did have adjusted, Q1 EPS here, negative 95 cents. So I'm not sure if they were expecting a loss on EPS. From what I saw, they were expecting a profit. So that could be why we had that initial drop. But that 33% year-over-year revenue growth and what they're expecting for Q2 product revenue, not bad at all here for SNOW. Let's take a look at ELF here as well.
Guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit all of that, man. Right now, 7,000 almost watching. We were sub 4, we were 5,800, sorry, at the close. So over 1,000 joining us right now. Thank you so much for that. We're going to have Miss Danielle Shea coming through. And again, we're all about these earnings plays today. ELF, what's up with that shelf? We just talked about that. Downside for ELF right now, down to 140. Shout out to my friends at True Trading Group. Ayo, if you're in the chat, shout out to that 138 to the downside right now for ELF Cosmetics. I know we wear a lot of cosmetics around here.
We do.
Might not be ELF products. Give us those numbers from ELF right now, down 12%.
Well, for me, they did miss pretty significantly in Q4 sales and Q4 adjusted EPS for their fiscal Q4. So earnings per share, 53 cents versus the expected 32 cents. Oh, sorry, that's actually a beat. Why can I? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm blind. So that is a beat here. They also did beat on Q4 sales, 321 million versus 292.6 million. So they beat across the board. I'm sorry, I cannot see new contact lenses, but beat for ELF here. So I'm trying to see where they're seeing this kind of move down here. Their 2025 share view is also 351, revenue view 127, but I guess they're projecting the annual sales and profit below estimates. So they beat Q4, but their estimates are a little bit weaker. Sorry for reading that initially wrong, guys.
No problem. All right, so right now, VFC. Okay, this is VF Corp. Okay, so VF Corp right now, I mean, not a huge market cap, 5 billion, but again, they're going to miss to the downside right now. VF Corp, some people asking about that in the chat. Boom, to the downside, over 11 right now. Over 7,000 now watching right now. And so let it snow on that right now, 177. Thank you so much for everybody that's watching with us right now. We're going through all of the reports and we wait for the big dog. Where will Nvidia bark today? We're waiting for this. We just did a video on Nvidia. Very important that An NVIDIA, yes, very good. We're looking for EPS right now, 555 for them. Revenue, 24.17 billion expected. My opinion, they got to blow that out the water. They do not need to meet that. They need to go higher. Stocks react to what we're going to do. We need to see a guide. We need to see current revenues higher than expected, plus the guide for Nvidia. Nvidia right now, I don't know if it's a slippery slope or not, but if you looked at what happened to today, let me just go over to a quick 3-minute chart. Nvidia started the day horribly for your boy because we took that long on the breakout early. Thought Nvidia was going to be blue skies. It was oppo. You know when you hit when you're at baseball and you go oppo?
I do not.
Good. Okay. Opposite field.
Oh,
yeah. So we tried to pull the ball instead, late on the fastball, early on the fastball, went opposite field, got hit to the downside. It held 943 before it didn't. Nice move down to the downside. Now we're kind of in the middle. So it's almost like Nvidia blinks. Yesterday's close right into here, 953. Right now we're at 951. Up and down today as we wait for earnings. AMD, downside pretty much all day, never really got back going. But again, AMD up on the day, waiting. SMH, waiting patiently as well for this to come through. We're at very key levels on all of these, man. Look at the SMH at 52-week and all-time highs as we wait out to see what is up with Nvidia. That's coming out very, very soon. We're going to have Miss Danielle Shea on, and I'm going to have to apologize to her early because we are going to get those releases while we have her on, expecting 420. It's not a puff pass. I suggest if you are doing any of that, put it down. We are about to get a big report from Nvidia. Snowflake right now, a little bit of a move down, less than 10 minutes. We will have that. My prediction for Nvidia, This is going to be a difficult one to do. I think there actually will come and beat that 24 billion in revenue. I think they'll beat that. I worry a little bit about the guide, what happened yesterday, and if we just zoom out back out a little bit here, this was not yesterday. I'll have to zoom out again on this and go into yesterday's open where we saw this move come through. Let me go to a 2-minute chart, 3-minute chart here for that. Come on, Trade Ideas. Let's need to zoom the other way here. There it is. So this, nope, still not. All right, there it is right here. It's this move yesterday when we had that worry about possible Blackwell orders from Amazon being delayed. That was not true. Could you, oh no, it's right here. Good, yeah, you got it. So it's right there. But look at the consolidation, Adara. The same levels today we consolidated at the same levels as yesterday.
Yeah.
So I feel like if it's a relatively light miss or beat, we could fall back into 930, and that could be some buying areas. But shout out to our friend Brian Shannon, who came through and said, no, we don't have to drop anchor VWAPs anywhere other than this last bottom. So if we drop it right there, this was the key level. Remember we went back and forth with him yesterday? 866 is what we're looking at. If you drop an anchor on that low as well, yep, we will have that. I got you, Fabian. Don't worry about that, my guy. Right there, the same level of 850. We do not mess with the production crew around here, and we also do not mess with Danielle Shea. So let's roll. It's Trader Talk. What's up, Danielle? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're jacked up and we're ready to go here. This is all pure energy. We had like half of a coffee. We didn't even drink that much coffee. Have you ever had a Monster beverage or anything like that? I've never drank any of those energy drinks.
That's way too much for me. I can't be doing any of that.
Same. That's too much for me. I get high just from trading alone, so that's what we're talking about. Look, how nervous are we about Nvidia? I'm excited. I don't really have anything on other than in my long-term portfolio. Did you put anything on recently for Nvidia, as we now have 7 minutes before that comes out?
So I own Nvidia stock, and Nvidia is the #1 stock in my portfolio.
Perfect.
So, you know, I would like for it to not get hammered.
Oh, no, not again. Remember when last time we were on, we talked about Apple. I was like, I like the long. You're like, oh, yeah. And then we went back up to the upside, so we did talk about that. But, hey, we talked this on today's trading. Sometimes when you're in names, they don't go your way. That's why we have stop losses, and I'm sure that you're a proponent of making sure that if your targets are hit, either way you execute against those. Can you talk a little bit about stop losses, especially in your world?
Definitely. So when you're looking at stop losses, I mean, generally I'm going to use the daily chart, and I'm going to use the 50 simple for a tight stop. If I'm, going to use a little bit of a looser stop, I'll go down to the 100 simple or the 200 simple on the daily chart. But it really just depends what I'm doing. If I'm swing trading, I'm going to have a looser stop. If I'm doing something like overnight earnings trades, those are going to be a little bit more aggressive. Those are going to be options trades where I actually don't have a stop. I'm just going to risk the full amount that I'm willing to lose. So with Nvidia, I made 2 different bets on it. I'm trading it both ways. I'm going to hold my long-term stock, and we're going to see where this thing goes.
How about to the moon? Let's take that into consideration. You know what I think is a possibility here, and we've seen this happen to many big cap names. What about a split? I mean, if this thing splits, we've seen, I like that smile. There's that smile we're talking about, Adara. We like that kind of news because if a split comes through, I think that could also moon Nvidia for nothing to do with the stock, but just because it becomes a little more affordable. Traders like splits. We've seen that happen all over the place with Amazon, with Google. Chipotle announces it, and to the moon there as well. What about a dividend, right? Lots to happen here for Nvidia. We are very, very excited for that. And I have great news to announce right now. We just hit 7,200 viewers right now. They're piling in, waiting for this. What does that say on your shirt? Go hard or go home? What does that say? Trade.
It says trade hard or go home.
Dara likes that one. Good one. We like that. We're going to talk about more where they can find you. All right. What do we want to talk about? I mean, we just talked about Nvidia a little bit. We had a good move there for Snowflake. Let's go over Snowflake if you have a second. How about that? You want to go over some Snowflake? I like this move. This was a name that I recently bought. I actually bought it down here. We did break the 50. I'm long in and around the 50, like 150 152, 153, something like that on the break back to the upside. We're now taking out the 200 period moving average. Snowflake today after hours, nice move up to that 180 level. Good numbers today for Snowflake, still not near these highs. You like anything here? Does it look okay to you, Snowflake?
So when you look at Snowflake, I didn't want to trade this one before earnings because it was just a total coin flip. I mean, the stock has only beat EPS estimates 4 out of the last 12 quarters. So that wasn't really invoking a lot of confidence. But what I'll point out with this stock is that, I mean, it makes some massive moves. The move that was being priced in here was about 9%. But more often than not, 7 out of the last 12 quarters, actually, this stock has gapped up or down by more than 10%. And the thing about it is that it usually keeps going. So with Snowflake, what I was eyeing was support and resistance zones for a potential breakout. I've got 180 to the upside, where I think that if it gets up above 180 and it continues onwards, that could be a potential breakout trade. And then the downside level that I was looking for was 145. So this chart doesn't actually have the after hours data on it. What do you have it trading at right now, Sean?
Snowflake was at 180. It's now at 175. Its high was 184. So right now we're just hovering around 175-ish.
There we go. Okay, so I got it working on this chart here. I don't know, this thing's a little slow today. It's getting a little crazy with Nvidia after the close, but
Who's over there?
you know, if right here, right below 180, it's kind of like, we're gonna have to see tomorrow if it can stay up above 180, and we have perhaps a 15-minute range breakout. Then that's something that I could potentially get into tomorrow, but I have to see how it sets up.
All right, this is like Christmas all over again. That clock has almost struck midnight. We've got Nvidia on our mind, and I think it's a good sign that here in the aftermarket, we just were hovering around the highs. So we'll see the afternoon highs right now at 9:52. Nvidia doing a little bit of a dance. This chart's going to look a hell of a lot different in just a matter of minutes, guys, when this adjusts out. And we now have 2 minutes to go. Just a quick review of what we're expecting. Generally speaking, the EPS on the street, $5.55 a dare is glued to this. Revenue of $24.17 billion with just, Danielle, just an implied move, and I know this is what you're all about as well, obviously in the options market, just 8%. Its last move was 16%, Danielle. So I don't know, are we maybe, you might have seen some sort of consolidation a little bit in the options market. For me, I think it's going to move a heck of a lot more than 8%. Was there anything that maybe gives you that impression as well?
So when you look at the options chain and you look at where the high open interest and the high volume is, there's definitely a lot of trade around the $1,000 price point. There's also a lot of trade around 1050 and then a little bit more up around 1100. And so when I'm looking at the implied move, we have an implied move of about $75 in this stock. And then, you know, I just generally try to take that and then I try to overlap those with my upside price targets in the options market, combine it with a little bit of Fibonacci. That just gives me a couple different bullish targets that I can use. So the way that I told our traders in the trading room today, I said, hey, you know what? We've got a variety of different opinions here. We have people thinking that it's going to move a little bit less than expected. If you think it can move a little bit less than expected, I mean, that $1,000 price target, that's generally what I consider to be the easy target because it's within the expected move. So you can trade it in a bullish way without being super aggressive about it. Now, if you're like you and you say, hey, you know what, I think this is going to crush it. Well, that's where you would want to use the 1050 price target because that would be a greater than expected move.
Okay, here we go. They actually got $6.12. That seems better, but look out. Oh man, we're down to 920 right now. Nvidia starting to get clocked a little bit. But Danielle, do not count Jensen out. Jensen Wong putting up numbers up to 950, 960, 970. Yeah, we're not stopping 965, 964, 970. Nvidia, boom. Nvidia dropping a dividend right now. There's some news coming out with Nvidia beating 612 versus 559. It's a big beat. It's a 150% beat. We're starting to go up to the upside. It's Nvidia. It's 980. It's 983 right now. now. What is the high on Nvidia? Ciao, Bella. We are way up now. It's Nvidia. Hey, it might not be lobster for dinner, but it's something. It sure ain't chicken. There it goes. Watch out as we go. Adair, are you okay over there? This is what we do. This is why this is the best damn show on YouTube. You've now found us. We're here. Look at Nvidia, 992. Do we have one? Where's my 1,000 hat? We need an Nvidia 1,000. There we go, Danielle. It's a nice move to the upside. It's a stock split. We get 10 for 1 on the stock split.
Yes.
Nvidia just announces a split. That's the news that we're looking for right now. Q2 revenues, 28 billion. That's what they're seeing. 28 billion on Q2 revenue, 28 over 26. Okay, well, forget about Snowflake now, Danielle. Nvidia, nice upside move. I hope this is enough for you to print on that. Danielle, first thoughts about this Nvidia move?
I love it. I mean, I really wanted the $1,000 price target. I've been trying to look for that value for so long, and I just felt like, you know, with the expected move, it was in play. But the number one thing that I wanted more than anything with Nvidia is a stock split. So I just feel like Christmas has come a little bit early.
Yeah, that was good. That was a nice little. And remember, we said we're all sitting here, we're getting ready for Christmas. This feels like Christmas. Well, we got it, but you know what can happen at Christmas time? Coal. You can get coal. So we'll. There it is. They are doing the 10 for 1. So they're doing this.
Starting on June 10th.
Starting on June 10th. So, okay, I think this can moon, Danielle. I honestly think if we can hold over $1,000 tomorrow, I hate using that terminology moon, but again, it's not even really up that much. If you have an 8% move on $950, you know, you're actually expecting like a $60 or $70 move. So we didn't. Did we get it? I mean, we closed at 950. We're up here to 990. It's a great move. You know what I actually do here, Danielle? It's still going, by the way, 990. You guys want to see what a live level 2 looks like? Danielle, you tell me another show that's going to show a live level 2, and I will quit. Right now, 995. There goes Nvidia straight up to the upside. Other shows, this is actually what's happening. There goes Nvidia, 990 on nice volume, nice little upside move over 44 million shares on the day. Nvidia looking wild. But what I was getting at there before we always get off on these tangents, Danielle, is more just about like maybe now the NASDAQ. I always get nervous when we keep hitting these highs. You know, NASDAQ high, S&P high, Diamonds high, which is the Dow Jones. Sometimes we get pullbacks, and now it's put up or shut up, and it looks like Nvidia sort of maybe just gave a bottom to some of these stocks, because if they're going to report and put out this, then split, then give a 150% increase on their dividend, I mean, what's next? This probably helps out AMD, the whole sector. We know we love AI. Your Microsoft are going to be a big beneficiary of this as well. Wow, what a sigh of relief.
It's a huge sigh of relief. And I mean, I think what it means is that tomorrow we can just keep buying. I mean, I agree with you. Once you get up to those highs, it gets a little bit frothy. But here's the thing. I mean, I have a 19,000 price target in the NASDAQ futures. So, I mean, we still have a little bit more room to the upside. I think you could actually make it up into about 19,500. And what we needed Nvidia to continue going higher after this report, and that's exactly what we've got.
Right.
I think tomorrow, you know, I'm going to come in, I'm going to look at Amazon. I wanted to buy Amazon off of the 50 simple. Microsoft was breaking out. Microsoft looks good into about 440, 450. And now we're going to have a split trade. And I think I heard you say that the split was going to be what, June 10th? So what, we have like 2-3 weeks?
Yeah, June 10th. So as of June 10th, active Nvidia symbol, 10 for 1. Who knows where the stock's going to be at that time?
Well, so I'll tell you that those are the best split trades generally when they're announced and it's happening in a relatively short time frame. Chipotle, it was a good one. You know, we talked about that one on the show, but they announced it so far ahead of time that it was kind of like, all right, you know, we're waiting.
Right.
Walmart was another one that even Walmart had a good split.
Took forever.
But when you have Nvidia just reporting earnings and then the split is coming so soon after, I think that means that we're going to see really positive momentum over the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks as traders and investors continue to trade this stock that just doesn't seem to have a stopping point.
Man, we did it. We did it. AMD also popping up here in the after hours. And by the way, you'll be happy to know about this one. We have brand new all-time highs in the NASDAQ after hours as it just continues to pump upside a little bit. Oh, you know an interesting name? Look at Nvidia falling down just a little bit now, 890, 988. I better not say 800. AMD, a nice move to the upside. That's holding as well right now. Let's check out one that, I don't know if you have any opinions on SMCI, but you want to talk about a heart attack. I mean, at least Nvidia moves $100 or $50 at a time. SMCI, Danielle, I mean, this name, what a roller coaster. Seems to be calmed down a little bit here. Is this, would you ever look at something like that just moves so aggressively? Or is this something where it's an Nvidia story? Let's just stick with the king of the castle and everybody else is just simply a dirty rascal.
I mean, here's the thing, Sean. When I first started trading, I would trade stocks that just didn't really move very much. I'd trade like Walmart, and I'd trade Visa, and I'd trade MasterCard, and I'd just try to follow the trend. And there's, nothing wrong with that at all. So for anybody who's starting out and they're looking at SMCI thinking, oh my gosh, I can't do this. That is completely and totally fine. That's what I did for a long time. And that's why I'm still here, right?
Right.
But at this point in my career, I'll trade SMCI. So
yeah, baby.
You look at it, and here's the thing with this stock. You're right below that 50 simple. I love trading 50 simple breakouts because that's a critical resistance zone. It also has a squeeze, so you have that consolidation setting up. And now that you have that overnight news from Nvidia, most likely tomorrow you're going to see a breakout in the stock. And I mean, you can trade it back up, probably up into 1,000. But I mean, I like it. I like the setup. I'd do it.
Danielle, you're my favorite on here, and with over 7,000 watching right now, we have a pretty good volume of people. Where can they find out more about Danielle Shea? We have @TraderDanielle, obviously on X. Will give you everywhere you need to go. But I know you're always working on videos. Obviously, we're going to have to get some of that merch at some point. But why don't we, if you have a second, let's talk about your YouTube channel because it has great information on there. I know a lot of traders are checking it out.
Yeah, definitely. So here's my YouTube channel. Check it out. It's called Trader Danielle. I've been making a bunch of different videos just about the different trades that I do. I do a lot of options trades, butterflies, Nvidia. My Nvidia trade, I had a $1,000 butterfly on in the market. So I'm probably going to be making a video about that tomorrow, and I'll show you guys how it worked out, how I end up getting out of the trade. I had a hedge on it too, which isn't going to work, but that's fine. It was just a hedge. But I do a lot of 0 DTE, SPX trades and earnings trades. So you can learn more about it on my channel.
Great, Ms. Danielle Shea, thank you so much for joining both Adara and I, although I know I sort of didn't give Adara. You want to talk to Danielle for a quick second?
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Is there anything else that thank you so much for being here, especially for these crazy Nvidia earnings. I know you're here for Apple as well. Are there any other stocks that you're looking at going into? I know we have a couple more earnings heading next week, or just in general as we head into the month of June, like second half of the year, which is crazy.
Yeah, sure. Well, you know what I think we should look at is Broadcom, because Broadcom has earnings coming up in the next 2 weeks. And now that we've seen Nvidia report and it's gone well, typically that's going to add a little bit more bullish momentum in that space. And so I think traders should be looking at Broadcom to see if there's anything that we can do with that.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, good call. I didn't even remember that Broadcom reported in just a couple of weeks. Wow, it's funny that it's June 12th, just a couple of days around that Nvidia split, so that should be super exciting. Ms. Danielle Shea, thank you so much. A lot of people missing the fish tank, so we got to get that back in the shot as well. Thank you so much, Danielle. We will catch you all the time at Trader TV Live, and hopefully next week as well. So Danielle, good luck with everything on that Nvidia trade, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. I was just saying to Adara, like, we came in today and we just had a bunch of energy, and then all of a sudden it's just like, wow, that energy just explodes there on those Nvidia earnings. I want to give a big shout out to Danielle for coming through right now on that one. But Nvidia's pulling back just a little bit, and I didn't want to sort of ruin the party there, but it is pulling back in just a little bit. And I mean, maybe it's a lot. I have to think that this is pretty disappointing because right now Nvidia's look, we're super happy. I think we got everything we wanted. We got a higher guide. We got a beat. We got the split that we weren't sure about. We got the dividend increase. Like, if you could have an Nvidia sandwich, pretty much you're full right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was a good one. And I'm just surprised that we hit that 1,000. We got to 998 and the halt sign came, it didn't halt, but the stop sign came out, it can't halt in the after hours, came out right there and straight down 30 bucks or 20 bucks from that level or so. And now we'll wait to see if we can hold 970. I think this buy the dip opportunity right now, maybe. I don't see negative news. You are going to get some bears that come in and sell these prints. There are going to be traders, of course, that are taking profit when they see this kind of stuff. I like the Nvidia story, and I do think it continues. But hey, I can't just keep saying what a great show we have without acknowledging the great people that we have as well. So I want to thank you, Adara. I want to thank Fabian over there on the ones and twos. We got to give a big shout out also to Ramin, Brendo, Neil, everybody, Sharif, that makes this happen. And a big shout out to Trader Danielle. And of course, we can't do anything without giving a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. One of the best. Did you check that? He is the best moderator right now on YouTube. So a big shout out to you, my friend. And then we can't do it all without a roll call either. So I got to give a big shout out to True Trading Group. I mean, these guys dropped over 100 memberships into the chat today as well. So get there, yeah, there, okay, we'll go right here. There it is right now. So we'll give everybody a chance to do this. It's roll call. We're going to shout everybody out. I want to thank all 6,000, 7,000 of you that joined us today. It was a big day for sure. So let's do roll call. Anybody that made some money on Nvidia, whether you're long or you're short, stand up right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's go. It's roll call time. What's up to Andrew Chow? What's up to Andrew James Dell, Scott Tomlinson's here, Judge is here, CompuCare is here, Lethargic. All right, we got a little more energy than that right now. Wow, now we're really starting to go. Dominic, Chef Joe, what's up, Chef Joe? We're going to have steaks, baby, right there. What's up to Dan? What's up to Atef? Blue, I got to stop this. It's going too fast. Savage mode activated. What's up, Joseph? Yeah, man, we're savage every day, all day, all day. Print Money says Snake Sloan. What's up, Snake Sloan? Jazzy J, shout out to Jazzy Jeff. Hell yeah, he says for Nvidia. Darwin's here. Ness is here. Shelton is here. Plumwood is here. It's going nuts. Trade Forever's here. Everybody is here. But the one thing that I can't be is here anymore.
Yes. We did quickly have a super chat from Mark K during
Go.
the earnings hit. So $2 super chat. It's lobster with wine tonight, Sean. So just wanted to shout out Mark K. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you everybody for being here.
What do you know? Wine pairing for lobster? Any suggestions?
I'm gonna. Whatever I say, I think is gonna be wrong. But maybe a white wine. But
Not
when
wrong.
I go to Red Lobster, I get like a margarita. So what would your pairing with lobster?
So I was going to say, I think so first of all, you nailed it. I think with seafood, you always want to go white, so bang on for that. I would think that I like dry Chardonnay, but for me, I think a little Riesling, something a little, maybe with a little bit of a bite on it, maybe a little sweet there for the lobster. But you know what I think is more appropriate for a day like today? Let's pop some damn bottles and get some champagne going. That's what I'm talking about. Marissa, get it on ice. I'm coming home. I don't think we have any booze. I'll probably have to stop. It's a Moët kind of day. Let's pop it off. It's Nvidia. It's Adara. It's the best show on YouTube, and you just found it. It's your market recap show. I'm Sean Katina at Trader TV. Sean, go find it at Trader TV Adara. Ciao. Good luck.